A shadowy projection of a girl blooms right in front of the dark-haired boy, Adriana Balaborzi. She declares, "You're my heir," and promises to give him everything she's got. Terrifying magical power that can conquer anyone, plus the skill to wield a magical item. Clothed in the Greek way, the boy doesn't even blink as a purple orb, ringed with swirling particles, gets pressed into his hands. Behind him, a black-haired girl hangs back with her eyes lowered, while Adriana's final command hangs in the air. How to use it is his choice. The black-haired girl in her blue dress and apron grins and tells her that every last chore is finally done. The young man turns to the girl, Automata, then watches helplessly as her eyes flutter shut and she collapses into unconsciousness. The scene snaps to life. Dark-haired Nito Jin introduces himself and almost bites the dust because he's wrenching the electrical panel apart with a screwdriver. Suddenly, the screwdriver slips from his grip. Nidojin lunges for it, but he missteps hard and tumbles down. The boy crashes to the ground and the girl's eyes blaze as she murmurs what she just uncovered. Then the light sputters and flickers. The dark-haired man jolts his eyes open, shoots upright on the bed, and confusion hits him like a wave. He has no clue where he is. Nidojin bolts upright and realizes he's fully naked under the blanket, totally clueless why he's even there. Then a girl with dark long hair and bangs steps in, calls him master, and his shock hits like a punch. The boy grabs a huge towel and wraps it around himself to hide his nakedness, then blurts, "Who are you?" The girl smiles like it's nothing and says her name is Automata. They're in her mother's research room right now. Nidojin narrows his eyes and asks if she's some kind of automaton doll. The girl tells him to talk to her mother and she'll take him straight to her, so they move toward a tiny ball. An automata snaps to attention and calls his mother, and right then the ball erupts into light. The machines around it lift and hover like they're summoning something. A voice greets him, and in that moment, Nito Jin inherits the power of a magician. So yeah, he just became the heir. Only problem is, the guy before him has been dead for thousands of years, and now he's instantly holding the power. The young man's still not buying it. He's staring with his arms crossed, firing off questions. Then whoosh! He gets saved that way, teleported, and healed on the spot. But where the heck is Cluse? And when he realizes he's standing there with just one towel on, something feels seriously off. Nito Jin stares at the cabinet, then the truth hits. Mages can whip things out of nothing. So maybe this is the moment. He tries a magical transformation, and the instant his hand rests on the towel, a soft glow spills out. Suddenly, a wild swirl of threads blooms around the towel, shredding the fabric almost completely, and the young man grins like it's nothing, because he realizes he can conjure up anything he can imagine. So the young heir finally got trousers, a shirt, and a coat, and when he stared at the stitching, he couldn't believe it. Somehow, he'd even sewn the edges cleanly, without a needle or a sewing machine. Talk about getting power handed to you. Then the young man heads for the automata, and it's her turn to face it. Her skin and clothes are shredded, so he has to rebuild everything from scraps, and first he starts by tearing it all apart. Muscles are ripped away, tendons are torn to shreds, bones are smashed and useless, and when Nidojin stares at that half-destroyed skeleton, he can't wrap his head around how it survived for a full 1,000 years. He spots a strange mechanism on the skeleton. So was this robot built by the old mage? And what kind of material did she need? Then it clicks. The air she gave him meant she had to have a whole lot of it. He spins around, scanning the place they dropped him off. His predecessor's research room has to be hiding somewhere nearby. The dark-haired man yanks open a door. Blackness swallows the room. Is this where the vault hides? Then, wham! The lights explode on with a flash. The young man stared straight at the mechanism in front of him. Did his predecessor really build all of this? He sifted through the tiny pieces, yanked open one of the boxes, and out sprang a mechanical dog. Nidojin spots the threads his muscles need, but the second the young man yanks harder, they're trapped somewhere beyond his reach. Right in front of him, a dungeon spider drops out of nowhere. The young guy panics and freezes, clueless on what to do. Then the spider clicks and scuttles, and he bolts away like his life depends on it. Before he could get far, the young man lunged forward, then ate dirt as he tripped and slammed to the ground. A spider slowly inched toward him, and Nidogin snapped his hands up over his face, frozen in panic like, "No, was this how it ends?" But it never bit him. It just brushed his leg. A spider hooks its legs around Nidojin's leg, and the boy finally exhales. No, he's not getting killed twice. He scoops the spider up, gives it a gentle pet, then whips his gaze across the vault and spots a mountain of ore. This ore should finally be plenty: metal bones, thread muscles, and those whispering spells the young man breathed through magic. He looks down and finds a tiny ball in his hands, and then it hits him. He can tweak its program himself, but even though he knows exactly what he wants, he's so damn lazy he won't bother writing down every detail here. As Nido-Jean scribbles symbols on the ball, he suddenly remembers he's writing in Japanese and prays it won't turn into a disaster because he refuses to redo all of this. Then, launch! The ball erupts in glowing light. It worked. He shoved the ball away from himself, squinting against the blinding light, and then the air itself realized the truth. The ball was gulping in magic, even when it was in Japanese. A Mobius strip blooms in front of the boy, packed with hiragana, katakana, and kanji, and he has to inspect every single bit of it, hands gripping a bone mechanism as the word count stays the same, but the pace and volume slam upward, and he scrambles to speed up the whole process. With a grin, Nidogen vows he'll upgrade Automata to something even better than the last one, and then he keeps at it, diving into the magic while trying to crack exactly how the mechanism works. He has to crank up efficiency / power use, toughen the bones, weave magic threads into the muscles for extra strength and resilience, bless the skin with magic so it can stretch however he wants. The young man realizes he's completely lost himself in all this. With the power that's been handed to him, Nidogen can whip up literally anything he wants, and it's ridiculously easy. He can use that gift however he pleases. At last, it's all set. There she lies on the table, eyes shut tight, hair a wild mess, and her body bare. All that's left is tailoring outfits for the automata, but first he has to hunt down some silk. The boy had almost wiped that spinning contraption from his mind, the one he spotted in the storage room, and now he might finally need it. Nidogen then finds it in the storage room. He leans in, studies the mechanism like it's a puzzle meant for him, and as the gears finally click, the young man can't help thinking, maybe he's gone from nobody to magician. So what does Adriana Bolajori want from him? With everything slowly clicking into place, the young man admits to himself he knows absolutely nothing about this world. And Jin, using the power he's been given, is about to flip everything for the better, because the automata outfits are ready. He gently helps the young man dress her, then finishes it off by snapping adorable bunny ears onto her head. She's totally ready, so the moment of truth is here. The young man cups his magic in his palms and reaches it toward her. The launch blasts off, but then everything goes sideways. She still refuses to open her eyes. Everything about his magic balance is razor sharp. His metabolism is on point. His energy runs clean and efficient, so why does his stomach keep growling like it's starving? And Jin finally realizes his stomach is screaming after all that hard work, so he storms off to hunt for food, only to run through room after room and find them all completely empty. Now that I think about it, this place has been dead for years. If anything ever tasted good here, it's long since turned to trash. Then Jin spots a teleport gate, and his gut tells him it might open the way to the city. He's going to use them, so the young man pours in magic, then drives his energy straight into the teleport's center, and BAM! They activate. Suddenly, a storm of massive, meaningless symbols erupts around the young man, seals him in, and flash, everything overloads. A massive orb of light erupts in the clearing, and the blonde girl clutching a basket snaps around in total shock. The girl spots a young man staggering out of there unconscious, then he drops hard onto the ground. The boy jolts awake, blanket in bed beneath him. Then Jin shoots upright, trying to make sense of where he is. And right then, a girl steps into the doorway. Seeing the young man sit up, she blurts in shock and bolts out of the room. So fast the door practically slams behind her. Jin freezes, thinking, what just happened? One thing hits him instantly. This isn't his room to be doing research. An older woman bursts into the room, and a girl clings to her arm like she's afraid to let go. Then she snaps the truth. The young man passed out at the edge of the forest, so they rushed him here. The woman says the one who found him is that girl with pigtails, now clinging to her hand. Then the young man grins at her, tells her his name, and says he's thrilled to meet her. Jin thanks her for saving her, but the girl's totally thrown. She gasps, screams, and hides behind her grandmother, who quickly tells everyone, "Don't worry." She gently strokes Hannah's pigtails and asks how the boy ended up passed out at the forest's edge. But right as the question hangs there, his stomach erupts in a thunderous growl. The young man blurts out excuses on the spot, mortified. Then his grandmother just smiles like she totally understands and reveals she already knew he was starving. With a growling, empty stomach, he can't even hear his own thoughts, so his grandmother hustles to cook up something real. Once the food's ready, the young man can't help but thank her for feeding him and taking care of him. Jin spills the details about a teleportation gate his grandmother has never even heard of, something that might be a dark artifact, except their village has nothing like it, not even rumors, and he wonders if it's an ancient religion tied to magical relics forged before the Great Demon War. But the guy has no clue what kind of demon war this really is. His grandmother narrows her eyes and questions him like, "You didn't hear about it?" He stumbles through an awkward excuse, admits he only knows a little, and begs her to spill the details about the event. Long ago, around 300 years back, humans and alien invaders tore into each other, and the fighting was so brutal that 2/3 of everyone died. Then the demons struck and sparked a cataclysm, wiping out half the people on this planet who could wield magic. So yeah, everything their civilization built got knocked back a full 1,000 years, and tons of tech vanished like it never existed. Jin clocks it in his head. This all happens after Balabossa's death, and a ridiculous amount of time has crawled by. Of course nobody remembers. The boy can't go back unless he finds a teleportation gate, so he scrambles to hunt one down as fast as he can. Meanwhile, his grandmother begs him to stay with them, and Jin humbly says he can't repay their kindness or the food, but she cuts him off and tells him she didn't rescue him for anything in return. The grandmother beams at Hannah and tells her that seeing a shy girl save someone makes her heart soar, because ever since Hannah's parents died, she's been trudging around in a gloomy fog, and now Jin steps in, offering, "Let me be your friend." Grandma's all in on this offer, and she'd be thrilled if Jean tags along with Hannah, so she tells him to show the boy the ropes and even grab some water on the way. The genie grins and asks if the girl will show him the village, and she stammers, cheeks burning, then agrees, so they stroll off together. The young man whips his head around and spots rotting doors and shattered fences. Then he halts. This place is in rough shape, nowhere near the research room's level, and you can tell the war has slammed research and technical development right in the gut. A man greets the boy and blurts out, "Hannah's child," then asks how he's doing. Jin smiles and shoots back, "So you're a villager?" The boy nods and says his name is Oshiku. Barbara and her grandpa rolled up to Jin too, Kabeku, the village elder. He stared him down and asked what Jin was planning next, and Jin didn't dodge the truth. For now, he was staying put at Grandma Hannah's place. Kipeku's voice drops into a stern warning. They'll accept him if he stays out of trouble, because this place is so quiet and calm, it feels like nothing can go wrong. The young man rubs the back of his head, staring in confusion as his new acquaintances walk off, and Hannah frets, asking worriedly if everything's really okay. The young man tells the girl straight up that he'll have to handle everything on his own. Then he snaps, "So where do we usually get water?" Hannah points to a well right in their line of sight. A genie leans in, watching the girl drop the bucket into the well and yank the rope hard to haul it back up, water sloshing inside. The boy grabs the rope himself, offering to help Hannah, while Jean hauls a bucket of water and fires a question. Does she really do this kind of brutal work every day? Hannah just smiles and says, "Yeah, it's everyday stuff." The young man hoists the wooden bucket, murmurs the spell that can grant a magical blessing and link magical tools together, and the genie breaks into a grin. The young man asks his grandmother about the man who works with copper and iron, and she pauses to think, then points him to the old workshop in their house, telling him to look around because there's still plenty left behind. Inside the workshop, it's all stone, every block, every wall, built for heat. The last owner hammered this room into a forge, until death claimed him. Now the young man can craft anything he wants in here, and Jin turns to thank his grandmother. The dark-haired man dug around in the forge, snagged a strange alloy, and used his magic to test it, until the truth hit. It was copper and tin, fused into a brand new metal. Hannah keeps her eyes locked on the boy, fascinated by everything he does, while Jean fires up magic and turns a chunk of alloy right in front of them. Then the girl blurts out in shock and fear. Hannah's eyes light up as she asks if he's a wizard, and he fumbles out that, yeah, it's not far from the truth. The girl's eyes light up as the boy shows her his creation, A water pump! It's way too heavy to carry, so they'll need a cart too. And right then, the genie presses his touch to the wooden boards. After a beat, a little cart rolls up right in front of the stunned girl, and Jean blurts that she should hop in and shove the handle, and Hannah carefully does exactly that. It works. Now they've got to slap a pump onto the well, and Hannah backs the young man with a warm, steady smile. Grandma and the girl with her hair pulled back head to the well, and Barbara blurts out, "Aren't you scared to leave your granddaughter with that boy?" Grandma just smiles and says Jean doesn't look like a bad person, until they spot Hannah and Jean at the well, tinkering with some kind of device. Barbara snaps in outrage. What on earth did he dump into their well? Jean tells her to hold up until he's done, but she won't back down and keeps raging. The young man grins and says it's a water pump, meant to make getting water way easier, but Barbara doesn't buy it. Still, Hannah follows Jean's directions and pumps the handle up and down, and, right on cue, water finally gushes out. Jean stares at his hard-earned results with pure satisfaction, while Hannah breaks into a big, happy smile. The girl blurts out that the water is pouring out like crazy, and her grandmother freezes in shock, believing it must be some kind of magical artifact. The boy tells her it's just a simple object. Crank the handle up and down, and the cylinder pulls water in, so right then Grandma finally gets why he needed copper. With a massive grin, Hannah thanks Jean, because now she'll finally haul water way faster. Jean just beams back and tells her to use it with a happy heart. A few weeks later, Oshiku finally steps up to the young man, throws him a grateful smile, and thanks him, right to his face, for the cart. The headman's face lit up when Jin fixed the stalls, and he gladly let the young man stay in the village for a little longer. The young man grins as his hard work comes alive. Village folks are using it right away, and their faces light up with pure joy. Jin gets it now. The Master of Magic isn't here to fight, he's here to make people happy. Then, out of nowhere, Jin spots strange smoke curling up from the mountains. Hannah asks why the boy can't stop staring at the Mountain of Death, and John wants to know why they call it that, because any bird that flies too close drops dead on the spot. The girl grins and tells you it's the miasma spilling out of that mountain, and yeah, it could be volcanic gas. Is this a hot spring? Hannah yanks him back home, and before long, that young man is already settling into life here. He burned through every last chunk of bronze ore to build a water pump, so now he's stuck. He can only heat the water with the kettle and stove, then take a bath. Without special tools, Jin can't even track that geyser down, unless magic can do the job, and honestly, he's desperate enough to try. Geological Dimension. Jean really needs to track down the exact source location, but right now, he's got to hunt for minerals first. If he can spot where they are, he can come dig them up, and yeah, he might even need to buy a permit to do it. That young guy hustles to the headman's house to hunt for answers about the hot spring, then Kibiku drops the bombshell. Nobody's ever pulled hot water out of any of these wells. Barbara cuts in mid-conversation and says a hot spring would do wonders for everyone's health. The headman leans in and says, "If you're doing this for the villagers, I won't stand in your way. Take what you need." Then he grabs Jin's attention and thanks him for the water pump and adds, "Soon, a crew of merchants is coming. They show up every 2 months with salt and sugar, plus food. All kinds of goods from far-off places, and even clothing." Jin spots it right away. He's never once seen a single villager pull out currency here because everyone just trades favors and goods like it's the only language they know. This place is small after all. If the boy needs anything, the village chief and Barbara tell him, "Say what you need." And the chief leans in with one big wish, that the boy will do his absolute best for the village. The genie shoves the cart down the path, but there's no money to swap. Talk about a total headache, so the young man can't do a thing about it. He drops a heavy sigh, desperate to help the villagers, because this is the kind of unfair that crushes hope. Suddenly, Hannah and a bunch of kids pop up beside the cart. There's a dark-haired girl plus 2 tousled boys, while one awkward kid blurts out, "When did you sneak in here?" Hannah shoots back, "What are you doing?" And the dark-haired boy just shrugs and admits he's planning to build a hot spring. But the kids had zero clue what he was saying, so Jin fumbled, told them to be quiet, and urged them to follow him. First, the boy has to carve out a bathing spot, so Jin carefully nudges Hannah with his shoulder, and then it's straight to magic. He gathers a tiny clump of magic in his hand. 2 rectangular holes rip open in the ground, and the boys blurt out, "Amazing!" like they can't believe it. Could he really summon a source that fast? Jin just smiles, awkward as ever, like he knows they're underestimating what's coming, because this is only the start. Then he points his magic straight downward, driving it deeper and deeper, and bam! Water explodes up from under the earth like a fountain. The boys keep blabbering in pure wonder, and their eyes shine like stars because the young man's finally done. He dips his hand into the water, and it burns hot. "More water," he blurts, but the kids have already shrugged off their outer clothes and sprint straight for the spring. The boy yanks their arms and makes them wait because that water's still way too hot to swim. Jin steps in and says he'll help the kids build a roof and a fence for now, and they all agree on the spot. The kid still calls it an orphanage, the same place that dumped him there and raised him anyway, and Jin can't shake the worry that something's wrong. Then the kids shove a board into his hands and beg for help. Jin shoots an awkward apology because he'd been lost in his thoughts for way too long. After a while, the boys finally beam like they've hit the jackpot because they're done with everything and now they've got their own special bathing spot. The hot springs are packed with smooth stones and a fence stands up to give them a little privacy. The kid admits he meant to keep it simple at first, but once he got rolling, he went way too far. Jin lets the kids be the first guests since they helped him build the spring. But right then, a rush of water rockets toward him, while the kids are already splashing hard and yanking him over like, "Come on!" Jin yells for them to stop playing, and the boy sinks back into the steaming hot water like he's getting reborn. Then Hannah steps up, presses a tiny find into his hand, and Jin raises the stone to his eyes to study it up close. One of the boys says you can spot these stones on the shore, and that he's even found them somewhere else too. So Jin leans in, flips on the analysis, and boom! The result shocks him. It's a magic stone forged from a volcano, and he's never seen one like it in the lab before. Jin decides to keep it because this stone is going to spark huge benefits down the road, and he knows it'll pay off in just a few days. The merchant was shouting for everyone to come check out his brand new goods, salt, sugar, and a whole ton more, and the genius could only stare at how many people showed up. Then he just had to say, "I want to come look too." Barbara yells to the boy, telling him her grandfather wants Jean to head to the well, so without a second thought, he obeys and trots right over. When Jin steps up to the headman, he spots a guy standing right beside him, a merchant named Roland, and the moment Jin lays eyes on him, he introduces himself. The merchant blurts out an apology for dragging Jin here, then pauses and says he's got one question. The merchant can't believe it. Since his last visit, this village has totally transformed. 2 months ago, it looked broken, but now every house, fence, and road is repaired. The carts even look wild, but the real showstopper is that water pump. The thing that yanks water up is straight up mind-blowing. The merchant hypes it as a revolutionary invention, but the young man just flashes an awkward smile, because nope, he didn't invent it. The merchant then admits he was blown away when the village elder showed him this very instrument. The young man slams the brakes on the merchant's sweet talk and demands to get down to business, but the merchant snaps back, grumbling that he should act friendlier. And he's not buying the compliments at all. He's pissed that this isn't flattery, because Jin is clearly the real deal if he pulled off something like that, and the kid just confirms, "Yeah, that was me." The merchant haggles with Jin, begging him to sell that pump, but Jin shuts him down cold. The merchant snatches the young man by the sleeve and starts begging, like money is no big deal for him at all, because he can hand over whatever the kid wants. The headman blurts out in shock, asking why Jin won't sell, like it won't hurt him at all. But Jin just smirks and says, "If you think so, then come follow me." The three of them head straight to the workshop. The young man blurts out that he'd burned through every last bit of material to craft the water pump, fix the cart, and even restore the village, so Jin immediately jumps in, saying if he's short on supplies, that's not the real issue. But the young man snaps it isn't the materials problem at all. He admits he just doesn't want to build it anymore, says he only did it before for himself, and now he's got zero motivation. Jin's right in the middle of making something brand new, so he's slammed with work right now. Though even if he agrees to mass produce it, the quality won't hit the level of the first one, and the merchant snaps his fingers against the bridge of his nose, lost in thought. Then the merchant leans in and begs the young man to teach him how it's done, and the young man suddenly remembers the voice's words, the ones it whispered when it handed him the power to conquer anyone. The genie gives a nervous little smile and blurts out that he's got magic, making the merchant jump in shock. Then the young man steps in, claiming he can sell him the method to make it all happen, and the merchant can't help but gasp in pure amazement. A young man barrels into the workshop, Eric, and it turns out he's exactly the guy Jean spotted behind the counter earlier. The kid finally admits he stared at the pump, and then straight up calls the other young man a powerful wizard. Eric leans in with a grin and tells the young man, "Don't worry, I'm not jealous." He admits he can't build something that intricate himself. Then the merchant drops the real reason. Eric studied at Cecilio's Magic Academy. "So you'll be great at this," the merchant says, and that's why he brought Eric here. The lesson starts and Jin slides bronze ore right in front of the boy. First, make a cylinder. Jin explains it like a water pump in action. Yank the lever, trapped air slams onto the piston, and that pressure yanks water straight into the cylinder. Every piece gets made from the same bronze, and Eric just nods along. Jean proudly reveals the cylinder that's already been made. Eric snaps, furious. "What the hell did I just do?" Jin, totally baffled, says he only transformed the ore. Now that rough outer shell hooks it straight into the cylinder. Eric erupts. How could you do something like that? And he can't stop his own surprise from flashing through his mind. So this is what it feels like to be extraordinary, he thinks. Then he realizes this is the perfect chance to train while he's here. Jin chimes in, "Let's hit the hot springs and unwind." And just like that, Eric is fired up. The kid studies his own hands like they hold the answer, trying to figure out how to share even a slice of his knowledge with everyone, because he's the only one who can make it happen. The merchant and Eric sprinted over to the young man, staring in disbelief as he revealed he built the hot spring himself. Then they practically begged him to teach them how to do it too, and urged him to teach them. Eric thrust the pump he just built into Jean's hands, and the moment the young man lays eyes on it, everything clicks. The parts are cleanly machined, the craftsmanship is flawless, and Eric finally did it. The young man jabs a finger at the work on the table and fires a question at Jin. What's he doing now? Jin leans in and admits he's been trying to build a gas stove, the kind that sparks a real flame and lights the fire. That gas stove is pure magic. Everything's running smoothly, and Jin finally exhales in relief, all because the magical stone they pulled from the source makes it work. He even points out how Kane's village never had anything like this. Still, the heat control and power output can be refined, and Jin promises he'll teach Eric the process later. Eric just covers his face like, this might be too much, because right now he'd rather learn how to build a water pump first. Eric's pumped about the win, but he's not done yet. There's still a lesson waiting, starting with this card, because when he realizes Jin came from another country, he immediately knows that means taxes are coming for him. Eric scratches his head and shrugs it off, saying the tax collector will show up in the fall. Then the young man blurts, stunned, "So I'm supposed to pay in cash?" Eric shakes his head too, claiming he heard it from someone else, but one thing's clear. Kane's village isn't the only place where money barely moves, especially in these rural areas. Eric says every single year the tax collector shows up and camps in Toka, and from the neighboring village, it takes about 3 days by horse. Jin rubs his chin, lost in thought, because now he'll have to figure out how to build a car from scratch. Eric gets called over by the merchant, and it's finally time to go, so the young men trade goodbyes, knowing they'll meet again in the future. Jin stares as the cart rattles off into the distance, and if the tax collector's already slipped away like that, he won't be here for long. Hannah and Jin trade a loud good morning, and Hannah's already busy, snatching tea leaves as she goes, then tapping the tree for fresh sap that pours straight into a cup, and Jin leans in to thank her. The genie spots serious treasure hiding near the village, especially tree resin, and when the young man grabs one cup tied to the tree, he tells the curious girl it's used to make rubber. He headed back to the workshop, and the truth hit him. He'd never even thought about collecting tree sap before. Could it really help him upgrade his cart? Now he's finally able to meld the tires with the rubber, and he needs to get it done fast. First, the young man steps in to match their pairs, like, this is going to be a blast. He tweaks the weight with ease, and it's basically effortless. Then he uses transformation magic to shape the wheels and hubs, proving he's got craftsmanship on a whole other level. Now the real problem is the rubber. Maybe the kid should stir in sulfur to sulfurize it and make it stretch, because natural rubber is way too stiff on its own. The sulfur's sitting nearby from the mineral hot springs, and that's exactly why Jin uses the melting technique. Now he tests the rubber stretch, and boom! One choice is rock hard, the other is way too squishy. Jin grabs the one that lands perfectly in the middle. It's kind of a bummer he's short on paint, but honestly, his look still isn't too bad. He'll slap it on instead of soot and hope it works, because if it does, that kid's gonna be stuck making a whole lot more of these. So Jean reels the finished wheel onto the cart, but then the real nightmare hits. What's he supposed to do with the extra rubber that just dissolves in his hands? Next morning, Hannah barges in, jolts Jean awake, and drags the still yawning boy along behind her. Jin spots a bunch of kids huddled in a cart, and he fires off a skeptical, "What are you doing?" Then the girl smirks, tells him to look, and shoves the cart, blasting it into motion. The girl blurts out that she's insanely strong, and Jean cheers. His invention actually works. For one tense moment, Jean and Hannah just freeze, staring at each other. Hannah pouted hard, and Jean shot back that it was fine, just a modern take on the minecart. But Hannah was furious, swearing the boy had tricked her into thinking she was truly strong, while Jean's anger burned hotter than ever. To make it right, the young man shoves a plain white, round object into the girl's hands. Jin immediately tells her to look closer. He drops the ball, it rockets back up, and the girl blurts out, "This ball is amazing!" Hannah watches the boy scoop up tree smog and suddenly snaps. She knows what that ball is made of. Then Jean points out the cart's wheels are made from the same stuff too, and the girl keeps yanking the ball side to side like she's got a plan. Because this ball can float on water, it's able to drift right into the spring. Kids splash around with the ball in the steaming hot spring when Barbara suddenly yells at the boy. She thanks him for keeping an eye on the children and for sticking around. Then Jin leans in and asks if the girl really handed back the magic stone, and Barbara nods. Only to drop the bomb that from now on, there's going to be an entrance fee. Then the girl spots Hannah sprawled on a round floating platform, just afloat. Barbara's eyes go wide. She's never heard of anything like it, so she fires off the question, "Did the boy do this?" Jean just nods. Barbara asks if adults can use this thing too, while Kane's people are busy showing off their brand new inventions. The world's seasons are shifting. Leaves tumble down, and boom, it's autumn again. Jin's mind snaps back to Japan. Then, totally lost in thought, the kid doesn't even see the horse in front of him. He bumps right into it, and the animal demands an apology. Jin blurts, shocked out of his mind, "Wait, horses can really talk here?" Then the voice hits again, telling him he's looking in the wrong spot. Sure enough, he spots a girl trapped in the saddle, swinging upside down, and she pleads for help. Once they help her up, the mysterious guy hurls them a deep thank you, and she heads straight for Kane's village, then hits the gas too hard, wobbles, and loses control. Jin instantly drills her for her business, because that's exactly why she showed up here. Rubbing the back of her head, the girl blurts out that Kane's village is her next payday. Jin instantly clocks it. She's a tax collector, and her name is Lithia Fullheight. Jin shoots a quick apology for his rudeness, tells them his name, and admits he's living in Kane's village right now. Then Hannah introduces herself too, and the shy girl nervously asks if they'll lead the way to the village. The boys rush to help Lithia reach the village, and she finally admits the first task comes straight from the king. She's just been made a noble. But she looks so much like them that the young man can't let it go, and he grills her again about being noble. So here's the deal. This girl is a plain old commoner who just got handed the title of knight because her father earned it on the battlefield, and now she's got a test of her own. If she nails the task, she can earn her spot as a real knight too, and that's the goal burning in her chest, to become something society actually needs. If she can pull this off, it'd be amazing. She even apologizes for bragging, and Jin shrugs it off like, that's normal. Then the guys drag Lithia straight to the headman's house. The girl, full of regret, asks if their village has a pump too. Then the young man shoots back, stunned, asking what she even means. Lydia spills that this thing was just rolled out inside the palace, and the very first guy to bring it to the Raglan exhibition was Mr. Roland, the one with the young man's smiles. Hannah beams with pride, and swears the mastermind behind it is her brother, but Lydia doesn't buy a word, so Hannah bristles with indignation and keeps hammering the truth until Lydia finally nods, soft and certain, saying she'll go straight to the village elder. Hannah snaps in anger, screaming that her brother never told her the water pump was his idea, while he shrugs and claims Eric probably built versions of it in other villages too. Jin tells Hannah, "It's a good thing, for me at least. As long as people can live comfortably, that's all that matters. I don't want officials breathing down my neck. I only care that everything we bring is useful for everyday life." Hannah nods and realizes that's the whole heart of Jin. The headman leans in and asks if there's any trouble with the taxes this year, and if not, when the girl's moving to Toka Village. Then he worries it's happening too fast. Maybe she's just exhausted. And Letia is already thinking of leaving tomorrow. The headman starts spilling old stories about the tax collectors, but Letia cuts him off fast, insisting she's nothing like them. Then she leans in, asking in a careful voice just how much it cost their village to buy that water pump. The chief finally admits, "I didn't buy it, someone else made the pump for us." Lithia snaps back, "So Jin did it?" The chief nods and then adds, "Everything Ronan's got was handed to him by me, and I told him exactly what to do." Lithia finally gets it. Hannah wasn't lying about Jin. The headman leans in and tells her Jin's been cranking out inventions non-stop. Gas stoves, rubber wheels, and more. And yeah, the girl is stunned. Lydia demands to see these objects, and the villagers lay it all out, everything the young man managed to invent while they watched. Then Barbara drags Lithia into a steamy onsen hot spring. This place is magic. It melts your stress in seconds. Then Lithia stared at her own work and realized, this is what it really means to earn the title of knight, and Barbara can't stop marveling because Lithia wants it too. The crazy part? Lithia doesn't even have the first clue about what she has, or what she needs to do to reach it, so Barbara starts digging into it. The girls all pitch in, saying they should tackle this problem together. Barbara picks up the phone and calls Jean, pushing them to tackle the problem together. Lydia shoots an apology at the young man for his rude treatment, since she thought Hannah was just teasing her. Then he reassures her, telling her everything's totally fine. A water pump, a gas stove, a cart, a rubber ball, and even an onsen, every single one of them screams, "Use me." And then she awkwardly blurts out, "So, if I become a knight, will that actually help anybody?" Jin says, "I'm not some great man." Yeah, magic is incredible, but he didn't conjure it out of thin air. He learned it from someone else, and he can't pull it off himself. Making those objects isn't magic to him at all. It's just a service he wants to keep doing. It can do it, period. And guess what? Lithium can pull it off too. You just have to start. The girl blurts out, stunned, "Wait, can I do it too?" And the young man just nods, because he'd been hunting for that exact answer for ages. Lydia thanks the young man, then, straight as a tax collector, pulls him in and begs a favor, because she has to hit the road tomorrow, so she demands several carts packed with luggage. The young guy gives an awkward nod, then bolts into the workshop like his life depends on it. He darts through the carts and counts them fast, 12 in total. Jin could tweak a few more things, but he's already drowning in headaches, and he refuses to add even more check and fix to the mess. While he fiddles with the controls, the young man's mind snaps back to the robot he was repairing in that lab. Was it fixed or still broken? He can't stop thinking about it, and part of him wants to go check the moment he's back. Meanwhile, deep in the lab, the robot doll just sits there, until, out of nowhere, its eyes snap open. The machine hurls a lightning bolt straight at the animal blocking its path. The girl obliterates the aggressive beast, and the whole sector goes silent. Clear at last. The teleportation gate is fully online, and now it's time to punch through and warp back to the lab. Again, the girl gets dumped into the wrong place, and she snaps, wishing the teleport's radius were wider, because if it could handle vibration magic, she wouldn't keep getting screwed like this. The teleportation gate is spiraling out of control, and Automata can't handle the chaos anymore, but she refuses to quit. She's kicking herself for not finding a solution sooner, because she was sure everything would be fine right up until she lost track of her father. As soon as the Automata finished loading, her father was gone, no trace at all. The second she came to, she knew. Once the mission was done, the decomposition process had already begun. She figured it had to be her father's handiwork, so she rushed to thank him right away, only to have Adamina tear through the whole lab and still not find him anywhere. Her father is gone. No, worse than gone. Because her long-range radar is dead, she can only feel his presence through her automata's aura, and that tells her he's no longer here. Maybe he slipped out of the lab. The girl sprints straight to the teleportation gate, and the moment she reaches it, it's already been activated. She tried to pin down where they were taking her, but the girl couldn't spot the exact destination, and it felt like their whole plan had a mistake baked in. The girl steels herself and starts gearing up. She digs up the gate installation manual like it's hiding in plain sight, but her food stash is tiny, so she plans to barter on the road. She packs only her mom's clothes, and yeah, they fit, so she's good for now. Next, she jams bandages and medicine into her backpack, because getting hurt would spell disaster. And once all this is over, she'll use magic stones to craft what she needs. Finally, her backpack is ready, towering at almost half her height. With iron determination, Automata storms for the gate to hunt down her father. The girl plunges into rivers, checks every road she finds, then races across deserts and disappears into the wild forests. She cuts down various animals, then storms through the villages like she's hunting something she can't yet name. Automata has teleported 12 times and still hasn't found a single soul, but that tiny android keeps clawing through the void's darkness for 10, 14 years, 8 moons, and 27 suns, bouncing across 1601 worlds without ever stopping. Her mission wasn't finished yet. Next, she burst onto a spot blanketed in pure falling snow. Snowy mountains loom everywhere, and a gate here feels totally out of the question. She has to find another spot, fast. Then suddenly she freezes, can't move a single step, and something drops down onto her from above. A monstrous thing, covered in arms, packed with multiple pairs of eyes, and chewing with a mouthful of teeth, clamps down and crushes the girl into a massive, slushy lump of snow. Hecaton unfolds his 100-armed giants, one brutal chair at a time. So tell me, was it the magic aura of teleportation that lured him in, or did he already see that girl as prey? Either way, she barely makes it out alive. The monster lunges at her again, reaching out to snare those automata in its fist. The girl darts aside like a blur, knowing this fight's going to be brutal for her, so she steels herself to drop her odds and go all in. Then she hurls a massive chunk of snow with both hands while the monitor slings it straight at the automata. The girl clocks the snowball straight in the fist, shattering it without mercy. There's no other way. Ether conversion kicked in, speed surged, mana blasted through his system, power spiked, then the whole weapon forging sequence roared to life. Gather elemental materials, trigger the movement boost, unleash magic fibers into the air, and finally unleash the ultimate offensive technique. A massive blast of mana erupts straight from the girl's hands, lighting everything up in an instant. He lands the strike on target, and the attack finishes in a flash. Then Automata's eyes go wide, realizing how insanely good her father's upgrades are, and right then, she suddenly feels his aura. Even if it's faint, Automata's convinced it's her father's aura, so she grins and strides straight toward it, praying he's still alive and okay. Villagers hauling carts grind down the road, and a young man breaks away just long enough to take a sip of water. Oshiku asks if he needs to rest, and Jin quickly steadies him, telling him he can keep walking. Once they squeeze through those rocks, the procession will finally roll into Toka Village, and if they keep this pace, they'll be done before sunset, all thanks to Jin's carts, which let them pull it off in one crazy quick trip. Without him, they'd be stuck hauling it over and over again until they're exhausted. But even with the carts, the young man warns it won't be easy. It'll still take about 2 to 3 days to finish everything. So yeah, if there's anything Jin can do to help, he's ready to jump in. But Oshiku snaps him back to reality. He's got a huge job, because if those machines break, the kid is the only one who can fix them. So the young man gets told to just save his energy, and Jin nods along, while Lithia whips her head toward them, and then a thunderous noise suddenly rips through the air. No one has a clue what really happened. Suddenly, massive, shadowy giants slam into their path, blocking everything ahead. Staring at the thing in terror, the young man blurts out what it is. Then Lycia snaps back, worried and shaken. They're golems! The girl tells everyone to back up, because first, they're going to cook up a real plan. No one even listens to her as Ian barrels in, already trying to smack the golem from behind. Oshiku and Jin scramble to stop him. The monster's massive fist comes flying at Ian. Then Jin whips out magic and slams the spell Attraction into motion, pulling the danger back as the golem's hand smashes into the ground. But the guys yank Ian out and the world around them is wrecked. Golem damage everywhere. Lithia is already in a rage, charging straight at the golem because she refuses to let it tear up anything else. Jin blurts a worried warning that it won't work, but the girl refuses to back down. She whips her sword in a sharp arc and carves straight through the monster's leg. Lich's sword gets smashed to pieces by the hit, and Jin's jaw drops when he sees the girl's blade snap too. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be deadly? Lithia doesn't retreat even without her weapon. She just stares it down, fearless, as the golem swings straight at her. Golem's fist smacks the girl who tried to block him with her hands, and Lithia crumples to the ground. Oshiku blurts her name, panicked. "There's only wheat here. We can survive without it." So they snap into motion and run. The girl drops to one knee, refusing to run, and even though she's only a novice knight, pride still burns in her chest. If she can't even guard people's property, then what's her worth? Lydia snaps with conviction. Knights aren't made to fight, they're born to protect. Tears spill down her face as she vows, "If I can do anything right now, I'll do it, no matter what." With a screaming cry, Lithia charges at the golem from behind again. Jin lunges to stop her, but he can't. Right beside the other travelers, another golem suddenly stands there too. The young man panics, desperate to figure out what he can do right now, because he can't stop them for long, and he can't control them at all as long as they're still undamaged. Then, out of nowhere, something in his bag lets out a quick little sound. The young man pulled out a water-filled vessel like it was the key to survival. Maybe, just maybe, she could help them. He hammers the vessel tighter, cranks up the pressure, then aims it like a water pistol, tweaking the lid so the stream obeys his grip. And right then, the golem slams into Lithia's attack again, blasts her back, and knocks her down. Jin's magical transformation finishes with a flash, and he whips a roaring stream of water straight at the golem. Like a blazing blade, the jet wave slashes straight through the golem's body. Lithia's face goes pale as the golem suddenly freezes right in front of her. Then he crumples down beside her, utterly beaten, and Lydia's left staring. She has no idea what's going on. Jin lines up one last shot, fires a brutal stream, and rips the second golem clean in half. So the young man blurts out, "Is Lydia okay?" And Lydia's confused. She fires back, "What happened?" Jin tells her he fired off a spell. Turns out he's not exactly great at offensive magic, but at least he cast it in time, and she looks crushed when she realizes another card of wheat got hit anyway. Everything around him was in total chaos, falling apart at every turn. Lithia shoots an apology out of breath. If she'd been stronger, she would have stopped the golem. Oshiku admits it's a miracle they even made it out, with nobody hurt, and says everyone did an amazing job. Ian shudders and calls the creatures terrifying. The golem only clocked him once, yet his arm is still screaming in pain. Lithia asks to check it right away, worry burning in her eyes. Jin stares at Lithia, stunned, and blurts out about healing magic. Lithia smiles and says she can do it, then softly chants the spell. "Holy light, heal everyone. Bestow your grace upon us." Healing magic surges as the girl shuts her eyes and channels it into Ian's hand. Then he looks down and finds it's totally fine, and Lithia finally lets out a breath of relief, smiling hard. The whole crowd starts cheering as they shower the girl with praise. Oshiku also thanks the knight for the help, and Lithia just smiles, all shy, saying it's literally her job, so if anyone gets hurt, you'd better go tell her right away. People start slowly gathering wheat, and Genie blasts magic to patch up the carts and get them rolling. One cart is totally smashed, and yet they still have wheat sitting there with nowhere to load it, so if they can just bolt out of here fast, we'll grab every last grain. Jean mulls it over and then blurts out, "We're not wasting that golem. It attacked us, so it had to be controlled on the way here. Maybe that young guy can figure out how." Jin forced an awkward grin, thinking, even if I mess up, I can still make it work. Oshiku snaps them back to reality. This is running out, and right then, the kid discovers the orb. A spear-wielding guard stood by the houses when a man stepped up to chat about the weather. Right away, the guard praised how serene the day felt. Then the dark-haired stranger nodded, only to spot a shadow sprinting straight toward them. Turns out this golem is hauling a bunch of carts in its arms, and the moment it steps into view, the men erupt in screams, spear and sword tips flying up as they brace to defend the village. Lydia steps in front of the golem, snaps at them to calm down, and the men instantly recognize her. The girl declares the golem is their servant, and the meal guards stare in shock. Then they lock eyes with Jin, and suddenly they start unloading the wheat. Jin orders the golem to haul the wheat to a new corner, and the thing obeys instantly. So Oshiku's jaw drops, because this golem is 3 times bigger than a regular human. He hesitates and turns to Jin. Oshiku doesn't outright mistrust the kid, but he's desperate to know if Jin can really take on this monster, because they still don't know who made it, and if they rewrite the program, can everything actually be saved? Jin doesn't get every word he says, but he tells everyone, "Don't worry." Then even names the golem, Gone. So Lithia, right then and there, stares at the shard of her sword with pure disappointment. Jin shouts her name, and for the first time they get a moment to breathe. Lithia insists she's okay, but she's got duties to handle, and Jin reminds her that Gaon can be put on guard duty to protect the village. Lydia nods, pain blazing in her eyes, then admits she totally forgot to reforge the sword, and now it's broken. Jin grins and says it's just like people. If you don't keep sharpening yourself, you'll bloat up and rust away, and someday you'll get exactly what's coming to you. Lithia smiles, and her eyes flicker as she recalls the moment she truly believed she was about to die. Lithia snaps her focus back to the sword fragment, but she's already forgotten all about it because when they walked past the blacksmith, it totally slipped her mind. She wants to keep using that blade longer, and Jin cuts in, reminding her he earns his living doing this kind of work, so he steps up and offers to fix her sword. The girl thrusts him a shard of the sword, and Jin snaps it back into its original form with magic, then hands it straight to its owner. Lithia studies the blade and calls this kind of magic downright strange. That girl never once thanked the young man for helping her. Instead, she asks what he wants, and Jin stays calm, saying he doesn't need a thing, but Lithia won't let it go. She pushes right on ahead, offering to introduce Jin as a master of magical craft. But the young man hesitated, awkwardly clinging to the plan. Do his research, then bolt back home. Meanwhile, Lithia was thrown off guard, awkwardly confessing she had no idea how to report these golems, and he straightened her out. She has to do it too, only for Lithia to shrug and snap back that it's literally part of her job. Jin clasps his hands like a beggar and begs Lithia's report to stay silent about him. He doesn't want anyone knowing, but Lithia is furious because he pulled this off all by himself. But she still nods and agrees. She'll keep Jin's name off her lips. At least for now. Still, sooner or later, they're gonna uncover him anyway. Jin just sighs, resigned, and says that if it comes to that, he'll handle it. Lithia's already ready to jump in and help any way she can, because this is more than enough to show her gratitude. Lydia asks, all shy and hopeful, "If you ever step into the Citadel, will you stay with me, boy?" Jin flashes a smile and nods, but then admits he's ready to tie up his loose ends and head back to the village. And Lydia's basically daring him. "So do you want the first swing of my new sword to land on you?" Once the Toka village taxes were delivered, they turned right back toward Kane's village, and after the golem's attack their escort squad swelled, but the moment the golem shifted forms, every last fear got wiped clean. Maybe it's all because of Gon. Jin can't spot a single other sign of attackers, and even the other golem gives him nothing useful. So now he has to crack this problem himself. But right now, the village comes first. They finally roll back in, and Hannah is waiting, clutching him like he's never letting go. Hannah barrels into Jin's workshop, and the young man just stands there with his arms crossed, eyes full of worry. When she asks what's going on, Jin admits it plain. He couldn't scrape together the materials to fix his golem. The girl realizes he's talking about Gon, so the boy grabs pieces from another golem to snap him back to normal. Hannah even pulls out a tiny ball from it, and Jin finally reveals the truth. That little thing is a magic crystal, and it's absolutely required to keep the doll, or the golem, working. Hannah asks, "Can we use the ball for the gas stove?" And Jean shuts her down hard, because that crystal is purer than any magic stone, and using it for something as plain as cooking would be a downright crime. Hannah just gapes at the stone, lost in thought, like she's seen it before somewhere, maybe on Death Mountain. Then Jean asks again, clearly thrown off by her reaction. Jin takes one look at the young man's past inventions and realizes they're freakishly rare and insanely well made, so he decides he needs more materials, and he drags Hannah along. She lights up with excitement, rushing to gather what Jin's been hoping he won't have to stress over. Jin asks Gan to go with them, then Hannah pops into the scene, scrambles up the golem's arm, and clamps herself onto his neck. She flashes a happy grin and begs him to drive the golem off, and Jin just freezes, because he clearly remembers how terrified that girl was of it at first. They charge toward the Mountain of Death, then slam to a stop at a jagged cliff, granite and all. He can't help it, so he starts scanning the area. Golem lowers the girl onto the ground, and Jin fires up surface research. While the boy scours the place, he senses something hiding there and snaps, "Gon, dig!" Gon swings into action at once, and Hannah can't help but beam at how good his work looks. Mixed deep inside that rock, there's magnetic ore tangled with white mica and even chalcopyrite, so when the young man studies the surface, he stumbles on a magic crystal straight from the earth itself. Hannah asked Jin if he'd finally found what he was hunting for, and he just nodded. He'd struck gold, and grabbed a bunch of useful stuff. Then Jin told the golem to haul in everything they'd need. First, everything has to be repaired, and after that, Hannah will tear in and start upgrading them. If every window in the village is cut from white mica, it's basically a cheat code for flooding the place with light. Meanwhile, Jen has picked up a fresh golem, and the boy proudly calls it General. When the supplies finally run dry, Jen storms back to the Mountain of Death to haul more materials, because the village still needs a few more carts, and he's not done figuring out how to make them better. Today is pure grind for supplies, and at some point, while he's drawing, the boy starts slipping, like reality can't keep up with his mind. Oshiku snaps his attention, warning him that it's reckless to march into places this deadly. The young man freezes, remembering he was headed for the valley to grab materials. Oshiku clocks it instantly. Jin's running on fumes, way too busy and not getting nearly enough sleep. Jin tries to brush it off, but the lie falls apart the second he opens his mouth. Oshiku tells him to stay on guard in case trouble strikes, then warns the kid not to bite off more than he can chew, and the young man nods right away. A suffocating dread settles over the boy, and he knows Oshiku is worried sick for him, but he can't stay calm when he has no clue how to fix this. He tells himself just a little more and he'll be back in the village, because if another attack hits, there's no way it's going to play out the same way. If Jin hadn't cracked the trick to turn that water jet into a brutal weapon, Lithia would have been killed right in front of him, and Jin can't even imagine what that would have done to his heart. With a weird, awkward smile, Oshiku adds that if anything had happened to the girl, he would have been crushed too. Right then, only Jin and Lithia could throw down, and Oshiku admits it plain. If he'd been in their shoes, he'd have gone down for good. Oshiku has Maria and Kami, and everyone else has reasons to keep breathing, because nobody wants to die. He whips his gaze to Jin and basically says, "You always find a way out," making the boy swell with pride. And yeah, Jin's doing things ordinary people couldn't even dream of. Oshiku blurts out how come one of Gon's arms won't move, and Jin fires back asking what happened to him. Then Golem brings the truth and holds up Gon's arm, telling him straight, it's broken. Jin figures the golem's just too slammed with brutal work to notice him, so the boy starts hunting for something tough enough for his hand. Then Oshiku, shaky and unsure, asks if Jin's imagining it, or if he's actually seeing adamantine ore. They call it the strongest metal in the whole world, and even if you somehow stumble onto it, don't count on shaping it. It's so rare that even the capital can barely get its hands on it. Jin heard all of this from Roland, and the shock hits him. How does something like this end up by accident on the Death Mountain? Oshiku grins and declares it a massive win. Now they're hauling the metal straight to the village. The boy blasts the metal with a water jet, trying to carve his way through. Then Oshiku blurts out that he can't believe he thinks the toughest metal will crack so easily. But in the end, he totally fails. Oshiku tells him to rest because the kid is completely wiped out, and he pleads again for Jin to stop blaming himself. He just needs to look after his health. Jin goes to sleep in his room. Hannah yanks him awake by pouncing on him, and outside the sun is already blasting bright, while Grandma busts out breakfast and they chat away, all happy and cozy. The young man storms back into the workshop after a well-earned rest, fed and fully charged, and now he's raring to slam together everything he's been building. Time to get to work for real. The transport still needs real muscle, this cart won't cut it, and he's got to build something way sturdier. The boy even sets the frame with blue copper, and Oshiku warns it's rare, but the boy's dead set on making the skeleton out of adamantine. One wrong crack in the internal structure would have turned into a disaster. So the young man straps it all together with rubber, then slots in a mana generator, adds an ether converter, and seals it with a controllable heart. Hannah's predecessor knew everything, down to how four-legged creatures move, somehow nailing it all without the internet, and the young man should tap into that wisdom more, because if he does, he'll start helping anyone who needs it. Hannah leans into the workshop, eyes wide with curiosity. Right in front of her and Gina, a towering horse-like structure rises up, built and finished, ready to stand there like a miracle. Hannah's eyes light up as she grabs the brand new toy, and the grin on her face says it's finally perfect and working. Then she's about to climb onto the horse again, but Jean stops her. Hannah looks crushed and asks if she really can't sit on it yet. Jen quickly says he wanted to finish testing first, but Hannah cuts in and asks if she can come back tomorrow. Then she hugs the toy tight, thanks him, and promises she'll use it carefully. And Jen finally asks what she wants to name it. Hannah stares hard at the horse and swears it's green and blue, so she declares the name Minto. Then Minto Jean tells the horse it's officially hers, and the horse's mechanical head jerks with a nod. Hennick blurts out, grinning, "Is this a doll?" Jean nods and says, "It's basically like a golem. Yeah, it can move on its own." Then he points out the handle on the right. Squeeze it and it launches you forward. And if you want to swing right or left, just yank the handles the way you want to go. If you want to stop, let go of the handle and spin this block around like this. Sure, it'll feel weird at first, but Hannah will get the hang of it little by little. The girl nods, serious as can be. In an hour. An hour later, the girl is blasting across the land on horseback at full speed. Jean awkwardly begs her to slow down, but Hannah just waves her hand and grins, like she's about to show everyone what she can do. The young man did it, and now he's freaking out over how many pieces he'll need to satisfy everyone. Oshiku and Yan head out to hunt, with Golem Zen walking right beside them. Then boom, they spot Hannah, and she proudly shows them the golem horse, Minto. Hannah tells everyone she looks just like Jen's golem, and Oshiku can't help but mutter that Jin's at it again, inventing some brand new weird thing. Oshiku suddenly remembers they've got deer meat, so why isn't everyone throwing a party? Ian lights up and says it's a brilliant idea. Oshiku then turns to Hannah and asks what Jin's up to now, and she grins. He's busy creating new horses. Oshiku nods like, yep, that checks out. Oshiku tells them to back off and not distract the young man. Then he orders everyone to stand by and wait a bit. When they come back, they'll cook the food together. In the workshop, the young man gets ready as another horse is brought in. Then Jin finally realizes it's already night, and his hunger hits like a punch. He storms out of the workshop, and this mouth-watering aroma hits like a hit song. His eyes go wide when he spots a huge crowd cooking, chatting, and playing, and then Yan and Oshiku shout his name. Hannah's grandmother strides up to Jean and tells him they're all here to thank the young man for saving the village, right as a smiling, tipsy Barbara staggers over with a mug of alcohol. The village chief jumps in because anyone trying their best deserves backup. Then Jean awkwardly shoves Barbara aside as Hannah's grandmother shoves a steaming bowl into his hands, telling him to stop straining, relax, and finally rest. And hey, that young guy isn't just passing through, he's part of the whole big family too. Hannah calls him brother and ushers him in to eat, and the young man flashes a sweet, heartfelt smile as he says yes, while the whole night glows with crackling fires and the moon pouring light over everything. Ian and Oshiku tear through the hunt on golem horses, and when a deer darts out, Ian steps in front and shuts the route down. Jin's thrilled they've already mastered the controls, and Oshiku laughs, saying the boy basically made steering feel effortless. Lately, when Jin and the others went deer hunting, they watched herd after herd bolt out of the mountains, and Jin's like, something's driving them. Oshiku fires back with ideas. Maybe the forests have run out of food, or maybe wild bears or mountain wolves are closing in. If that's true, they'll come for the village one day, and if bears and wolves barge in too, that's going to be a disaster for them. Yan clocks it right away. They almost never even reach the village, and once, his uncle swore it only happened a single time. Oshiku tells Yan to stay put and stand guard in case something goes sideways, and the kid just groans that he's exhausted. Jean hustles back home and grills Grandma Hannah about what's going on. She goes pale and warns that if those really are mountain vodkas, they're in deep trouble, because she's only seen them once before. Back then, they actually ran straight into a whole pack, yet somehow they stared them down hard enough to make them scatter. Grandma even admits that when she was a kid, she was terrified. Her father told her the pack had around 50 wolves. Jin's like, so that's rare, but not impossible. And Grandma swears it doesn't happen often, because they're careful, so wolves crash the village only very, very rarely. Deep in the dead of night, the young man sprawls on his bed, cursing his own stupidity for not preparing better, then tells himself to deal with it all tomorrow, and shuts his eyes. Suddenly the whole room jolts. Everyone shoots to their feet at once. Hannah's terrified, and Jin rushes to ask if she's okay. She clutches his sweater and sobs, cleaning like she'll never let go, while Jin tries to piece together what's happening and refuses to believe it's an earthquake, praying it's not a volcanic eruption instead. Every villager rushes out and stares in shock as a blinding light blooms far away. A mountain of death flares bright as fire, and the young man is left stunned, no clue what's happening, but raw power surges through him. Hannah chokes out, tears spilling, begging for what they should do next, while Jin stares tensely at the mountain and orders her to run back and stay locked inside the village. A young guy grabs the skin and heads that way, but Oshiku lunges in front of him, warning him that something bad is brewing and that he has no idea what he's about to do. No matter what goes down, Oshiku makes it crystal clear. They're dealing with a young man who knows every one of them. Every single villager has their backs up and ready to jump in and help the young man. Barbara jabs him and says the young guy's about to stroll in wearing pajamas. Then it clicks and he rushes off to change. Jin pleads with the villagers for help, and they all team up to build a shelter, just in case, while the villagers swear he can trust them, and even Hannah jumps in to lend a hand. But hey, those kids need to hit the bed right now. Half the village is riding out with John, and the other half stays put to steel themselves and gather strength. Before they move, they all need a late snack, and the boy kicks in his magic. Oshiku and the Golem are busy building. Granny and Barbara are cooking up a storm, and Hannah's already tucked into bed. The mountain keeps glowing under that relentless light, and if they push through, the foundation will be done by dawn, so Oshiku grabs a break. He wanted nothing more than to crash and rest. The work shift was finally fading out, but that's exactly when the Golem became a lifesaver, and yeah, he kept working without stopping, until the young man realized that wasn't the whole truth. Golem's arms are already breaking down, and everyone knows the schedule demands rest, because instead of just feeling tired, the Golems are actually draining their magical power. Oshiku figures it's just like they're talking about a kid, and if the boy says that's what it is, then fine, let it be. Jin grabs a snack, crawls into bed, and he's probably out until noon, until the second his eyes shut, a terrifying stare crawls into his vision. The young man shoots upright in bed, heart pounding, terrified and clueless about what just happened. Then Hannah, eyes wide, rushes to ask if he's okay, and he finally manages to calm her down. Turns out he slept almost straight through till evening. Then the young man shot up, dressed himself fast, and Hannah watched him with a sad little look, asking him not to go. Jin says the shelter's still far from done, and it needs a ton more work, but Hannah just mutters that he's missing the whole point. Hannah finally confesses. Last night, when that beam was shining, she stared into Jin's eyes and felt like he could sweep her away for good. And then her tears hit fast. Jin gently strokes her head and promises, with full certainty, that he's not going anywhere. This village is his home now. If he ever wants to go home, it has to be here. The girl challenges him, asking straight out if he's lying. Then she melts into a satisfied smile and begs him to promise he won't disappear on her. Jin promises. The shelter's under construction right now. Everything's coming together fast, and by the time everyone rolls in, there'll be tons of space left. Jin tells himself there's nothing to fear if it's true. Then golems come barreling up, demand he give an order, and they feel danger creeping in. Yan yells that the mountain wolves are here, and Oshiku demands whether they're really closing in on the village, until Yan snaps back and admits the truth. The whole pack got wiped out. They stare at the dead pack, and it's brutal, so who could have done this? It all happened in a blink. 2 horns, glowing eyes, and John swears it looked like it acted alone. It slammed the wolves to pieces. Oshiku frowns, totally thrown off as he describes those Hikatan chairs. Yan calls them small, but Oshiku's never laid eyes on anything like that. Just then, the survivors of the mountain wolf pack burst into view in front of them. A few are still standing. Jin hands them over to Gon and Jin, and the golems tear through the rest of the pack in seconds. The golems are holding the line like monsters, but then one wolf breaks free, slips through and lands right beside Jin, so the young man raises his game and goes for the water jet, until a foot stomps him out of the fight. The wolf gets blasted and rockets far away, driven by the sheer hit, while Ian, Oshiku, and Jin stare in shock, scrambling to figure out what just happened. 2 horns, glowing eyes, and that same creature Ian warned them about. Turns out they're automata, and she bursts into a bright smile, calling Jean Daddy like it's the most natural thing in the world. She clamps her arms around his waist and drops him hard to the ground. Everyone panics. Automata shoots out an apology, admitting she hit with too much force, and Jean, still grinning, tells her it's all good. Jean breaks into a smile and thanks her for saving his life, amazed by how far she went just to reach him, while the automata grins too, admitting she'd been waiting for this moment any time it happened. Jin gently strokes her cheek and blurts that he's relieved the reboot finally worked, right as Automata shows up, breathless, apologizing for the delay, and Oshiku steps in to take control. Automata blurts out, "What do you want?" while she's calling him daddy right to his face, and Oshiku's scrambling to figure out why she'd say something like that. And then all of them burst into shocked cheers when they finally catch it. She's calling Jin daddy. Yan snaps that Jin is the girl's father, and Yan can't believe he's never heard anyone say the kid was even married, until Oshiku barges in to warn them they're nearly out of strength as mountain wolves and a terrifying beast from the northern range close in, and Automata starts to explain what that danger really is. Jin jabs a finger at the mountain and tells him something up there has a monstrous, powerful pull, because just yesterday, the entire peak was glowing like it was alive. The girl blurts out that she used the blast to wipe out the monster that looked like a hecaton shear, and the whole crowd just freezes, stunned, speechless. Yan scratches his head and flat out admits he has no clue what they're even talking about from the very start. So right now, it's time to hit the elder's house, ask about the wolves, and figure out Jin's daughter, and Jin nods like, yeah, we need to talk this through. They show up at the elder's place, and Jin blurts out that she's the automaton he built. The elder then admits that she wiped out the mountain wolves and even destroyed the hecaton chair. Then Jin adds, with no hesitation, that she also hunted mountain deer. Barbara tugs at her rabbit ears and asks Automata if finding her father was hard, and he shrugs. Nah, not really. Then she leans in, asking, "What's your name?" And Automata answers, dead serious, "I don't have one." The whole group glares at Jean in pure disapproval. Barbara seethes with rage because he can't even name his beautiful daughter, and Jean scrambles to talk his way out of it. Automata snaps the argument shut, because when she got shattered, her father rebuilt her with raw, loving care, and now she's ready to wear whatever name he hands her. Still, everyone's eyes drag right back to Jin. Everyone wants to name the girl something worthy, and the young man scratches the back of his head, then shoots a look at the automata. He's terrible with names, so the moment the girl turns to him, she shoves something his way. She pulls out a gadget that can build a simple teleport gate, and she begs him to use it to get back to the lab. Jean grins, takes it in hand, and they're suddenly one step away from returning. Automata demands, "Are we leaving soon?" The young man hesitates, then pushes the real problem to the front, where to set them up first. If things spiral into total chaos, the villagers can grab the chance to use them and flee, so yeah, the shelter is the smart place to install them. Jean and Automata stride into the hideout, almost there. They just need to wipe clean the far corner. But before Jean can even finish taking it in, Automata tears through and clears the whole spot in a flash. Automata fires up a teleportation gate and asks if the villagers can use it, then snaps back the truth. Only Jin or she can activate it, because the villagers can't, and it only works for people with magic like Jin. The young man blurts out, "So golems will work here?" And Automata smirks, saying they'll only work if their magical power matches hers, or Jin's. So yeah, he has nothing to worry about. Automata leans in and asks if they can't just head back right now, and Jin grins, saying he promised he wouldn't go anywhere. Jean is desperate for tools, and he's going to grab them right now. He admits the lab has nothing to eat, and the longer he stays, the more fear claws at him. Even the automata gets what he's feeling. The young man slips back home, and Hannah lights up with a smile, until her face suddenly goes stone still as she freezes. Hannah blurts out, "Who's this girl?" And the blonde introduces herself as Daddy's Automata, but she stumbles hard on the word, and Hannah can't even follow it. Automata then clears it up. It means she's Daddy's girl, and Jean immediately lunges in to shut it down, worried Hannah's going to get the wrong idea. Atomas admits, straight to the point, that she came here to drag Jin back home. Then Hannah's brows knit as she snaps back. Jin promised he wouldn't go anywhere. Automata snaps back that he'll head home to grab the tools they need, and Hannah blurts out, stunned. Jin jumps in to get a say, but Automata keeps going, saying it's smarter for the young man to return home than to stay in the village and churn out all kinds of junk. Hannah shoots that down with fury, insisting the village is perfectly nice. Automata keeps going, saying that since her mother's power is her inheritance, her father would be far better off living somewhere that actually suits him. Then Hannah blurts, "We've got a gorgeous river, sweet tea, and hot springs." Jin's already panicking, trying to stop this, but Hannah just narrows her eyes and insists the girl isn't helping at all. She wants to snatch him for herself, and that's why Automata is spitting out these nasty remarks. Automata keeps insisting he's telling the truth, and Jean tries to stop Hannah, but she whips out her phone, calls Minto, and rides off, dead set on branding Jean a liar. Automata clocks that the girl is rude, and Jin fires back that she's no better. Then Jin explains that Hannah found him first, and thanks to her, he didn't die here, because she saved him. He already told everyone she won't talk to anyone, except her grandma. Jin wants to be grateful and help her any way he can. Then Automata fires back. Is this just gratitude? Jin admits, yeah, it really started that way. Everything's changed now. This girl and every villager have fully welcomed him, and he's become one of their own. When a member of your family is gone, fear and grief hit you hard. Jin asks if she gets it, and Automata drops her head, drowning in memories of her mother. That dark-haired girl tilts her head up, and he confesses he lost his parents, then watched his friends get adopted and felt swallowed by loneliness. He never counted his teachers as family, so he grew up defiant and full of secrets, and when she hears it, sadness hits her hard. Jin still remembers the second his teachers handed him his name, and they didn't just say it, they urged him to live with kindness and a heart full of love. The boy shoots out his hand and says, "Listen, Rei is part of Automata's name, and it's pulled from the same 5 Confucian virtues as your own name, Reiko." The girl gasps, admiringly repeating that they come from the same roots, and Jin adds what it means, respect for others and good manners. May Reiko's heart be as pure as her intentions, he says. And now it's time. They're going out. The sky's already swallowed by night, and Hannah still hasn't come back. Grandma snaps that when Hannah storms off like this, she usually returns fast. The young man groans an apology, saying it was his fault she ran. He admits Minto's far from flawless, and she can't handle long distances. The villagers rush out to search for the girl, and the kids yell after her, insisting Jin won't be going anywhere, at least not for a long, long time. Ian realizes it's all going downhill. Darkness is creeping in, and the cold bites hard. Oshiku swears she's lost in the forest, so they split up, and Jin's crushed when he can't spot her, until Reiko calls out and tells him to fix something for her. Jin snaps that it's not the time, but Reiko insists he fix her search function, because when she tried setting it up to find Jin, she somehow broke it. It all comes down to one thing. She had no clue where he was, and her search function kept glitching, so she burned through time she could have saved the moment she'd known his location. Then they can use her search function to track the horse, but he needs magic crystals. Rarely does anyone hand over a full bag. She grabbed a few magic crystals with her so she could trade them whenever she needed something. Jin declares she's the best, and Reiko's smile turns warm as she admits it. This isn't just anyone. It's an automaton forged by 2 of the greatest magical craftsmen, a daughter worthy of the legends who made her. Jin says, "Let's start right now. I'll tweak it later." And since he has to swap something out, he tells Reiko to power it down for a bit. She snaps her eyes shut and Jin dives in, forming the magic core, wiring up the search, syncing the driver, cranking it to max, and unlocking a brand new skill, detecting life by the target's magic power. Barbara suddenly pops up behind him and snaps, asking what he's doing because they have to find Hannah. Jean fires back that she's almost finished, then shoots him a stern look and tells Barbara to stop asking questions. The girl squirms and blurts out an awkward apology. The girl snaps at Masa about Jin, saying he scares her, and Masa shoots back that Jin already warned her to stay out of his way, because now his stare is just like her husband's, the same cold look he had when he hammered a nail into a board. Masa is convinced it's all under control, working like crazy to help them track Hannah, while Jin carefully snaps Riko's eye back into place. Then, finally, everything's set and ready to go. He slams the switch. Reiko comes roaring to life. Magic Driver held steady. Magic Converter roared on. The magic network stayed fully alive. Then a muscle check hit. The system limiter stayed locked. An info sync flashed through. Everything matched. New spells sparked on the radar. Barbara went wide-eyed in shock, and Jean couldn't stop smiling. I checked the details, and boom, everything synced up perfectly. Then I uncovered fresh spells I didn't even know existed. Reiko tracked them down. Her magic answered with the same kind of signal as Jin's, and a second one came from the child, too. She pinpointed the bear's location nearby. Jin begged Reiko to grab him and run, but she snapped that she was leaving. The girl bolted, and all that was left in her wake was dust. Rako plummeted from the height, and when he landed in his sights, he saw a bear sitting tall on a horse in front of Hannah. She snapped her eyes shut in terror and clung to Minto's neck. Rocco snaps a kick into the bear right on time, and the thing gets launched, flying through the air. Hannah slams out of danger. She gets saved at the last second. Rocco stays calm and tells her straight up that Hannah would have been dead if she hadn't shown up, so the blonde girl demands to know why Rocco came, and Rocco answers that the only reason was to save her. She showed up to reveal what her father was really like, and the moment Hannah called him a liar, she stirred up trouble like it was nobody's business. Hannah clenched her teeth and fired back. Her brother was amazing, Reiko was strong, and she still had a mom and a dad, while Hannah didn't have half of that. Take her hand. She has no mom, no dad. Reiko stays calm and says, her father isn't going anywhere. I'm just heading home to grab a few things, then I'll come straight back to the village. Hannah presses him. So why aren't you staying? Reiko's voice hardens. Because I promised that girl. I'm keeping it. Hannah's eyes blow wide with shock. If he breaks his promise, it's only because something serious is behind it, so don't jump to conclusions. Her father even tells them, you're all my family. Reiko straight up admits she was jealous as hell about Jin and Hannah. Then, the moment her head cleared, Jin was already gone. She barely got any time with him, while Hannah did. Reiko shoots Hannah a bright smile, reaches out her hand, and urges her to tell her all about her father. On the way to the village, Hannah grins and calls her sister right back. When they finally came back, Grandma snapped at Hannah for bolting off. She'd been terrified the whole time. Then they thanked the villagers for hunting them down. Everyone lets out a huge sigh of relief because Hannah's finally okay. Then Oshiku comes asking, wait, wasn't it Reiko who saved you? And right then, Hannah learns the truth. Her little sister's name is Reiko. Hannah blurts that the girl's name is Automata, and Jin snaps back that Automata is an automatic doll. Then Ian points out she's basically like gone, too. General Hannah explodes, furious that Reiko never told her sooner, but Reiko shoots back that the second Hannah finally got a chance to speak, the girl was already gone. And right then and there, Reiko tracks down her brothers, Jen and Gon. Jin finally sank into the steaming hot springs, breathing easy now that everything had snapped back to normal. He thinks Reiko and Hannah are finally getting along, because both girls are even at the spring too, until Lydia crashes in on Jin and snaps that this is not the moment to soak in the hot springs. Someone's thrown a brutal accusation at Jin. He's said to be attacking the Golems, and now an army of knights is packed around the palace like a trap closing in, while Count Walter stands ready to keep the peace in this country. Lethe blurts out an apology for not being able to cover it up, because they'd never let it slip by unnoticed. Jin waves it off, saying it's not her fault. He just forgot to change Gan's appearance. Oshiku bristles at the news that Count Walter is even coming, because there's nothing good about it, and Barbara snaps that he never plays along with other people's talk. Since there's still time before his warriors arrive, she urges the young man to vanish and hide somewhere. But Jin refuses. If he bolts, it'll only raise the suspicion even higher, and his whole life turns into an endless game of hide and seek. Lithia sighs, resigned, because the young man is right. Jin's not ready to leave. He's decided to keep living here because he swore he'd never break that promise. He grins at Hannah, thrilled, already dreaming up everything he's going to build. Letia urges them to try talking Count Walter into it, but Oshiku insists they should keep the golems tucked away, just in case. Still, he says everything's fine, because everyone here knows that boy isn't a criminal. Ian grins and says it's their turn to guard him, and Reiko, totally unbothered, reassures them there's nothing to worry about. With fists clenched like she's ready to throw hands, the girl snaps that if anyone dares hurt Daddy, she'll bring the whole country down, toppling everything. Jin just gapes, then pinches the bridge of his nose like, "Why would you say that?" Warriors surged toward the village, and every knight clutched either a spear or a towering banner in his hands. Count Walter, armored and riding high on his horse, barks orders for the search party to fall in. Then the villagers surge out to meet them, with Jin right there. The village chief strides up to Count Walter and demands to know why he's in their village. And the count admits he came the moment he heard the kingdom's golem attack mastermind is here, Nidojin. The village chief smiles and says, "Yep, there's a man named Nido Jin here, but that's not who you're hunting. The Jin I know is a sweet, gentle young guy." Then the count grins. Walter demands they bring the boy here, but the village chief says flat out he's not who they need. Then the count snaps his sword to the chief's neck, fuming, and the chief just meets his eyes with calm, unshakable resolve. The whole town is scared for their elder, so is Lydia. She even begged the Count to stop because the elder's finally telling the truth. The girl insists Jin halted the golems and rebuilt them, like she warned. The Count snaps back, saying if Farhite's daughter couldn't shut them down, then only that swindler could. Count Walter tells everyone it doesn't matter if he's good or bad, the king's word and the law don't bend. The king has already ordered him to drag the boy in, no questions allowed, so Walter tightens his grip on his sword. Lethia erupts in fury. Are those really the words a nobleman should spit out? And is he seriously drawing steel on his own civilians? She throws herself into it too, trying to yank her sword free. Jean lunges to stop her, because the second she pulls that sword, everything could spiral out of control. But he also knows the Count won't be swayed that easily. Jin steps up, greets the Count, and drops his name like a challenge. The Count beams. This whole mess got settled way too easily, and signals the soldiers to grab him. The youth is cuffed in shackles while 2 guards stand watch, and from behind a tree, Reiko keeps staring, waiting for the next move. The villagers rise up for Jin, shouting that he's no criminal. He's saved them again and again. Even the grandmother steps forward, praising how this young man has helped the village thrive. One of the boys yells at the soldier, demanding they free their little brother, but the villagers stand their ground and refuse to budge. Count Walter's rage is burning hot. Hannah shoots up and backs Jin hard, yelling that they're not letting anyone take him away. Fury blazing, the Count snatches a spear from the soldier beside him and drives it straight at the girl in front of him. Jean sprints to her defense, yanking her spear tight with furious hands, because that Count has crossed a line he never should have. The young man snaps free of the shackles with zero struggle, and Reiko suddenly pops up beside Hana. Then she smashes the spear to pieces. The Count and his soldiers just stare in confusion, because no one has any idea what happened to their spirit. Jin tells them that if the curse hadn't hurt Lithia and the villagers, he'd have walked away without a fight. But now, it's game over, and everything's flipped. Then he snaps his voice toward Reiko. The girl grips the spear, snaps it in 2, and lets the shards scatter everywhere. Then she stares at the Count with a chilling, steady glow, and vows she'll destroy him. Reiko drops the soldiers one after another, closing in on Count Walter with every heartbeat. With every warrior finally cleared out, the girl whirls toward the Count because he's the only one left, and terror is gripping him. Walter yanks his warriors to fight, but they're all out cold and useless. Then he scrambles to reach Farhite because she's a trainee knight who still has to show up and do her duty. Lydia gives a sharp nod and agrees. She's still learning, sure, but she's a knight through and through. Even if she's fragile, she's still a noblewoman, and her fingers tighten on the sword at her side. Lydia refuses flat out, because the guy who swings a sword at anyone who disagrees isn't the noble she wants to follow. So the Count snaps, grinding his teeth in furious rage, shocked that she dared challenge him, her own lord. The genie smirks and tells the Count to walk away, because being treated like a criminal makes him sick. But the Count won't back down. He refuses to let this slide, and the second he does, the genie's dig spell punches a hole straight under him, and he drops like a stone. Down in the pit's dark floor, the Count huddles below, while Jin, Reiko, and Lithia stare down at him, trapped in the moment. The Count howls for them to tear him free and drag him out of here. Then Reiko beams proudly as her father just shrugs, and says he's done nothing but dig ore his whole life. The Count keeps roaring, and Jin fires off a question about the soldier's condition. Reiko just casually says she knocked them out. Lithia finally lets out a breath of pure relief, and then the Count snaps back to her, warning that he'll report everything to the capital and telling her family in this village to get ready. Lithia snaps back that she gets it and steps in with him. Then Kane's village and the Raglan Confederation jump in too, ready to testify and prove Jin is innocent. This time, Jin is sure. He thanks Lydia, but she cuts in fast, saying she isn't worth his gratitude. Lithia tears herself apart. If only she'd decided sooner, everything wouldn't have spiraled this far. Jin steps in and tells her to let it go. In Jin's mind, the only person who owes an apology is him, so he leans on that girl to fix this mess, and when she wipes her tears away, she smiles and nods like she's ready to set everything right. Hannah bolts up to Jean, grips his shirt with shaking hands, and sobs that she can't lose him. Then Jean, in a calm voice, apologizes. He looks like just some guy in this country. Then Hannah lights up and begs to go with him, but Jean snaps, asking if she's really leaving Martha, her grandmother, behind. With a massive grin, Jin tells the girl, "I'm good, trust me," and swears he'll handle anything because he's grown so much living here. The day finally arrives when he can go back home, and there's no doubt Jin and Riko will see each other again because they've already packed their bags. They step into the teleportation gate and Reiko blurts, "Shouldn't Gon go first?" The boy nods, then they swear they'll be the last ones out. Then he demands they smash the entrance to this room because hiding where they are depends on it. Jin then says Hannah's got a sharp instinct. She can track this room down and with Minto's help try to use the gate, and Reiko backs it up. It has a high chance of working. In Roland, we'll ask to sell him this room, and right now that merchant's got the young man worried sick about Eric, like, is he really okay? And honestly, Eric probably can't repair that mechanical horse, plus the furnace might be trouble too. Reiko demands to know if she should really smash the entrance, and Jin gets hit with crushing sadness. Then it turns into pure despair. He tells Reiko to blow up the entrance, and she obeys without hesitation. With one last glance over his shoulder, the young man whispers, "This is my family," and tears instantly sting his eyes. At the heart of the Klein Kingdom, the capital roars as a man wearing a royal headdress spits curses from his mouth. He blurts out what Walter did, and the Count scrambles to excuse himself, until the king slams in and demands who in the world gave him permission to talk to them like they're criminals. The Count keeps swearing, basically admitting it was simple to just drag them to him, and the king can't wrap his head around how the Count turned everything into this huge, ugly misunderstanding. The king sinks into his seat because luckily not a single soldier got hurt. Thanks to that, he never has to face the criminal label. The king is crushed because he can't call on this generation to serve the kingdom anymore. Then Lydia happily spells out what the king's really after, and the Count's jaw drops in shock. The king straight up admits he had no problem using the boy's talent, and tells them they shouldn't be shocked if they've already seen what Jin can do. Then he turns to Lithia, demands proof that she and Jin really became friends, and orders her to bring Jin to him right now. Lethia drops her head and pleads for forgiveness, because the young man never told her or the villagers where he'd gone, and now she has zero clue where he could be. The king orders that the next time Jin shows up, he's to be told the king wants him in his service, and if Jin agrees, the royal magic craft titles are coming his way. Lithia can hardly contain herself as she cheers, saying he could even become an aristocrat. Lithia's not taking chances. She's determined to deliver Jin's words word for word, because the king's betting everything on her. And when the mess in Kane's village comes up, he'll just ignore how the chief treated the Count this time. But since they couldn't report it, next time he meets someone useful, he'll demand a full report sent back. Lithia nods, ready to do it. The king finally lets him go, then orders him to have the girl sprint to Kane's village and tell everyone his decision. Lithia beams, bows, and dashes off, leaving the king alone with Count Walter still kneeling. The king strides past the Count and demands to know why he blew it, why he never followed the order, and the Count panics through his excuse. Golems are suddenly popping up out of nowhere, wrecking the country, so he figured he'd have to seize control of them, but he's got zero proof, and that arrogance is what doomed him. Even though the Count can't shake the boy's doubts completely, he's got bigger problems, because the girl beside him, the one that isn't really a girl at all, is stronger than any golem, and Gen Nito, the one she obeys, isn't human either, and neither is she. The king weighs it in his head, criminal or just a clueless fool. Either way, it doesn't matter, because the payoff he could bring is huge, like a pump and a furnace that could supercharge everyday life across the whole kingdom. All the king craves is his power, so if he can hand out a noble title and walk away with it, this becomes an easy win. But the real question is, will he actually say yes? Lithia storms back to the village and blurts out what the king decided. Everyone cheers now that the suspicions are gone, but the big question hangs in the air. Nobody has a clue where Jin disappeared to. Lydia asks how Hannah's doing, and Hannah's answer is quiet. She's passed out asleep in the workshop right now. Lydia bursts into the workshop and shouts to the girl, "Are you okay?" Hannah, still half asleep, rubs her eyes and says, "I'm fine, I just fell asleep," then admits, "I was looking for something." Lithia flashes a warm smile and says the girl is just worried about Gina, but Hannah snaps back so hard that everything flips instantly. Lydia gives a nervous smile, stunned that Hannah isn't freaking out about the boy, because Lydia's freaking out too. Hannah just smiles and says he'll be back one day, pointing at his half-built inventions and mountains of leftover materials, and adding that she can't fix Minto by herself. So many things in this place, Gene just couldn't finish them. And yeah, he promised the girl they'd meet for sure. Hannah and Lydia walk out of the workshop and she grins at the blazing sun, shielding it with her palm. The boy lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, Rico being back in the lab is cool, but this place has nothing. Rico tells him that for thousands of years, this island was basically just a lab, and the boy can't even wrap his head around the fact that it's all sitting on an island. And there's not a single soul here, except Jin. Inside his head, he's bawling over wanting to run back to Kane's village, but Reiko snaps him back to reality. They can't go back yet, and Jin begs her, "Don't read my thoughts." Reiko blurts out, "Why are we focusing on humans when golems are everywhere?" The boy just remembers it. Broken ones lie around here too. And now he can't wait. He's itching to go check them out. Jin eyes the place and realizes there's way more dust than last time, like this lab's been abandoned. After Reiko went off searching, nobody stepped into this room for 5 months. And this research lab can't be that huge, right? If it really is, then people must have been coming through here before. Reiko shuts that down fast. Only her mother ever used this lab. The young man asks the master if he's comfortable. Reiko doesn't get why, but her mom has been living on her own just fine. No issues at all. The boy can't help wondering what she was thinking when she built this place to live alone. Then Jin shoots his gaze to the ceiling because there's no way he's walking away from it, and he turns to Reiko. So the curtain finally dropped on our laboratory plan. Turns out we'd upgrade and activate everything the last master started but never finished. With Kane's village supplies running thin, we'd also push out into the nearby territory, because we wanted true self-sufficiency. And to make this whole scheme worthy of real magic, the young man's first move was clear: repair the golems. Now their lab is packed with even more golems, only these ones are girls dressed in cute maid outfits. Ruby with short hair, Amaz rocking short black hair, Topaz sporting short light hair and those adorable ears, Chrysolite in a ponytail, and Aqua flowing with long dark hair. They're a squad of 5 maid golems, and that's how the whole maid golem crew was born in the first place. But then Reiko stepped in, and a heated battle broke out between the golems over one thing: who was the cutest? The boy awkwardly blurts out that they're maids, not idols, then, surprisingly, lets them do what they want if they're up for it, and Reiko steps in to declare she's right beside him. Jin tells them he's built a golem meant to soar over the island so it can scout from the skies, because from above, every mountain, coast, and detail screams for attention, and if they're really going to develop the place, they'll need a proper map. Then he reveals he fashioned both the outer and inner mechanisms out of lightweight silver. He also built an autopilot and wired the crystal ball so it could take in images, then made sure he could pull those pictures back later. Jin starts wondering if Riko's power can actually make it work. Then they hit the seashore and she hurls the device skyward with everything she's got, barking at it to fly. The invention rockets into the sky, snapping photos mid-flight as it soars upward. Rako stares at the plane lifting off, eyes blazing with curiosity. Then Jin lights up and admits he used to build airplanes, and he's just thrilled this one actually took flight. Most model planes zoom up when you launch them, but Jin wanted something cooler. He figured he could make it soar all by itself with Rako's power. Right now it can only glide, so the boy nicknames it a gliding golem, and swears one day he'll build it a propeller. Reiko hoists the plane over her head, chanting the name like it's a promise, and then someone calls out. Right when they think they're getting to the point, a Mez bursts in and says it's urgent, the master's food's in question, so the young man fires back, asking if they've found anything edible. The Mez admits they've spotted fruits and nuts, but they don't know if they're safe to eat, though there's a huge pile of fruit spread out on the table. The boy inspects the pile and snaps to it. Oranges, apples, and peaches are all there, and they're safe. Reiko stares at the fruit in his hands like she's piecing a puzzle together. Then he blurts out, nervous as hell, if he messed up somehow. Reiko answers honestly. She doesn't know because she's never seen them before. The young man freezes, realizing he almost forgot he's trapped in another world, because just because the fruits look alike doesn't mean they're the same. Emmaus awkwardly blurts out that they're golems, so they don't need that food, and even if they munch those fruits, they can't tell if they're poisonous at all because the fruits won't affect them in any way. The boy clocks the odds, 50-50, and steels himself. He has to try. He cracks open the orange, shoves a slice into his mouth, and shuts his eyes tight like it's going to burn. Reiko bolts over instantly, panicked and worried. The boy puts it simply, it's delicious, and it's an orange. Reiko's still uneasy though. Jin gives this awkward little smile because honestly, he's only thinking about how it's going to hit him in the next few hours. Reiko tells him flat out, don't experiment on his body anymore. One of the maids strides up, shoves a book into their hands, and it looks exactly like a plant guide, like she just handed them the solution to their food problem. Then they kept rolling with the plan, snatching willow branches to scrub the lab walls, until the whole place finally started looking clean. While all of that was happening, Jin was cranking out golems non-stop, and the lab slowly started looking the way it always should. Day by day, the ranks of golems kept growing, and I can't help thinking what the last master would have said. She'd been stuck on this island by herself, living in a twisted, gloomy building with halls so dark and rooms so messed up you'd need a map just to find your way. And she stopped talking about the research and experiments she's left behind. And after her, Riku stayed close by, because the girl finally blurted out what was crushing her father, and the boy snapped back that nothing bothered him at all. He told her he'd come to this island first so nobody could exploit me as a master of magic crafting, and that he thought it was a brilliant move to run his own research in this lab, no strings attached. Jin can't help but wonder if he really wants to stay here with everyone, learning together, building new things side by side, so Reiko presses him and asks, why? And Jin straight up admits it's beautiful. The sea, the mountains, and that sky packed with stars. There's so much to see here. If he'd ever dared to build this place, he would have thrown it somewhere way more convenient. But the truth is, it was probably raised for someone else. For a future visitor who will step in someday. And yeah, he's betting that person will think the same way he does. So he'll stay spotless in his thoughts, crave beautiful things all around him, and find himself drawn to people who share the very same ideals. Rico and the others stand on the balcony, staring out as the sea unfurls beneath a blazing sunset, while green trees blanket everything below. Rico can't hold back anymore, and she's about to ask her question. Aren't his words basically the island of Horai? Like immortals are living there the moment he speaks? For Reiko, Mom and Dad are basically god-level beings, and everyone else treats the best magic craftspeople like walking sages, so yeah, everything lines up. And right here, Reiko swears this is the island of Harai. Reiko flashes a smile and says she's sure this island isn't meant for anyone else, because it's Daddy's. Jin stares at her in shock. Rako whirls around and bolts back to shout the island's new name to everyone. Jin lunges to stop her, but he only lets out a heavy sigh because he and the master are just regular folks. Who does he think he's fooling? Fruit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Every single meal? Gina's already fed up. She flinches as he bites into the fruit. Rocco immediately panics, convinced it's food poisoning, and the boy snaps that he's just sick of fruit every single day. Its sweet crunch is driving him to despair. So Rocco finally gets exactly what he's trying to say. That boy's mood swings like crazy. He wants Martha's venison roast with porridge one minute and rice the next. So Rocco blurts out, "If you're craving something new, how about a ground spider?" Jin won't hear it at all and lays down exactly what they're eating instead. The mate swears they live on ethers, so yeah, they're basically eating air itself. You could plow a whole field, but there's no seeds in the deal. Living by the ocean means they can grab fish and salt, but the boy's craving more than that. He wants other supplies too, and he figures they can just buy what they need. Then Aqua flips the book open. Nothing beats Blue Land, the real heartbeat of trade. But she remembers, like a punch to the gut, that this truth is already 1,000 years old. Reiko remembers chasing her father back when she was in Blue Land. And yeah, she doubts it's the exact same place from 1,000 years ago, but it still feels great, packed with tents everywhere, and the young man urges them to head there. They've made the call, off they go. The others keep scouting the island, and Reiko and Jin step straight into the teleportation gate. This is their first real trip, not counting Kane's village in the nearby areas, and you can feel the excitement, because they're dying to find out what's waiting on the other side. Reikos grins and says that with her daddy beside her, every trip turns into pure joy, and the young man smiles too as he presses his hand to the magic stone. Then he shouts forward and the gate roars to life. A quiet village. Then a hooded girl screams. A man at a table barely lifts his eyes and asks if she's having a bad day, and she snaps, "Shut up!" Meanwhile, the goods look ridiculously good. That determined smile means business. She's dead serious, ready to sell everything today and finally make some real money. On her counter sits the work of the best magical master from the Blue Land. Lamps, jewelry, and candles stacked up like treasures. So come on, step closer and take a look. A girl calls out to Jin and Reiko, telling them to grab something right now. She snatches a bracelet off the counter and swears it's perfect for his little sister. It's a bracelet with a magic lamp inside, and when the lights go out, they can spark it to glow. She says it's the newest thing out, and it's so cute it practically begs to be bought. The young man squints at the bracelet and asks if there isn't barely any light, and Rocco just nods like, yeah, it's not bright at all. But the girl keeps pushing, because it's way too hard to pull off anything this tiny. The young man snaps, "It's tasteless!" crushed and furious, and Reiko nods along like it's obvious. Meanwhile, the girl just freezes, stunned beyond belief, like she can't even trust what she heard. Rocco squints and admits it's shockingly solid for an amateur, while the salesgirl crumbles in despair, so badly that even Jin can't help but stare, stunned by how calm she's pretending to stay. The girl can't help but grumble. They called me an amateur. But she's actually studied under the legendary professor Glutea Hampton. Reiko snaps, "Who's that?" Then Jin shoots in, clamps a hand over Reiko's mouth, and hisses, "Don't blurt out the first thing that pops into your head." The girl's eyes harden as she declares, "I won't forgive them." She pulls out this strange wand, cheeks burning as her eyes go wet, and she swears she won't forgive them for calling her an amateur. Then she snaps a scepter at them and demands they apologize, only to keep her cool as she calmly taps her weapon. And she squeezes down hard, smashing it to pieces. The girl can't even fathom how she pulled this off with her paralyzing rod, because now a Maris aura is blazing around her. She snaps into clarity about what that wish was meant to do, and exactly who she plans to hurt. The salesgirl goes pale and screams in raw terror. The girl slumps to the floor, crushed by defeat, and Reiko exhales that the danger is finally gone, while the young man awkwardly rubs the back of his head and blurts out an apology. That shop assistant girl suddenly breaks down in tears, begging her parents' forgiveness for dreaming she'd become a master magic crafter, for the overtime she busted her body working to pay her schooling, for getting sick, and then for dying. Only for a couple of foreigners to start mocking her right in front of her. Jin just freezes there, awkward as hell, while Reiko shoots back a smug, haughty glare. A crowd surges in, and the young man gets told to get out fast. He stammers an apology to the girl and begs her to step aside so they can talk everything through. Then she brings up compensation. The girl hammers her demand for compensation, right down to the paralyzing rod, while the boy keeps blurting apologies and she just nods, burning with heat, until her eyes snap to Reiko's murderous stare and she quickly apologizes for having pointed that dangerous thing at them. Then the boy fumbles out another question, and the girl shuts it down, insisting she only wants compensation for the rod. She confirms it. The girl says the staff is worth a fortune, and Jin admits he's broke, so he offers to repair it anyway, but she shuts him down, saying you can't just fix something like that. Even she had to buy it, because she couldn't make it herself. The young man shows the entire staff into the girl's hands and breaks it down. Wood meant he couldn't bend it back to the original form, so he boosted the electrical conductivity and the mana demand dropped. Then he even fixes the magic formula. Meanwhile, she just stares at her staff like an idiot, not processing a thing. Jin squeezes out another apology, but the girl snaps, tells him to stop and asks straight up if the boy's a master at magic crafting. He nods. Yeah, he's the master. And in that moment, the girl finally gets why he called the bracelet tasteless. She totally gets it. His skills are top tier. The girl remembers the young man saying he had zero money. The dark-haired guy just nods. The girl suggests they team up to make some extra cash, but Jin shoots it down. The girl snatches his hand and begs him for help, while Reiko grabs him on the other side and yanks him straight toward her. Then the young man finally admits he's only here for seeds and food. Right then, the girl promises, "Come with me to my shop," and says they'll split every profit down the middle. The girl boldly shouts that she'll fight for more money no matter what, because she's a master of magical craft. She's ready to swallow every humiliation, even drop to her knees if it means her parents get saved. Then she locks eyes with the young man and stares him down, deadly serious. Jin fires back, saying it's all for her pride, life, luxury, and glory, and Reiko snaps back that it's pure, profit-loving filth. Jin grins, ready to help, and promises advice the second she drags him to the store. So, yeah, she takes him at his word. The girl flashes a grin and says, "I'm Bina," and Jin and Reiko jump in with their own names too. Then the three of them stride straight toward the store. They step into a stone building, and Jin's eyes widen with shock as he scans the place. Bina quickly tells him everything here is top-notch, even though she barely has any money. Reiko leans close to Jin and hisses that this place beats Kane's village by a mile. At least there are tools. Jin snaps at her not to say it. Bina hears the whisper and demands what she meant, but Jin swears it wasn't anything. Then they press Jin's crew on how they're going to earn money, and Bina just stares back, dead serious. "I'm gonna make great things." The girl winks like, "Jin, if you just give me a bit of advice, won't I finally polish my already finished stuff and rake in more money?" Jin shoots back that he's already seen her work. Every single piece is unfinished. The lamps don't throw enough light. She's obsessed with how it looks, and the technical side is a total mess. She slaps up a flawless protective barrier. No cracks, no damage. But the magic stone just can't hold strong enough, so when the young man swings a hammer into it, cracks erupt on the spot. The girl huffs and pouts like, "I should have grabbed a bigger magic stone." But even if she had, nobody would have bought it anyway. The price is brutal. Jin cuts in. That's not the real issue. He points at her formula writing, and it all clicks. Her magic setup is eating the power, so Bina's effectiveness gets slashed by 50%. And that's why her stuff comes out weak, because of those formulas. With a stone-cold face, the girl scribbles everything into her notebook, but the real bombshell isn't the info, it's the purpose behind it. What's the product actually for, and what makes it special? Like, take a lamp, use it indoors or outdoors, shine it just ahead, and the whole game changes. The light's strength shifts, and even the mana cost swings, so the girl blurts her question in shock all over again. The young man leans in and says you have to figure out why they're even making this, who's going to need it, and which must-have features it absolutely needs. Jin tells them that as masters of magic, they can't just think about themselves. Then Bina's eyes light up, like she's just cracked the answer. But she insists she understands nothing at all. Jin and Reiko immediately crumple to the floor, defeated. The girl snaps that Professor Hampton never taught her this, so Reiko presses again, demanding to know who did, while the boy forces himself to breathe deeper and starts explaining, step by step. Late evening, Bina stares at her notes and realizes she's drowning in what she has to remember. Jin jumps in, says it's only a small piece and she just needs to start using it and rereading it more often. Bina snaps, cutting him off. She says she's got to step out for a bit to feed her brother and sister, and Jin gives her the okay. The girl asks Jin to join them for a meal, even though she swears she can't cook anything fancy, and Jin says, sure, no problem. Then a sudden memory hits him, the fruit that always makes him sick, and he blurts out with a grin that he's so happy to stay away. The girl trudges home, mumbling that she's back. Rand and Nana step up to greet her, and Bina beams as she introduces Jin and Reiko, her new friends for the job, while the boys and Reiko grin at them. Then the young man's gaze drops. He spots bleeding gums in those red spots, and suddenly his stomach flips. Could it really be scurvy? The girl blurts out right away, demanding to know if he has any idea about this childhood disease. Jin throws out an apology because the symptoms look familiar, like something he's seen before. But he's no specialist, so he can't swear it's the same disease. Bina admits she'd already wanted to march them to a healer, yet money's running thin. In the end, she chose to feed them something nutritious. But don't worry, she'll earn her money, and the healer will make them whole. Bina heads to the kitchen to cook dinner, and Jin whips around to face Reiko. He leans in and asks how much fruit the girl has, and Rocco says, we'll cook it up for a few days. It's all for Daddy. So Jin demands, then bring more fruit. Rocco nods because after everything that went down, the girl is still thrilled he's sticking with fruit, and the young man admits, don't worry, I won't be the only one eating it. Reiko bolts off to grab fruit, and Bina instantly realizes she's gone. The boy snaps that dinner's coming soon and orders her to do something, but Bina fumes. Sending a girl out into the dark is reckless, because walking alone out there is just plain dangerous. The young man stays cool and says, everything's fine. Then, when she's a robot, Bina blurts out in shock, Jin shuts his eyes like he's finally home. He hasn't had hot food in forever, so that vegetable soup hits like pure comfort. Then Jin spots a box of veggies and asks if they always eat stuff like that. And Bina snaps back that no way, those are awful quality, and she can't touch them until she boils them first. The boy figured vegetable soup just didn't cut it for vitamin C, so fruit sounded like the smarter move, right as Rako came back. She slides fruit onto the table and the kids' faces light up like fireworks. Jin can't help but doubt they'll finish all of it, while Bina blurts, stunned, "What is this?" They grin and tell her, "It's fruit." She jabs a finger at the peach, and the boy just stares, dumbfounded. He nods.
Bina tells him,
"No money? No problem. Sell it. Around here they call it the royal fruit, and even nobles can't shell out to eat them like that. It's an elite treasure." Jin says, "Then we all eat them right now, because even if we sell them, it won't bring in enough to pay the doctor." And Rako slices the fruit, lays the pieces on the table. Bina and his younger siblings bite into juicy fruits and grin. Everything tastes so sweet and delicious, it feels like pure magic. Bina spots oranges and apples sitting there, grabs her sister and brother, and calls them over to come snatch them up. Jin snatches a bite too, and boom, it's insanely delicious. Riko snaps that if Jin wants more, she can't have it because her dad won't allow it. Bina blurts out in total shock the second she hears Riko talk to Jin like that. Bina dives into learning shaping, tries to mold something from raw material, and immediately screams that it exhausts her. So Jin leans in and orders her to focus, because if she isn't precise, she won't be able to sell a single thing. The young man asks what she wants to make, and the girl laughs, admitting she doesn't even know what people really need or crave. Yet when she's asked what she wants, the answer flies out instantly. Then the genie snaps back that it's a terrible idea to create only what she wants. Bina starts rattling off wild wishes, a wallet that prints infinite money, a staff that can heal anything, and Jin cuts in, telling her to focus on what she can actually do. She laughs it off, says she's only joking, then throws out her next idea, a device that could help with fruit to kick things off. Bina snaps that the fruit won't last and will turn totally inedible soon, and the boy says preserving it is the smart move, so Bina starts thinking hard. But the real question hits, how do they do it? If they dry it and salt it, it's guaranteed to stay preserved, and smoking is another option too. Even though she's unsure about drying the peaches, Jin keeps pushing the point. If they change them into something different, the taste might still hit hard, and then he jokingly suggests burying them like a snowy country treasure in a blanket of snow, which instantly makes refrigerating the whole batch sound like a genius idea. If you keep blasting ice magic non-stop, you'll burn through way too much power. This is a warm region, so it'll all melt, and even a little stone won't stand a chance. Jean jumps in and lays it out. They don't need to freeze food, and if the ice gets sealed up tight, it won't melt. Cold stays locked underneath, and everything works like it should. Bina jots her notes in a notebook, slips water in it, then freezes it whenever she needs. Wood works for the body, but copper is way better for the magic circuit inside, and that's when her magic formula finally clicks into place. After a while, Jin and Bina grin as they admire their invention, totally satisfied. The girl pulled it off, and the young man immediately praised her like it was deserved, because it truly was. But that girl's got one problem. She'll have to snag the stone from Jean first. The young man shoots back that it's totally fine, that he'll hand it over once he sells it. Then Reiko answers back, and her words send chills through Bina. Rako leans in and asks what price the girl plans to sell that instrument for, and Bina grins, telling him she'll set it at a price everyone can afford. Then she just freezes solid. The boy snaps, asking what happened, and Bina blurts out she can't sell it because of the stone she borrowed from Jin and the price that comes with it. Riko checks the numbers from yesterday, holds her thumb and index finger apart to show the tiny size of it, and says that little stone would cost 1,000 tor. The young man remembers Roland, and based on what he's heard, a tor costs about 10 yen, so 1,000 tors would rake in 10,000 yen. The young man awkwardly grins at the stone he's offering, then admits they can't sell it, while Bina crumples into despair because she already made it. Right now, the girl can use it herself, but if they don't, they'll have to track down a buyer later. For now, they need new ideas. We've got to invent something ordinary folks can actually use, cheap, fast, and easy to make. Then the young man just freezes. Jean spots some insanely hard corn, and the girl laughs that she grabbed the cheapest stuff out there today, but the shape makes him suspicious, so he immediately asks if there's more corn to it. The boy snatches the pot from the girl, dumps the corn inside, and Bina just stares at him, wide-eyed with pure curiosity. Jin cranks up the heat on the pot, never once taking his eyes off it, while Bina blurts out, trying to figure out what he's up to. Jin shoots Reiko a look and asks for the electric stone. She hands it over without even hesitating, and all Bina can do is watch, horrified, as her poor pot meets its fate. The young man whips around, indignant as hell, and promises he'll make as many pots as she needs, 4 or 5 at most. Then Bina cuts in and only asks for 2. But the girl can't stop staring at her pot, pain twisting her face, while her brother and sister watch too. Then the boy dumps in the corn, shuts the hot pot tight, and activates the spell, starting it all. Suddenly, the pot blasts out terrifying loud noises. Bina jerks back, panic in her eyes, and yanks her little one's heads down as she screams, "Pot! Don't cook!" Then snap! Snow-white corn rockets out of the pot. At last, the noise fades, and the pot's vessel is packed to the brim with a thick white mass under the heat. So the young man erupts, shouting that it worked, while Reiko leans beside him with a pleased smile. But Bina just can't figure out what success even means. Jinhan's grabs a bucket of popcorn and begs her to take a bite, but he stays cool and tells her, "In my world, this is just delicious popcorn." Bina flat out refuses, yet her younger siblings are already snatching it up, crunching away like they can't resist. The young man swears it's made from corn, so it's totally harmless. Then Bina, barely daring to breathe, grabs one and tries it, and everyone holds their breath. Her eyes go wide, and she snatches 2 handfuls of popcorn like she can't stop. All right, decision locked in. They're selling popcorn. It's cheap, it's quick, and they can crank out tons of it. But don't use corn because the kernels won't pop unless they're hard. Corn, salt, oil, and powell leaves get packed up, everything's set for popcorn, and that's when the young man says, "What if we tried something else?" Bina lights up with an idea. They're always begging for fire to heat and cook, so a tool that can make fire would be pure genius. You'll need a whole pile of firestones to kick things off, so grab enough that it counts. The young guy stares at his bag, then shoves the whole stash into the girl's hands. There aren't many of them around, but she can still use them. Bina hesitates for a second, yet the boy waves it off and insists everything's totally fine. Bina snatches his hand and promises she'll pay every last coin back, and that young man, somehow, puts his faith in her. The girl insists they build a prototype right now, while Bina's locked in with the tools. Reiko quietly corners Chin and grills her about the magic stones. Jin checks the stones and confirms they're straight from Kane's village, then slams them into the furnaces and swears everything will be fine, even though he's already got a pretty solid hunch about what that girl will cook up next. Reiko, though, isn't so sure it was worth handing every last stone to Bina, because once those tools get sold, they're gone for good. The young man straight up admits he doesn't even get himself, like this confession is a twisted souvenir fresh from Kane's village. But he's convinced they'll call it exactly like him. The tool's ready, and they dub it the lighter. Now the real fight is about to kick off. The girl pleads that it all goes right, but Jin swears they'll sell everything, and then the sale begins. As folks start rolling into the fair, they get a quick jolt when that shop pot starts booming, like it's alive. Bina hands anyone curious about popcorn a fresh, light, crispy bite that still smells like sweet corn, and it's so easy to munch, you'll finish it before you even realize it. Reiko tosses a piece of corn into her mouth, chews like she's got no care in the world, and says it's super tasty, while everyone around her leans in, stunned by how amazing it smells. One of the young guys decides to buy it, grabs a full portion, takes one bite, and then shoves the rest straight into his mouth. The whole shop erupts in a buzz, because now everyone's either desperate to try it or demanding more. Customers are thrilled by this simple, insanely delicious food, and the man can't stop eyeing the lighter, so the genie steps in and breaks it down. Press the button and a tiny flame pops out, ready to start a real fire, and that first lighter gets sold. Soon everyone starts craving lighters too, and Venus stretches out with a satisfied sigh. She's wiped out. The popcorn and the lighters fly off the shelves like wildfire, and this is the first time she's ever sold so many. Bina blurts out that she's beyond thrilled everything's sold out, and seeing those customers' faces lit her up just as much. Then she nods like she finally gets what Jin was talking about, because Jin's over the moon too. She thanks him with a heartfelt sincerity, like she means every word. The boy tells her, "If I can cure Nana and Rao, you'll thank me, though getting there is still going to be a brutal fight." Bina tells him to go wild and grab a mountain of goodies today, but Reiko snaps back that blowing money like that is a terrible idea, and the boy immediately starts whining, begging for rice. Riko demands why Jin is making futons, and Jin snaps back that they're for Nana and Rauld, crafted from giant caterpillars. Since there was extra thread from the big spiders, so he whipped up 10 more, and if anyone shows up, they can always sleep in them. Reiko sprints to help the maids lug the futons, because if Jin can, he wants to build a house someday. Yet this lab is packed with secrets he needs to keep hidden. Take that underground resource mine. There's no way it ever hits the open market, and those teacher-made inventions are downright sketchy too. If Jin brings someone here, he'll have to split them into the ones who are allowed to know and the ones who aren't. Reiko shoots him a promise. She'll get it built soon. And that young man? He's putting everything on her. Jin tells him they're heading to Venus tomorrow, so he demands they wake up early and check the futons. Then the boy vanishes into the room, muttering about hot springs and a relaxing bath like it's destiny. Reiko flashes a confident grin, clenches her fist tight, and makes it crystal clear. Father can count on her. They roll up to Bina's place, and she instantly whips out her brand new invention, an honest-to-goodness water heater. Bina tells everyone she just thought warm water would be amazing for washing, so she made it. Jin is blown away and starts praising her like she's a crafting master, and Bina just snorts back, "Don't call me a master, I'm the master." Rako, packed to the brim with futons, strides right toward them. The young man tells them he had some leftover materials, so he whipped up gifts for Nana and Rauld. Then Bina can't stop smiling as she feels how warm they are and begs for one, so Jin just shrugs and says he made extra, meaning she can have her own too, and Bina practically exhales with relief, because at first she'd feared he only made weird stuff. Jin can't help staring. Are the materials for these futons really that weird? I mean, people eat monsters in this world all the time. And if you somehow treat that giant caterpillar like a silkworm, then yeah, everything's perfectly fine. Nito Jin tried to remind her he's just an ordinary crafting master, right? But Bina snapped back that he and normal are opposites, then pointed out how he already had weird extra supplies at home, plus that absurd stash of peaches and apples. And she even looked at Reiko and said not a single crafting master there can build an android. Because Jin, he's fundamentally different from all the others. Bina blurts out an apology. She just got swept up by her own words, and the young guy's clearly hiding secrets he can't even touch. Bina won't pry. Reiko coolly points out that even Bina can be tactful, and right away the girl bristles with indignation. The young man thanks Bina and quickly tries to tell her something. Bina lets out a full-on scream of shock when she hears about the teleportation gate. She can't wrap her head around it. The boy's an orphan living on some far-off island. Gin jumps in and tells her that's exactly how he ended up here, and then it hits Bina. Now she finally knows where he learned all that insane skill for crafting. And that fruit keeps growing on the island he came from. Now she finally gets why it's so hard to tell him about it. Because if that teleportation gate lands in the wrong hands, the whole world could collapse in a catastrophe. Bina swears she'll keep it secret. She doesn't look like it, but she stubbornly shuts her mouth, and the boy clocks that she's got a steel spine. Reiko agrees, saying she's the type who never backs down. The girl's totally lost, but the two reassure her. Don't worry, those are compliments. And just like that, it's time to bargain again. Reiko's chatting popcorn, Bina's pitching a sizzling water heater, and Jin's in the middle of tinkering with lighters. "Man, it's packed today," the young guy says, scanning the crowd. Suddenly, 4 grim-looking thugs close in, demanding the boys hand over something, and Bina can't figure out what they're even asking for, while Jin fumes at the cheap cliché nonsense. Reiko just snaps into action and shoves them a food sample, popcorn. They said they wanted some, so the girl brought them a taste. Then the men got offended, and one guy swung at Reiko, making everything explode into chaos. Bina panicked for the girl, but she stayed calm and just stopped the punch midair. She hurls the man into the air, and the whole crew just gapes as he sails through the sky. Jean shoots up a prayer, and Bina is left stunned. The man lags behind, and one of the others yanks out a sword to wipe the brat out. Then Rako strikes first, cutting him down before it goes further, snapping that demanding money for violence is trash. Reiko says she thought they'd grab popcorn and tools, but nope, they picked violence instead, and then another one swings a sword straight at the girl. Raiko snaps a punch into his jaw, then springs upward and rockets straight at the other guy. After all that, the girl beams, thanks him for the tasting, and then asks, "So, was it good?" Jin yells her name with awkward nerves, and Reiko shoots back, "I didn't kill them, I tied the men up." Venus insists they hand everything to the guards at the fortress, but Reiko just smirks. She'll figure it out. Suddenly, a stranger shows up and declares he'll take them away. He just witnessed an amazing show, and Bina glares at him, pure displeasure in her eyes. He claps his hands and shoots off an apology. No lie, he's convinced it was absolutely great, and you can tell he's genuinely blown away. Behind him, the butler chips in that Count Kazuma is still as sharp and witty as ever. Then Bina's mouth drops open in pure awkward shock when that name hits, while Jin and Reiko keep staring at him like they can't process it. Bina blurts out in shock, "Why would a nobleman show up in a place like this?" The Count cracks a smile. He's been dying to know if the popcorn rumors are true, so he rolls in to taste it himself, because it's way better when it's freshly cooked. Reiko shoves a steaming portion into his hands, and the Count immediately asks, "So what's the price?" Seabins, the Count's butler, grabs the popcorn and pays for it. Then the Count sniffs the bag, and suddenly he gets why everyone can't get enough. He lets Saban taste it, but he shuts it down and refuses. Then the Count slaps down the order and demands 3 full portions. And then the Count leans in and demands their names, so they say who they are. Next, he orders Ibans to deal with the bandits, and with that, he tells the guys goodbye. The Count leaves, and with one shaky breath, she's bursting with nerves. Then the young man grins and tells her, "We stood up to the Count." But if you think about it, he actually showed up in person to buy popcorn. Now that's a real nobleman. And while they're talking, a mysterious young guy is watching from the shadows. Bina's wiped out today, and Jin's right there with her, because it's always the same nightmare. First bandits, then noblemen, like they're queued up for a showdown. And while she's not fully sure about the noblemen, the bandits? Oh yeah, those ones are absolutely a regular problem. The streets are chaotic. Too many people packed in, so trouble hits hard and fast. That's why the nobles with safe life dreams hide behind fortress walls, and to even get inside, you need a pass and proof of who you are. But don't worry, this isn't for mere mortals. The young man scoffs and says it's actually the opposite. Since he showed up, he's clearly eyeing your stuff. Lighters, popcorn, even that water heater. And the young man's sure one day, word will spread way past here. That's how her name climbs straight into noble circles, while Bina's crafting skills get loud recognition from everyone watching. The girl flashes a satisfied smile, and the young man swears it's real, but then he leans in and tells her, "Be careful, because fame always brings danger with it." Out there, some people will actually know you and always step in to help, but others only care about what they can gain. Sure, it's good to let folks see what you're capable of, yet you've got to stay sharp, because the wrong attention can drag you into trouble, or even get you eliminated, girl. The young man snaps that the girl doesn't look like she's listening, but Bina insists she is, and warns Jin to watch out, because he's far too kind for his own good. Reiko backs Bina to the hilt, snapping that her dad can't stop sticking his nose into everyone else's business. Bina even calls it out as pretty obvious, and the young guy just lets out an awkward, defeated sigh. Jin says, "Then stop me from teaching Bina," and the girl immediately scrambles to snatch her words back, while younger Bina is totally living her best life, sprawled out on futons and catching sleep. Bina leans in, praising herself for a job well done, and Jin immediately grills Reiko, asking if he's hyping her up too much, while Reiko just smirks and says that Bina's confidence is way over the top. Suddenly, a young man strides up to them and speaks straight to Bina, and she's stunned by his jaw-dropping good looks. Then he smiles and introduces himself as the Count's butler, Cloud. He tells them one of the servants snagged popcorn for the master, and now the Count's demanding more. So Cloud gives this nervous little smile and asks if it's not a hassle to teach everyone how to make popcorn. The girl wants to raise a protest, but the butler sweet-talks her with cold cash, so Bina whips around to look at Jin, and he only drops his gaze. Still, she agrees to teach them. Cloud thanks her and says, "Come on, we're going to the castle right now." And there, waiting inside, is the Count himself. She starts doubting, like, do we really have to sell the secret popcorn recipe? And Jin snaps back, yeah, sooner or later, everyone's going to figure it out anyway, so we sell it now, not after they reverse engineer it themselves. The girl tilts her finger to her chin, nodding like, "You're right." And right at the end, they swear they've lined up a reward worthy of it all. Maybe this is Bina's moment to ask for something bigger. Jin watches as greed twists Bina's face into something creepy, but she just grins and insists she's kidding. After all, her motto is, everything for the people. Still, before she leaves, Bina grabs Jin and tells him to look after Nina and Rald. Bina rolls up to the Count's castle by carriage, and Jun and Reiko are praying she won't blow anything up there, so for now they watch the younger kids and plan to trade. With the younger ones by their side, they hustle through the day, prep the goods for sale, scrub the fruits clean, grab a bite, and trade stories as they chat. The young man clocks that Bina's running late, and Rako's worry starts to creep in too, while Jin can only hope nothing weird is about to happen. The lighter and popcorn are strange, but nobles won't care, and with food and cash running low, it makes more sense that regular folks would be thinking this way. But if you really stop and think about it, their real plan is to test her skills and see if her tech actually holds up. That Count who just grabbed popcorn from them strides up and asks about Bina. He wants to see her in his part. Count Kazuma admits he couldn't find them in their usual spot, so he tracked them down here, but Lady Bina still isn't anywhere to be found. Jean tells the truth. She's heading to Count Garano's estate right now, when the Count throws his hand to his chin and snaps, "I'm late." The Count is itching to do business with the young man, and the whole thing feels awkward as hell. While the butler and the Count flash those fake sweet smiles, Jean shoots in and begs them not to say any of this in front of Ben. Reiko sneaks in with an apple for a quick snack, then the butler tests it for poison with zero mercy. The Count steps in, apologizing for Saban, admitting he's a little too paranoid, then confesses he's done the same thing and even gone too far at times. Jean just smiles and says they should be thankful for it. The Count suddenly clocks the plate sitting in front of the man, and the butler's head bowed low, then snaps, "So, did Sebens go too far with his inspection?" Sebens just keeps chewing his apple slice, acting like nothing's happened. He begs for forgiveness because the apple tastes so damn good, and even the Count snatches a slice to try it. Then he's stunned by how amazing it is. Then their eyes land on a refrigerator, because this thing is pure magic, chilling whatever you shove inside. The Count leans in, studies it, and demands who invented it. "Lady Bina," she answers. Jin flat out proves it was built by Bina, and it can keep food fresh for way longer. If they can preserve food, they'll finally crush hunger. But there's a brutal catch. The materials cost a fortune, so there's basically no chance it'll ever sell in the market. Jin says they're going to totally rework it to slash the price so everyone can get it, because happiness isn't just one road. It's a bunch of paths, and there has to be one that makes everyone grin. So stop clinging to your own joy and spread it everywhere. That's the whole creed Jean and Benna swear by, so when the Count nods, it's like the point lands perfectly. Kazuma grins and says this kind of thinking is awesome, then jumps in to offer to buy their products. Sebens asks about the water heater, and the Count nods. Yep, they're buying that too. The young man thanks them for the purchase, and the Count laughs, saying it's honestly so motivating to watch the local craftsmen give it everything they've got for everyone's happiness. The Count scratches his head, looks embarrassed, and blurts that longing for his happiness is a low blow at him too. Truth is, he came to offer them the chance to become his personal craft masters, but he's decided to back out now, and Jin is left totally stunned. The Count admits he can't drag them into something as filthy as crafting tools for war. Then Jean carefully presses the point, and the Count snaps that in the past 6 months, someone from these lands has been feeding Aglaria with golems and magical beasts to attack them. After the investigation paid off, it turned out the supplies were coming straight from Celoria. So yeah, an invasion is probably being set up right now, and that's why every noble is rushing to gather the finest craftmasters. Jin was shocked, because all of this was really about clawing for personal power, against beasts and golems, and even against the whole army of Celoria. If this power only showed up during an invasion, things would be smooth, but it rarely works like that, because the masters get thrown into internal wars all the time. Jin instantly gets why Count Kurano went after them. Count Kazuma can't deny it. Their job is to protect the kingdom by building up the workforce. Jin's mind clicks. This has to be Garano's whole plan for luring Bina, so the Count gives a confirming nod and Jin snaps, "Reiko, find Bina!" The Count leans in and tells them straight up that getting into the fortress means going through the proper procedures, no shortcuts. Sure, he knows Lady Reikos' power could let them skip it all, but he refuses to allow that. If the job's on his shoulders, then he'll go himself and handle it like a true noble. He vows to get Bina back as fast as he can, no matter what, because the kids need her. The genie's still on the fence, but the Count demands he trust him, and that's exactly how the genie gets to head home and chomp on chilled apples, because the carriage suddenly rockets forward. Jin and Reiko are on a bench when Reiko's eyes blow wide. She grabs her dad's sleeve and begs him to move, because a bunch of people are coming their way, and it's not the only bad sign. And there's a golem barreling toward us right now. Jin's jaw drops at the sudden arrival of the golems, and he scrambles to figure out what they're plotting and what the hell is happening. Bina is sprawled in the bath right now, soaking with nobles who live like royalty, because this is luxury at full blast. The girl slams motivation into her chest and vows to push even harder. She springs out of bed, throws on a robe, and heads out. And right away, the butler asks what she did with her time. From Bina, she admits she had an amazing time. The weather is just right, and Cloud's over the moon to hear it. He thanks her for helping with the popcorn. The Count's kids go wild for it, so Cloud jumps in and offers to buy her a popcorn machine for 10,000 tor, while Bina just stands there, utterly confused. She figures, since it's 10,000 tor, this must be their monthly paycheck. But then she realizes this machine was built by Genie, and the Count starts creeping closer to them. Count Garano seethes because Cloud keeps wasting time hunting for that one magical instrument, and the butler shoots out an apology. Still, the Count stays furious, insisting he only needs to talk to one master, while the girl stares at them, utterly baffled. The Count hooks the girl by her wrist and yanks her forward, and Bina shrieks that she has to get back. She scrambles to reach the butler for help. With a grin, Cloud urges the Count to let loose and have a blast. Bina is fuming because he's doing this out of nowhere, since her brother and sister are waiting for her. Then the Count snatches her by the cheeks and barks, "Shut up!" because she's terrified of causing any trouble for them. The Count snatches the girl by her robe collar, yanks it open, and snarls that he can't stand noisy girls. The girl drops onto the bed, and the Count, already undoing his tie, leans in and tells her not to fear, promising he'll be gentle, because the night has only just started. The Count goes in for a seductive charm, but before it can land, a thundercloud detonates over them. The Count orders him to knock, and Cloud blurts out a quick apology, saying Count Kazuma told him to bring Bina back. Kazuma Count hurried over, apologizing for showing up so late. Then he admitted he'd heard Lady Bina was here, rushed to the stables only to find them empty, and since his business was urgent, he had no choice but to come straight to you. Count Garano presses a hand to his face, desperately trying to talk his way out of it, but Count Kazuma shuts him down, saying the guards told him Bina never left the Citadel, and Garano can't bring himself to admit he left a commoner stranded inside. The Count keeps up the act like he's suddenly remembering. He's betting she loved that magnificent bath, so she'll step out any second, and he's calling for her right now. Heartbroken and crushed, the girl turns to leave, clutching her bag to her chest with both hands. Then Count Kazuma steps in to greet her. He thrusts his hand forward and declares it's time to go home. Her relatives are waiting, so Bina stares at that outstretched palm in shock, then bursts into tears and presses her own hand into the Count's. Count Garano slams a vase to the ground in a storm of rage, furious at how insolently that Count dares to act toward him because Bina will be his soon, as long as he keeps her relatives right where he wants them. It won't be a problem, since Bina already belongs to him. The Count grills Cloud to make sure everything's fine, and the butler snaps back that the plan is running perfectly, only there's one problem. It's already too late, because everything will be ready the moment they arrive. Count Kazuma and Bina are rattling along in a carriage, and Kazuma can't help but feel for her. She's been through too much, so he straight up admits, no sugarcoating, that he'd been trying to find her today too. Count Kazuma begged her to become his personal magic crafter, but after chatting with Jin, his mind snapped. Now she stares at him, totally lost. The genie says the girl makes tools for commoners, and sure, it's nice, but she doesn't just want to please one person. She wants to make the whole world smile. Then the Count finally confesses his dream. He wanted to buy a refrigerator, calling it the greatest invention ever. Count Grano thinks it'd be wrong to hog a gift that great for himself, and the moment he heard the girl had slipped off to Count Kazuma's estate, panic hit him like a hammer, because Kazuma wants her to stay on her road, do what she can, and help everyone. Even if she tried with all her might, she still couldn't sell the genie's goods, so the Count says, Talk to him the right way and he'll finally get it. You're more than just friends, like family now, and when the girl nods, Jin's officially in her world, so she's itching to get back there even faster. Venus House. Jin and Reiko think the army's hunting the magic tools, but they can't even tell yet if they're facing enemies. Jin wants to dodge a fight if he can, but deep down he knows it probably won't work. That's why Reiko grabs his arm and begs him to bolt the moment things go bad. Jin tells them straight up, if it's an enemy he can't beat, then running is pointless, so if a fight is coming, he'll face it with nothing but faith in his daughter. Reiko nods hard, because the men in black have already boxed in their whole house. They burst inside and find a boy and a girl huddled together, stuck tight. The man claims he caught them, but right then the kids slam the device, bam, and a protective field snaps up around them. Reiko, perched in the top corner of the room, clocks the truth. They didn't come to steal, they came to kidnap. That's unforgivable. She launches herself into the attack, and with one savage punch, the men get blasted straight through the wall and into the street. Eriko blurts out, mortified, that the house looks like it'll crumble if you breathe on it. A warrior blurts out, "What's that noise?" and looks over just in time to see a girl effortlessly take down 3 men. Then a voice behind him grins that this is the perfect chance to rebuild their house. The dagger-wielding man spins around just as Jin snaps his staff up at the bandit, warning him that this place is deadly. Then Jin whips out the dig spell. The man drops into a pit, and Jin can't shake the awful feeling that he's the only one who's really falling for those trap pits. Then Reiko smirks, kicks the other guy in the side, and says this is exactly what you should expect from her father. One bandit snaps, "This kid's on the report too!" and the crew immediately calls forth a golem. The golem lunges at the girl, but she snaps out of the way just in time. She drives it down with a brutal kick of her legs, and the golem crumples to the ground. Then she whips out a sword and plants it on the defeated golem's chest. She drives her sword straight into the golem's head, and the bandits are left staring in pure disbelief, because at this point, they've got no choice. Even if the bandit tries to roast this place with herself inside, the boss hurls fire magic and turns the whole area into ashes. Flamestorms roar right on cue, Count Kazuma and Bina come crashing back in. Jin steps in front of the kids, while the lead bandit grins and orders them to burn to the ground. Reiko bursts out of the flames like it was the last place you'd ever expect her to be. Jin smirks like, "Yeah, that's it. My Rocco won't even melt from damage this tiny." Bina sobs over the burning house, and the man snaps at Reiko like she's a monster, only for her to fire back, "I'm just a robot." Then the bandit snaps and grabs a hostage on the spot. Bina shoots him a furious look, and Jin jabs his staff straight at him. With magic blazing, Jin yanks the sword away from the bandit, then snaps the staff back to Bina. Jin flashes a grin and tells her she can smash half this place, and Bina swears she'll pay him back for it. Bina jabs her staff toward the bandit with pure determination, and he erupts into a blood-curdling scream. Nana and Rald burst toward their sister and slam into a tight, joyful hug. They're just relieved she's okay, and Jin wastes no time asking if Bina's fine too. The girl smiles and says everything's all right, all thanks to Count Kuzuma. The girl throws out an apology because she couldn't sell them the popcorn machine, and Jin snaps that she shouldn't beat herself up over it, while Reiko is stuck in repairs, fixing the wall she smashed. Reiko keeps dodging the blame, claiming her wall is too thin and ready to crumble, and Jin nods like, "Then fix it, build it stronger." Bina snaps right back, screaming that the fault is theirs alone. Reiko pitches bricks, Jin insists on a fireproof wall, Bina snaps, demanding who's paying for that kind of expensive material. Then the Count stares at them, totally baffled, and bursts into laughter like, "Are you kidding me? You're still arguing about craftsmanship in the middle of this?" Jin nods because yeah, magic crafters are their thing, and they're the absolute best at making anything come to life. Bina backs him up with a bright, supportive smile. Jean rockets over and slaps Bina with a fist bump. She's finally home. They stare at the wreckage after the attack, pure horror, and somehow the workshop still stands. Jin wants to start rebuilding the house, but the big question hits right now. What do they do today? Count Kazuma pitches his estate as a safer move. Bandits might still be out there, and he's not taking chances. He promises they can set up a fresh workshop on his land, with his guards watching over them, so they'll be safe. They can even stay under protection until the whole mess finally settles down, and Bina is genuinely moved by how much he's worried about them. He can't help but wonder how long Count Gorano will keep acting like an idiot, while Count Kazuma swears they'll blame it on a golem and magical beasts. Jin's not buying it at all, because you can't hide the kidnapping of his own citizens that easily. Count Kurano even kicked it up a notch and sent a golem after them, because if that kidnapping had worked, Count Kazuma would have used those two kids as leverage to make Lady Bina do whatever he wanted. Sure, it'd be a monstrous thing to do to a nobleman like him, but the truth is, his country can't afford to lose people like him, and that alone screams how grim this situation really is. Plus, right now, they've got zero proof he's done anything wrong. Jean wants to interrogate the mercenaries, but the Count snaps back that C-Bonds is already on it, and they're keeping quiet for a brutal reason. Some of them tried to kill themselves. Jean snaps, asking what the Count expects Binet to just sit there and wait for. Then the Count bluntly confirms it, saying it's the best move they've got right now. Jin's still seething and wants to storm straight to Count Garano's mansion right now, but the Count slams the brakes on him, reminding him that this is no way a noble should behave, and Count Kazuma warns that Lady Reiko could wipe out both Garano and his men in one blow. Yet if the ugly truth about the nobles ever hits the light, the whole kingdom of Aglarea in Blue Land could crumble, so he demands Jin keep thinking about how the nobles' influence shapes everything. Count Kazuma didn't just ask, he demanded everyone think about how Jin's move could hit the citizens and Lady Bina, and that's exactly why the Count can't let Jin walk free. Hatred is so easy to turn into fuel, but the Count demands time. He swears they'll still put their future medicine to the test, so he tells him to wait. Jin gets clocked on the head by a rod. Bina slams into him and snaps at him to knock it off. Then she tells him, "Don't make that scary face," and the girl insists she's okay, then finally gets support after everything she's been through. And Bina still loves this kingdom and city, because like Jin said, they need to focus on what they want to build for everyone. Bina decided she was done sitting still and wanted to help the city's people, because she also needed the money, and she started pitching wild ideas like a washing machine or even a water purifier. Jin grins and tells the girl she's amazing, and she laughs right along with him because yeah, she's the top magic crafter in Blue Land, and when he repeats it, he clocking that she's already pulled this off once before. The young man snaps around to check on Kazume, apologizes for his behavior, and begs him to look after Bina. Then the Count tells him to trust him, asking what about himself. Jin grins and says, "Don't worry, I'm out." The Count keeps pushing that they can turn the workshop into an annex, and since Jin is Lady Bina's assistant, he should move in too. Then Reiko hears annex and assistant spill out from the employee, and a dark aura floods him. She hoists her father by the waist above her head and whips him around in a wild spin. Rako plants herself on her father's shoulders and declares, loud and certain, that they're turning back, while Jin blurts out that it's embarrassing, and Rako fires back that it'll get them home faster. Reiko bolts off in a flash, kicking up a trail of dust behind her, and Jin yells for her to slow down. Then he turns and bids Bina goodbye. Bina's staring at the unknown, totally clueless about what's coming next. Can you believe this is the last time they'll ever see each other? And one more thing, Bina has no way to pay him. Bina just moved into a brand new studio and it's straight up breathtaking, so the Count tells her, plain and simple, that if she needs anything at all, she should come to him. Bina instantly blurts out that she wants a hammer made of pure gold and a chain strung with magic crystals, and Count Kazuma goes, "Alright, I'll hunt it all down." Bina grins and swears it was just a joke, but the Count laughs in this super awkward way. The girl praises the Count as the kindest man alive. He spoils the pathetic magic crafters like they're the world's special guests. This girl had only seen two like them, and somehow the Count already ran into them before. He forces an awkward smile and admits he only heard about her once she blew up in popularity. And yeah, they're a little different. The Count still remembers being little, his dad pounding into him, "Be strong," and his mom whispering, "Be kind." That's why he's chasing both like a promise. But his mom vanished when he was young, and his father got wiped out in the war with Celoria. Now Bina only awkwardly mumbles, "I'm sorry." The Count rests his hand on her shoulder, grins, and swears it's all fine, because right now, she's part of his family. Kuzma Count isn't flying solo. He's got company. Then Bina blurts out, "Let's cook dinner today." If the cook's the one at the stove, the food is insanely good, but since the Count treats them like family, Bina wants to prove herself by making a special leaf soup, even if it's not very nutritious, because the taste is absolutely amazing. Hey, if that Count wants to be a real noble, why not try what common folk eat? The Count nods if the girl has the time. because right now, Count Garano is furious and cornered inside his own estate. He's seething because he lost his elite soldiers and the Golem thanks to some girl tied to Kazuma. And if they really know the truth, why are they keeping it locked up from everyone? Cloud demands to know what Count Kazuma is holding back. If he's so sure, show proof, right? But Kazuma snaps back, calls him an idiot, and says the soldiers are still alive, so proof will surface soon enough. But wait, doesn't the Golem attack case feel closed? Count Garano swears it isn't, because certain nobles are finally clocking that something's off, and the nobles in Blue Land are the worst offenders, since they know Celoria has spies there. Because if it stands alone, it's a gorgeous disaster, nobles ripping into citizens, or a whole other country doing the same. Nobles get that truth better than the citizens ever will. But that lie can't hold up forever. Sooner or later, everyone will figure it out. Until then, Count Garano still has unfinished business to deal with. Because if he drags his feet, they'll hang him. And now he's about to get tossed around like a puppet by those nobles. Count Girona can't believe he's supposed to just swallow it, all because of one magic crafter. Cloud says he heard she's reopening her shop. The magic craft shop is finally open, so yeah, you might already know her. The man quizzes Bina about the boy and girl in the dress and bunny ears, and Bina just nods. Then he smirks and says the girl has no clue what she's doing. Bina huffs, pouting that she doesn't care about people who are only out there on vacation. The girl has it all figured out. There's only one move they can make, and it's the only one that matters. He's off doing something somewhere, and while he's out there, the lab goes quiet, until Gin and Reiko crank out their next invention. Reiko is trying to work up the nerve to ask her father something, but Jin's busy rushing to make her personal golems and link them before the activations, while she's stuck there, tapping her foot and waiting, fed up with the delay. Connection. Boom, we're starting right now, and Reiko's got her own personal golems in her hands. There are two girls, dressed in outfits that look almost exactly like Reiko's, straight up matching vibes. The young man asks how it's going, and Reiko can't help but gush. She's staring at them, amazed that they're the exact same height. Jen blurts that he thought it'd be easier for her, and way more convenient if the girl could just grab what she needed. Then he turns to Reiko and demands the girls' names. Because they're Reiko's own golems, she gets to name them, so she starts spinning through name ideas in her head, one after another. Then she blurts that she's been thinking about it. Jen jumps in and reassures her she can handle it later. Jen grabs Reiko and hisses, "Come with me outside." They slip in the seeds from Blue Land, and the soil here is ridiculously fertile. Everyone else is tending the fields, but all they've got is an orchard. And they've got mineral and resource deposits too, so they can build everything faster, even with a smaller supply. Plus, they can just rewind and go back. Jin finally admits he wants to learn from Bina, and soon he'll decide exactly who he's going to create things for. First, he does it for himself. Reiko points out that around here, everyone's doing everything for their father, and Jin can't believe what he's hearing. Reiko grins and says it's her father's house, like that settles everything. Right ahead, a stunning Japanese-style house looms in all its glory, and Jin can't help but thank Reiko from the very bottom of his heart. The boy drags his nails across the tatami, stunned like it can't possibly be him, and Rako leans in, asking if he really likes it. Jin can't believe it. Somehow they pulled off making tatami from scratch. Reiko then drops the truth. Her father's know-how is stamped into her memories, but she still hasn't finished mastering how to make it all the way. Reiko pulled it off with magic, using the saved photos like a blueprint. Yeah, it's not identical, but it's damn close to the original. Magic really makes things easier, and of course Reiko has the power, the know-how, and the skills to back it up. After watching Bina, Jin finally got it. He'd lost the magic knowledge, the same knowledge he needs to even become a magic crafter. And that knowledge? He'd learned it from the master. Jin admits he doesn't hate it, he just can't ignore the brutal gap between his skills and the master of this era. After everything that went down with Kane's village, Jin thought he finally got it, so he tried to keep his head down in Blue Land. But the moment he started thinking he was fine, he'd smile all awkward and shut himself off again, like he couldn't help it. Then Reiko drops the line, "Your father is a truly wonderful person." Reiko flashes a smile, says her dad's got common sense for doing this, then quickly adds with a knowing shrug that Jin is probably seething in his head. Then he decides to hunt for a new escape route, while Jean right now is trying to build an engine that just won't cooperate, and nothing's going right. Jin says it'd be awesome if they had other rides like cars, ships, or planes, but Reiko shuts it down fast because they already have the Koma, a mechanical horse. Yet Jin still can't stop thinking about how to make those brutal long trips way more comfortable. In this world, there's zero gasoline and no batteries, so the only way to power anything is pure magic, and that's the whole nightmare. Jin needs answers fast, so he shoves a stack of papers into Reiko's hands and tells her to cast the wind spell, and she follows his orders without missing a beat. As his thoughts hit, the boy's eyes sparked, like, "Oh, this is interesting." Jin casually mixes creation and digging, then slaps the effect on top to wipe out the recoil. So yeah, what looks easy to him is secretly a whole complicated system, and Reiko can't help asking if it's got something to do with the engine. Jin tells them that if they get a kickback, he'll turn it into an advantage, then he immediately calls Reiko. For the test, he unleashed his air magic. Usually a rocket engine drinks energy from explosions, combustion, or electricity, but with a normal engine, the fuel is basically just for keeping that motor running. Let's simplify. Turn that required energy into raw force. Now add magic, hold on to that force, steer it through the engine, and suddenly you're not just firing off fuel, you're driving the whole system way more efficiently. Everything's locked in, gears set, plans lined up, and right in front of them sits a cylindrical invention just waiting to ignite. Jin dubbed it a rocket magic engine, and now they're hauling it into the field for a test, so the personal maids are insisting they do it themselves. The maids bicker and squabble over who's going to carry the engine. They head out into the field, park the engine right there, and Jean warns her to stay sharp because a fierce wind is blasting through. The engine roars to life, and the whole ride lurches into motion. A blast erupts from over there, and Reiko can barely keep her feet planted against the brutal force. Jin realizes the recoil is finally doing its job. Now they can lock in the full power, so he whips his head toward Reiko and tells her to keep going. Jin blurts out that she's okay, and then he wonders if he should call in the maids for help, but Reiko waves him off and says she's got this all on her own. Another wave of gunfire blasts through the air. Jin yells, "Stop!" Jin blurts out, worried sick, if Reiko's okay. She just nods, but her eyes ache as she stares at the wrecked engine. Reiko blurts out an apology for breaking it, but Jin sweeps in, telling her he'll remake it. Still, Reiko's crushed. She thinks everything collapsed because of her. Jin shoots back that it was his fault too, since he got so obsessed with the final result that he never saw it coming. Jin rests his hand on Reiko's shoulder, and even with magic in his grip, the heart of creation and research never changes, so it's not on Reiko at all, and that girl shouldn't drag the blame onto herself. The genie shoves her into the bath and she sinks into the steaming water, fuming and miserable. She starts blaming herself for doubting them, thinking she's bringing nothing but trouble to her dad. Then her maids show up right away. People swear Jin sent them here, because bathing with magic isn't the fun kind, it's the boring kind. Even the maids spill the truth. Jin sent them to back Reikor. The girl clings to her father, while the maids bank on Reikor, because when they're not strong enough, they have to lean on him. Reiko jolts with the truth. She still hasn't named them, and she's even unsure she'll ever measure up to how her father could name them. They're desperate to help, because that's literally what they were made for, to be useful to their father. Reiko flashes a smile, because it's real. They're the same, forged by their father. Then they just sit and watch the sunset together, and Reiko won't tear her eyes off the sky. Staring at the fair-haired golem, Reiko tells it, "From the golden sun, your name is Soleil." Then she turns to the dark-haired one. "From the silver moon, you're Luna." With worried eyes, Reiko asks what their names are, like the answer might change everything. The girls are all in for it. Then Reiko storms back to the workshop. Jin breaks it down. He's turned the research team into a full-on experiment room, so they can forge a real rocket for the future. Right here, they can run their tests with zero trouble. Reiko even gushes that it's absolutely wonderful. They've finally upgraded the rocket magic engine. Now it's just a matter of hoisting it onto the crane and running the test, and Reiko can't wait to step in and try it again. She tells him to hand it over to her, with Luna and Soleil by her side, and the young man just nods. All right, let's do it. The tests kick off again. Jean leans in from a special window while the girls grip the engine and hold it steady. Side by side, they push through every brutal test life throws at them. They made it happen. Magic vanished on the spot, and John turned around, thanking all three girls. They grin, and Reiko blurts, "So we can start the transport now?" But Jin shakes his head. Not yet. The power's still nowhere near enough to run an airplane, but they can tweak it to match the rotation speed so they can still use it to move things across the water. If they shrink it and shove it into a non-motorized plane though, it won't be the same anymore. They've got a long road ahead before any of this actually works, so they've got to nail reality first. Then, their first real test won't be a plane at all, it'll be a ship. Time to hit the sea. Jin and Reiko head for the sea, and if they hug the coastline, Pot Rock city lights pop up fast. They're hunting for a little inn along the way, so Jin tells Reiko right there to call him brother. And once they're inside the city, they stroll in front of everyone and soak it all in. They spot an inn, and the boy blurts that the room costs 300 tor, like that's the going price on a tropical island, even though he's never actually seen one, so he can't be sure. The place feels way more open than anything back in Blue Land. This island sits in the kingdom of Elias, right south of Aglaria, right where Blue Land stretches out, so yeah, it's brutally hot. And if you check the villages of Kaina, Blue Land, and Patrock, you'll see the same medieval way of life everywhere. Reiko has no clue what the Middle Ages are, but the world slid back into something like the Mother Era. Jin nods like, yeah, that's exactly it. No more age where everyone can just use the teleportation gate, so of course Reiko's putting 2 and 2 together. After Reiko drops that line, Jin's eyes light up with curiosity about the Master Era's ships, but don't get it twisted, he's just as hyped about this era too. Now that everything's packed away, it's time to go take a look. The young man circles the ship, studying every plank, mostly wood, with metal only in the rare spots where it's meant to hold strong, and he can't help wondering, are there really no big ships around here? Reiko cuts in and tells him to check something. They spot it, one ship's being steered by a golem, and he rows with his own hands like living oars, swapping out the engine entirely with a golem of his own. Gomez never tires, not even once, and yeah, it's a little crude, but for little boats, it's the perfect setup. But his arms buckle under the strain, and one wrong step sends him wobbling, ripping away the power that's chained to the boat itself. Before the young man can even finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream cuts him off. You should hoist the golem onto a sturdier ship. This 2-person ride is a sleek catamaran that can blast forward at high speed, but when you take sharp turns, it can flip right over. A short-haired blonde girl steps up and speaks to them. She's been listening the whole time, and from what she heard, that young guy knows way too much about both boats and golems. With a bright smile, the girl calls him a boat builder, then quickly apologizes for butting in, even though she's the only one around who actually makes boats, and she's dying to hear what they're saying. Jin beams and says he's a magic crafter, and that smiling girl instantly gets why he knows so much about golems. The girl bombards him with questions, where he's staying, if he's free right now, and whether he belongs to some guild, and Jin blurts out that he doesn't know any of it at all. Then she practically erupts, swearing it has to be a blessing from the sea or the ship's direction. Reiko leans in and whispers to Jin that this girl is trouble waiting to happen, and the moment you talk to her, you're doomed. But Jin can't help himself. He wants to grill her about the ships. Then the girl slips her hand onto Jin's shoulder and asks for a favor. They swing by to grab a bite, hot, tasty, and dirt cheap. The girl orders food for 3, and Reiko just quietly clocks it. Her father suddenly looks weak the moment beautiful girls are around. The girl steps forward and declares, "I'm Marcia, a shipbuilder from a nearby town." Then Jin and Reiko jump in with their own introductions too. The boy fires off a question about what she wanted to talk about, and Marcia shoots her finger at a boat manned by a golem at the helm. Everyone calls it the golem's ship. The boy shrugs and says it's so simple, and Marcia asks if the boys had never heard of boats like that. Jean snaps back that they're from another country, and suddenly Marcia gets why their clothes look so painfully plain. The Elias Kingdom sits wrapped in sea, so they're swimming in seafood, fish for days, and their naval tech crushes everyone else's. On top of that, they throw non-stop ship competitions, and Jin can't help but grin at how wild it sounds, especially when the food hits, and it's downright delicious. Marcia pushes for them to jump in together, and says they can sign up right now. Then Jean snaps, because she's moving way too fast, and she hasn't even told him the details yet. She forces an awkward smile, because at work she's always in a rush. Plus, the ship race hits in 5 days, so she's sprinting. The rules are brutal. You need a golem for the engine, and a person to steer it. Marcia refuses to calm down. She vows she'll take control and grind for his money. Then they'll split the winnings. And before he can blink, she even asks for her own golem. Marcia admits she realized there's no point hunting around nearby. She's out of time, plain and simple. Jean thinks if Marcia were a boat builder, she'd shove something together in a panic and somehow pull it off. But if she tried that in a competition, she'd never win. So the girl clenches her teeth and grinds on. It's her mess to deal with, but there's one thing she's desperate to get back: her shop. Her father gambled it all away, and that's how everything got ripped from her. This is her golden shot to reclaim both her honor and her store, even if the odds are tiny, because she's ready to bet everything. Jean fires off the question: what happens if she loses? Marcia stays cool and says she's already handed the store over just to wipe out her debt, and she doesn't even know what's coming for her next. John even demands why she came after him, and Marceau fires back with 2 answers. He knows golems and ships inside out, and he can pinpoint her ship's traits and even her instincts, so when he doesn't feel like a bad guy, she figures she might actually be safe to trust him. If disaster strikes, she's going to lose the bet she swore on. Jin admits straight up that he thinks she misjudged the bet, but Reiko nods and agrees this contest is perfect for his skills. So what if they build a golem that can steer a whole ship? Yeah, they'll win. The girl studies them, eyes full of questions. Jin doesn't buy Riko's claim, and then the girl bluntly says, "It's true," because the last thing Jin wants is to get caught looking like a fool. The young man fires back with a bold idea. Make one more bet on their own skills. Do that, and their odds of winning skyrocket. All right, let's go. Register them ASAP. Marcia flashes a grin and gives a quick nod. They head straight for the strange building since it's right there, but you've got to register today or you can't join in. So she tells the young man to fill him in on the plans later, and the young man's face lights up because he recognizes Marcia, especially when he spots that she's found a magic crafter. The girl nods and says she found it for sure, and the guy who asked? That's Valentine, with dark hair falling to his shoulders. Valentine tells Marcia he thought he'd never beat her ship, but then he drops the real promise. She won't have to worry about a thing if she becomes his shipbuilder, or even better, his wife. The girl snaps at him for already having 2 wives, and Valentine fires back that a good man can take as many wives as he wants, because that's just how the world is. Valentine tries to snatch Marcia away, but John snaps at her to hurry before it's too late. She blurts out an apology and insists she needs to register. Valentine knows she's telling the truth, waves her off, and then his eyes suddenly turn cold. Valentine snaps at John, calling him an ill-mannered idiot, and Marcia's like, "Thanks for helping me," while Jean fires back, "Who was that?" "A close associate of the Lord." The girl presses, "How do you know?" And Valentine drops the bomb, "Because I'm the Lord's assistant." Reiko leans in and says the guy screams bossy, like his type never plays fair, and Jen nods hard. Yeah, he doesn't feel like a nice person. While Marcia awkwardly blurts out, "So, about that resentment toward the nobility." Marcia strides up to the counter to check in, because she's the shipbuilder, while the magical crafter, Jean, starts building the golem. The boy leans in and asks if Jin's got a magic crafter's license, or some guild connection who can vouch for him, and Jin's just like, "Nope, I don't have any of that." They demand he show off his work, and right on cue, Reiko suddenly pops up. Jin orders Reiko to shut his mouth, and the kid swears he left everything back at the hotel. Then they push a small test on him. They hand him 2 scraps of material and tell him to build something, and the young man finally exhales, because he honestly thought this was going to turn into a written test. Jin gets ushered into the room, and Reiko can't stand it. She tries to follow right after him. Jin tells everyone he'll wrap it up fast, and Valentine just keeps watching every second. A young guy gets a chunk of raw blue copper shoved into his hands and told, "Make something." He stares at it, brain racing. Should he craft a mug or a candlestick? Then he spots the same swimsuits they wore back at the last swimming meet, and right away he realizes they're in a swimsuit design showdown for this year. The young man didn't wait. He chose exactly what he wanted to do. He strides up to the table and throws down his formation, and right as he does, Jin leans in, unsettled, because the whole thing starts glowing. He steps out, and Marcia immediately quips, "So, how'd it go?" And the young man nervously says, "I think I made it past." Marcia fires back, "What'd you do?" They all crowd around his creation, and even Valentine can't help but glance at it. Turns out it's a figurine of Marcia in a bathing suit, and the girl fires back, demanding an explanation, while John just shrugs and says it's a figurine in a bathing suit, or something along those lines. Marcia yanks the boy by the collar and fires off. Why'd you do this? And why are you wearing a bathing suit? Jin blurts that he panicked and didn't mean to undress her, and Reiko's like, yeah, then I want a figurine just like that too. That's the last year they can use swimsuits, and it's a total problem trying to make clothes out of copper. He didn't want to waste a second, so he whipped up a simple swimsuit instead. The tester who ran the experiment says the speed and accuracy were seriously top-notch. So Jin gets accepted as a magic crafter, and suddenly he's thrown into the chaos of the 10th Golem ship race. Jean demands they call a meeting, and Marcia explodes, saying she still hasn't forgiven him for the swimsuit, while Valentine throws back a painfully exasperated sigh. Valentine stalks up to the examiner, snaps that he told the boy to use the table, and the boy fires back that Jin did everything on it. Then the crystal in the circle that kicks the device meant to mess with magic burns out. Valentine stared at the guy like, "Who are you?" Then realized the device must be busted, because there's no error showing up at all. Valentine shoots back that he's got another play, tells Marcia to hold tight, and promises he'll take her and the whole competition while he doesn't care what it costs to make it happen. Valentine asks to grab the statuette, but they shut him down, says it has to be handed to the boss as proof, so Valentine snarls that he'll take it anyway. The boss finally checks the statuette and his eyes widen. It's the most amazing one yet this year. He grinned, and right then he decided he'd design a swimsuit for the women's swimming competition. Late in the evening, Marcia lounged in the tavern downing drinks when she suddenly raised one to celebrate the brand new MDR team, right as Jean asked, "What's MDR?" Marcia explained it was just the first letters of their names, and Jean instantly groaned that if you want a race, you need a team name. Then sighed again and said the real problem is what they do next. Jean blurted, "So what's the plan? I don't even know the rules of this competition." And Marcia shot back, reassuring him that she already had the rules covered. In the Potrock Golem ship race, the rules are simple. A woman has to pilot the ship, the Golem fires it up and drives it forward, and whoever hits the finish line first wins. After Jean dug through it all, he clocked how vague the rules were. Then, when he brought up the boat's size and weight limits, Marcia snapped back that design and ideas each got their own separate awards. While they were talking it out, Jin said they wouldn't have a speed problem at all, so now the real question was whether they could actually grab those awards. Reiko shot back, "If it's the older brother, we'll sweep everything." And Marcia just smirked, saying, "You're greedier than you think." Jean shot back that they'd go all in to win because the match had already started, and Marcia snapped, asking why only women were allowed to be controllers, like the boss who wrote these race rules sneezed that rule into existence somewhere. Already on the pier, the guys were eyeing the ship when Marcia asked what they'd do with the Golem, so Jean shot back, "Did you forget the ship?" Marcia hesitated and finally said, "At least we've got a ship," but Jean snapped, "That won't win. Your odds depend on how the ship and the Golem balance out, because if they don't match, you're going to get wrecked." Jean checked the clock, 4 days left, and snapped that they had to slam the design finished, then hit the tests and keep pushing upgrades. Marcia balked at the idea of redesigning the ship, but Jean shot back that they'd use the girls' ship because there was no time for anything else. When Marcia demanded the plan, Jean said, "There is a plan," then told her to run and grab materials for the Golem. Jean sat on the shoreline planning his next move, and then, right in front of him, the race route snapped into focus. First, the preliminary run, where they'd race to the rock and haul back to the shore. Then the final would be announced the very same day. So they had to crank up speed in the prelim, and Jean couldn't stop thinking about one thing: how to slice the time it took to swing the boat around, because every slowdown on those turns could decide everything. As Jin sketched a propeller, he was convinced it was the smartest play, until Reiko cut in and asked, "Why not just slap on a magical jet engine?" Jin sighed and said it'd be a nightmare to control, so they'd have to row, even though catamarans would have been a huge advantage. But then something far off caught his eye, and his focus snapped away. A mermaid-like golem with fins burst out of the water, and Gin and Reiko were totally stunned. The blonde man leaned into a tiny mic, told Golem Lorelei the strength test with that sudden spike was done, and now it was time for the turning test. Then he nodded, kept his eye on the load, and smiled after getting the go-ahead. The blonde whirled around and asked the boys if they were heading to swim, and whether Reiko could be a doll. Then Jin and Reiko snapped a stunned silence as the stranger grinned even harder, insisting the machine was real and he hadn't been wrong. Before Jin could even speak up, he praised the build and, as a magical engineer, said he couldn't resist checking it. Jin pressed him again, and the stranger finally broke it down. These are what they call magic crafters. And then he introduced himself as Reinhard, a magic crafter from the Shoro Empire. Jin and Raikor introduced themselves too, and Reinhard just kept staring in disbelief, like it still hadn't hit him that he'd never seen a machine like this before, while Raikor proudly declared that it was Jin who built it. Reinhard was floored. Reinhardt figured Jin had some artifact, but nope, Jin built the automaton himself, and all he said was, "Technically, I just fixed Reiko," while she only let out a tired sigh. Then Jin turned around and praised Reinhardt's handiwork, because Reinhardt didn't just create a golem, he shaped and tweaked one made from the skin of a magical beast. Reinhardt beamed, clutched Jin by the shoulders, and babbled that it was a good thing Jin got it, because Lorelei couldn't swim if they stuck to normal stuff, and magical beast materials were basically impossible to find. So once he finally snagged some, he locked himself away for ages, prepping those materials in the finished magical crystal output. Reiko tried to jump in, but Reinhard launched into how the bottom of a fish was a nightmare to copy, and Jin nodded along because he'd once built a golem horse and got hit with the same kind of trouble. Reinhardt said animal moves are a nightmare to copy. Sure, they look steadier on the surface, but syncing it so a horse actually moves is brutal. And Jin snapped back that the center of gravity is totally different from a human, so adjusting it is even harder. Reiko stared at both of them, and when they finally checked, it was like they hadn't noticed a single thing around them at all. Reinhardt kept ranting that they'd finally shoved their way into a crazy magic formula. Then, somehow, it turned into an endless loop, and Jin snapped onto the part about imagining how the muscles worked and reproducing every tiny detail to nail a smooth movement, while Reiko's head began spinning from all the nonsense. After they finally wrapped up the chat, the guy leaned in and shook hands like it was all good, and Reinhardt told Jin, "It was great talking with you." Jin shot right back, and when Reiko glanced at Jin, he asked, "Are we done?" Jin just grinned and said he didn't mind chatting a bit more. Reichardt agreed fast, but Reinhardt still had to find Lorelei, because she was waiting on the next order too. Then the golem surged up, and he realized the race was breathing down their neck, so everything had to be done in a flash. Jin shot him a question. "You joining?" And Reinhardt fired back, "What about us?" Jin grinned and said, "We're in too," and the guys traded looks like they'd just lit the starting fuse. Reinhardt said he was looking forward to it. Jin nodded and hurried off toward Marcia with Racco, apologizing for being late, and then Jay heard Marcia scream. She yelled that something was wrong, and the whole thing sounded oddly excited. Jin made it crystal clear, no supplies were left in the shops, so Marcia snapped that someone raided the place the second they signed up for the race. She tore through the stalls and found nothing but bronze, then dropped to the floor, shocked, while insisting there wasn't a single magic plate, crystal, or stone. Jin still couldn't believe it, and said it was weird, because just yesterday everything had been calm. Sure, the demand had spiked on the eve of the race, so why panic? He just said bronze would be plenty, since he already had the materials, and thanks to Marcia jumping in to go shopping, Jean was ready to carry out his plan right now. They'd start forging the golem and building the ship, and Marcia flashed a huge grin and agreed. Jin's forging skill scrubbed the raw metal clean of foreign impurities, and then he shoved the purified bronze into Reiko's hands. "Build the golem's outer layer with this, and use Marcia's face." Reiko nodded at once, but Marcia erupted in indignation. Jin told Marcia he had no problem with Reiko using magic. After all, she's his sister, and Marcia admitted they're really close. Then Reiko tapped into her skill transformation, and Jin didn't hold back, praising her as a capable younger sister. Just as the boys wrapped up the final details of their golem, Marcia blurted out, caught between surprise and embarrassment, asking whether it was humanoid? Jin leaned in and asked Marcia if she'd heard that the Reikos golem was supposed to be forged in her image, but Marcia panicked, worried it wouldn't even get ore-like arms, too. Jin shrugged and shot back that there were plenty of ways to run the ship. Build a golem with ore, or give it fins. But a humanoid golem had its own perks, so he demanded she come up with a name. With Marcia practically bouncing, she asked if she could name the golem, and when she got the green light, she blurted, "Oro!" like she wanted to sprint to the finish line. Jean immediately went along, and with one steady call to Oro, he issued the activation command. After the activation, the golems rattled out their words in golem speak, and Jin realized, with a jolt, that in his rush he forgot to install the language program. Then he blurted that he wanted to teach her about boats, grabbed Marcia's hand, and asked for her help. With the same transfer of knowledge, he held Arrow's hand too. When it was done, Jin smiled and said, "Now Arrow can steer the boat, all thanks to what Marcia just taught." Jean felt relieved because Arrow was finally going to help them build the ship, and Marcia caught exactly what he meant about the humanoid golem's advantages. Jean grinned, told Reiko what to do, and after a moment she nodded and rolled out a wheel for the ship. Then Jean leaned in and told Marcia to watch what they could build with a humanoid type, piece by piece, until the boat was finally coming together. He promised her there was a move only a humanoid could pull off, and when he said it, Marcia's hands started to shake. Right when they were all set, the boys spotted a boat like a catamaran, plus a weird little bike setup bolted behind the navigator's seat. Marcia stared in shock, then burst out asking what it was and how it worked. So Jin told her it all ran on foot power. Pedals turned the water wheel, and that spinning wheel became the boost that pushed them forward. When Marcia still doubted it, Jin just grinned and told Reiko to do it again. She dropped into the seat, slapped her hands on the pedals and yelled, "Let's go!" Before Jin could even finish speaking, he had them slow down the second the ride yanked them forward, and then they, boom, caught the wave. Jin screamed and bolted off from the shore, while the drenched Marcia and Arrow stared after him. Then Marcia slammed her fist tight and swore they'd pull it off, and Arrow only watched the girl in stunned silence. As the sun slid toward the horizon, Marcia and Arrow hauled the ship back to the pier, and Jin leaned in like, "So, Marcia, how'd it feel taking that walk with Arrow on the ship?" Marcia jabbed at the so-called swan and bragged that it glided smooth, moved quick, and was ridiculously easy to control. So good she couldn't even imagine what more it needed. Jean just smirked and said the ship was built for sailing in the first place, and he'd find out what else could be improved. But yeah, for now, that was basically it. Marcia slid up to Jean and demanded to know if Oro really was cool with his powers. Jean snapped back that Oro was the best possible use for their materials, but Marcia paused, like something in her didn't fully click. Then she blurted, "Is it normal that Arrow can't go any faster like Reiko, who's still just a kid?" Jin gave a slow nod and told her the truth. Reiko is an automaton. Marcia looked stunned, but Reiko immediately challenged her. "What's so surprising? Jin is my father." And Jin, despite hesitating, finally confirmed it. After they wrapped up their chat, the guys didn't even realize someone else was in the room, talking like the edits would be done tomorrow, and Jin just told everyone to get some rest before collapsing onto the bed, pressing their heads to the pillow, and dropping into instant sleep. Reiko was the only one awake. Then she heard the stomping from Marcia's room, burst out fast, and caught 3 guys halfway through trying to break down the door, snapping them into full panic as Reiko blurted, "Do you know this is a women's room?" Reiko sniffed out the truth from the clenched knife. This wasn't a wrong room mix-up at all, and before she could even blink, one burglar barked for her to be silenced, while the other lunged straight for the machine gun. Rako snapped that they had to stay quiet since her father was resting. Then she burst into the fight, clubbing one burglar in the neck before he even figured out what was happening. And as the first one crumpled, she snapped her elbow into the second guy's solar plexus. As the would-be burglars crumpled in silence, Reiko stared at them, then snapped her gaze to the shore, got down on her knees, carefully patted the sand smooth over their bodies, and there beside them sat a table, proving they'd tried to attack a sleeping woman. Reiko spotted a fire blazing in the distance. Turns out it was right by the side of their ship garage, so she yanked Jin and Marcia awake and they sprinted for the garage. Reiko blurted out that she was sorry she hadn't woken them sooner. Jin shook it off and said she didn't have to worry about the flames. But Marcia snapped back in outrage, screaming, "What are you even saying?" Marcia warned that the dock fire could spell trouble since the swan was right there, and Jean shot back that the ship was safe, pointing straight at the water to shut down the girl's anger. With everyone else's boats nearby and their own swan, Arrow floated inside, waving at them all. Jin realized Arrow wasn't just some mindless golem. If danger struck, he'd slam the brakes and evacuate the boat. So Marcia finally let out a breath and snapped that they should have warned them. But Reinhardt sprinted right up and yelled they were celebrating too early, because if this kept going, the flames would leap to the other docks. They scrambled to round up people to fight the fire, and then nothing went their way. So Jin demanded, "What do you mean?" Reinhard snapped that the deadly sea serpent was here, and the boys stared as a monster rose, half out of the water, mouth yawning open like a nightmare. Jin screamed, "What is this?" And Reinhard snapped back, "It shows up by the shore. Right now, Lorelei's buying us time, but she won't last. She wasn't made for battle." Then Reinhard said his plan: lure the snake to one of the piers and smash it with magic. Jin didn't even hesitate. She immediately started building her spell. After forging the spear, Jin barked orders to Reiko and Aro to help him by using the swan as a stepping stone, checked in with Marcia for consent, and got the green light, then turned around and snapped one more command at Reiko. Reiko kicked into high speed, launched herself into the air, and landed cleanly on the swan's deck right beside the waiting Aro. Ordo yanked the accelerator and shot toward Lorelei, Reinhard, and Marcia, while Marcia shouted orders and the golem surged into action. Lorelei warned them the ship was closing. Then she told Oro to grip the wheel and circle, watching the surface like a hawk. So everyone locked in, and Lorelei blasted upward as the snake lunged after her. Lorelei burst out of the water, yanking the snake along behind her. Then Reiko snapped into action, hurling it with everything she had the instant it lifted high enough. And that spear went straight through the snake. The serpent snapped its jaws shut and was about to plunge under the water. Then Lorelei finally got far enough, and Reiko exploded forward, slamming it in the head and catching up in a heartbeat. The snake roared like a nightmare, and Jin snapped the signal to strike. Then Reinhardt and Reiko launched the fire spear spell at the exact same time. When they finally hit their mark, the spells detonated like lightning, blasting the whole area bright enough to feel like sunrise. Then the shockwave crashed in and tried to slam everyone off their feet. In the end, the snake was nothing but its body, and as soon as it hit the ground, it slipped under the water, leaving the guys watching in stunned disbelief until they finally, shakily admitted they'd actually pulled it off. But the moment Lorelei confirmed the deadly sea serpent was finally dead and still, Reinhardt blared that victory was theirs, and every witness erupted into wild cheers, while Reikor praised Jin, and Jin shot back his thanks to Reikor and Aro for an incredible job. But Marcia spotted that some ships didn't make it out safely, so she and Aro rushed in to help. Reinhardt ordered Lorelei to lend a hand, while Jin and he jumped into repairs. Jin told Reiko to fight the fire, and while someone grumbled that nobody could even catch sleep, Reinhardt snapped that they'd better call in the city's shipbuilders and magic crafters. The chaos was in full swing. Reiko was on the front line, stamping out the flames, while Oro and Marcia rushed to anyone whose ships got wrecked. Everyone else hauled supplies for the rebuild, and Jean and Reinhardt threw themselves into repairing the golems and anything they could get their hands on. Then, dawn came charging in fast. Already wiped out, Jin, Reiko, Marcia, and Reinhardt watched the sun climb into the sky. Jin grinned and said this whole trip was amazing, how the boats and docks look brand new, and how the sunrise is crazy gorgeous, with Reinhardt nodding right along. Then Rainey called Reinhardt's name, so he looked back at Elsa, turned again to face the sky with his friends, and asked her if she wanted to join them. Jin spun around, and Elsa, still grinning, said it was absolutely beautiful. Elsa flashed a sweet smile and tilted her head, and Jin swore his heart skipped a beat at the sight of that stunning girl. The very next second, Elsa snatched the guy by the elbow and yanked him forward before he could dodge the conversation. Dragging him toward the house as she snapped that everyone was worried, Reinhardt nodded along, bid Jean farewell, and told him it was time to follow the other's lead. Marcia opened her mouth, but Jean cut her off. He said there were a bunch of things he had to get off his chest, but first he needed to crash. Then he turned to Marcia and asked if she had a swimsuit fitting at noon. Marcia hesitated, but Jean shot back that whatever the others planned, they weren't backing down. While in the room, the person who started the fire slammed his fist on the table, furious and indignant. Rage boiled in Valentino as he ranted that someone couldn't even light a proper fire, and that nearly got the other team's ships wrecked. Ligi snapped back, asking what the harm would be if there were way fewer competitors, and Valentino shot back, asking what she'd do if the whole competition got cancelled. He's determined to grab everything he can. Valentino then raged that even the assassins he'd paid were somehow swallowed by the sand, and it felt downright eerie that the deadly serpent showed up right when everything was falling apart. No matter how it happens, Valentine will wreck them during the competition, and he'll do whatever it takes. While that's brewing, Marcia wrestled with the swimsuit, awkwardly tugged at it, and asked the boss if he was really sure it was competition appropriate. The boss said he was 100% certain, and Jean tried to smother his laughter behind his hand. Flustered, indignant girls giggled and insisted that this outfit was for this year's swimsuit contest, while the boss bragged that they'd stick with the design for the next 10 years. Jean, mortified, turned away and started mumbling apologies, and Marcia shot up furious, yelling that he needed to own it, even snapping that she felt like quitting over this disaster of a look. Race day finally hit, and Jin and Reiko threw themselves into the last-minute hustle for the Swan, Marcia, and Arrow, double-checking every tiny detail as they cheered the competitors on. Then the boys headed out for a lap around the square, and with the race start still on the horizon, Zhang couldn't believe it. This qualifying round was packed, full of people in booths. Marcia leaned in and told her this place hosts events all year, with other races too, and Zhang's eyes caught a man wagering on multiple participants. Marcia grinned and said that's how they spin cash in pot rock. But as soon as Reinhardt showed up, the guys snapped their attention away, and right away Earl Valentine's favorite title got bumped to number 1. Then Elsa popped into view behind him in a bathing suit. Reinhardt finally introduced his younger sister, grumbled that the other day everything had been so chaotic he couldn't properly introduce her, and while that was happening, Elsa walked up to Jean and caught him completely off guard. Staring at Jin, Elsa left the guy totally baffled, and he blurted out what was going on. So Elsa gave Jin a quiet thank you for shielding her brother, then introduced herself as Elsa Randall and said she was thrilled to meet him. Jin answered by introducing himself and Marcia with Rocco. As Marcia closed in, she clocked Elsa in her swimsuit too. Oh, she was definitely stepping into the competition. But Elsa's color wasn't the same, meaning they were heading for that final showdown, so Marcia shot Elsa a look and told her not to slip. Elsa only smirked back, saying she and Lorelei were the strongest. Marcia grinned at that fearless confidence, the girl raised on dry land, right as someone shouted for them. Valentino rolled up with glory to Elias, Earl Grint, and his crew, then flat out said he just prayed Marcia wouldn't get disqualified at the tryouts before he dashed out. Jean immediately snapped, "Why'd you even show up?" And Elsa and Marcia both shot back at the same time, "We don't know." The announcer blared that the 10th Golem ship race was about to kick off, bringing back not just the last teams, but also fresh faces from other countries. So many that it's the biggest turnout ever across all 35 groups. Plus, the race would be narrated by the fans' favorite commentator, and today they're rolling in Mayor Patroke and the magic crafter, Mr. Bernard, as honored guests. The announcer also bragged that their kingdom is packed with all kinds of artifacts, his own personal weapon, a booming loudspeaker, plus they're even allowed to deploy a magic eye and a screen too. Jin said that the magic eye and the screen looked super handy, and Reiko immediately asked if he could pull that off. Jin nodded, then warned her he wasn't hosting a TV show anymore. Reiko pushed again about the TV show, and the announcer chimed in that the crowd was hooked, since this time the swimsuit designs for the races had been totally changed. They split the contestants by swimsuit color, and with groups of 5, they had 7 shades ready. Apparently the mayor picked it right before the event, praising his own big ideas. Then he snapped everyone's focus to contestant number 35, Marcia, who instantly crumpled under the spotlight and got totally flustered. After the announcer paraded a statuette that looked exactly like the girl, he couldn't help but point out the eerie resemblance, and Marcia exploded, furious that something so spot-on showed up in the competition. Then Mr. Bernard leaned in, studied it, and realized it was carved with terrifying precision out of copper. Even worse, the golem looked like the controller, and the ship had a shape no one had ever seen before. On farms, water wheels spin to pull water up and power the work, and once Marcia's team commits to the wheel, they're ready to crush this competition. Marcia even clenched her fist like she already had it. The announcer leaned in and fired off a question to Bernard. Were there any other fighters who'd caught the magic crafter's eye? He pointed to participant 1, Earl Valentino's crew, a giant brute with 2 massive oars, plain as day but brutally effective. And since Count Valentino himself made that golem, you just knew this team had to be the announcer's favorite. Next on the list is number 3, Lorelei, the mermaid golem, built to slice through the water like it's nothing. And with stats that make her unstoppable, they'll feel zero doubt when they start turning her into their advantage. And yeah, you've got to check out winged golem number 27 and the 4-armed one number 28. But even with a perfect golem and ship, nobody takes the win unless they can control them. Period. The crowd didn't have a clue who would rise to the top. The announcer just called out luck and promised an incredible performance. And then the stands detonated into roaring chaos. Right after the announcer offered to settle the first group, he plunged his hand into the box and yanked out a dark blue ball, meaning Marcia's group was up first. Marcia's face fell because she'd wanted to watch the others race before her turn, but there was nothing to do. After she glanced at the magic eye, she lifted her finger up. Marcia grinned and swore that once they cleared the turn, she'd surge past everyone, so the racers should scramble to break away from her before that happened. But Jin and Reikos just let out heavy sighs and muttered that it sounded downright vulgar. The announcer blared that Marcia was declaring war. Fans erupted, and every competitor's face tightened as they snapped into line, all of them staring down a bee fire. When everyone finally climbed aboard their ships, Marcia's group's youngest girl pulled her aside, thanked her for saving her back then when her golem got swallowed by flames, and said that because of them, she gets to stand with everyone today. "A match is a match, and I won't lose." Marcia smiled, and she made the same vow. She wouldn't lose either. At last, the countdown kicked off. The stands erupted in noise, and Jin and Rako leaned in like they were ready to catch every single move. While Valentine flashed a confident grin, Reinhard pumped his sister up, and Marcia smiled, brimming with pure anticipation for the race. The starting horn blasted, and every ship rocketed off at the exact same time. Then the quickest sprint of them all came from participant number 14. Golem lunged forward with those huge arms, and each stroke sent the oars blasting through the water with massive splashes. Number 14 was grinning like he'd already won, staring at number 28 and number 35 still stuck behind him, smugly thinking the kind of boat didn't matter at all, whether it was some weird craft or a golem with 4 arms. Because in the end, it's only speed that decides everything. Strength? That's what contestant 14 kept shouting, faster and faster, while the announcer fretted they might not even reach the turn on their own. Jin nodded because the logic was solid, but in this race it was raw speed that decided everything. And if someone tried to yank the ship into a turn at that pace, the balance would snap and they'd be wide open for trouble. No way. Participants get swallowed up fast, and as soon as that gap opened, participant 28 shot right into the inner circle and surged past them, leaving participant 14 stunned. Right behind her, Marcia popped up and fired a question about overtaking, then told her straight up that participant number 14 was done with this. After flipping their opponent's boat, Marcia and Arrow surged ahead, and Marcia grinned like they finally caught their breath. Then she yelled at Arrow to push even harder. Arrow kicked her legs even harder, and the wheel tore into the water, blasting towering walls of spray as the ship shot forward at breakneck speed, so fast it rattled both Reinhard and especially Valentino to the core. Reinhard admitted he believed their full power was already on display during the Sea Serpent fight. Then the announcer blew it up even more, praising the moment as an explosive dash, while Marcia swept past the younger guy with a big, unstoppable grin. In those moments, Marcia felt something she couldn't even put into words, like she could see and sense everything around her at once. The wind blasting her face, then slipping through her hair thrilled her to the core, and with that rush, she could leave everything behind at pure lightning speed. In the middle of that storm of feelings, Marcia burst out, screaming that she loved every single one of them. And then, right at the end, they didn't just make it, they exploded into the finish line at full speed, blasting past everyone who was left in the dust. The announcer blared that Marcia won, and then he hammered home that just like she swore, she surged past everyone after the turn. Marcia flashed a grin, fixed her hair, and said, "It's just a light breeze." Then she jabbed her thumb at herself, declaring the ship a swan, bringing up Arrow and the MDR crew, and Marcia said they were blasting straight into the finals. Then Marcia shot out, claiming they'd take first place, and the crowd erupted like fireworks, while Valentino ground his teeth, swearing he'd never let it happen, not if it cost him everything, fists clenched tight with pure rage and fury. Ligi from Glory of Elias crushed the 7th track to win the qualifying, and that's it. Qualifiers are over. Tomorrow, the 7th finalist will arrive, and the announcer is already hyping them to stare at the magic screen as they lock in for the final showdown, screaming that they'll fight for victory. So everyone, brace yourself for tomorrow. Elsa fired off the same promise to Marcia. She wasn't going to lose, and Marcia nodded back, insisting everyone play fair. The whole crowd agreed, and right then Jin and Reiko stomped over. Jin seethed at Marcia for making it look like a show. Reiko let out a tired sigh, and Marcia hurried to apologize. Then Marcia finally owned up. If she hadn't done that, it would have turned into an escape hatch for Jean's question. She kept talking, locking the pieces in place. The best golem, the best boat, and if she somehow couldn't control them right so they didn't slip away, who would she be? She said all of it to keep her eye on the truth, and then... Clutching her hand, Marcia admitted she felt utterly helpless. How was she supposed to fight with dignity? Jin couldn't even find the words, but Reiko surged closer, leaned in, and told Marcia not to fret. Tomorrow, they'd win for sure. Since Aro was built as a golem by Jin, and Jin also altered Swan, Jin let out a strained sigh, then Reiko snapped that only Marcia was left on the battlefield, the one who could command Aro, and the only one who could control Swan. It was Marcia. And yeah, once again, Marcia is the one who perfectly steered the top ship Golem and snatched victory in today's qualifying matches. Marcia blurted a laugh from sheer embarrassment, joking that Reiko was awful at compliments, and Jin shot back that next time he'd teach her right, only for Reiko to instantly protest that it wasn't a compliment. Marcia waved it off, patted her on the head, and promised she wouldn't let the guys down, because when it came down to it, this was her fight. Already seated in a fancy, expensive restaurant, Marcia shot a worried look and asked if they'd come to the right place, because this screamed nobility. So Jin shrugged it off, explaining that after the competition Reinhard tracked him down, praised how mind-blowing the golem and the ship were, invited him to dinner, already reserved the table, then shoved him an address on a little paper, and Marcia just couldn't believe how easily Jin got swayed. Then Reinhard and Elsa stepped out to the guys, all dressed up like wealthy nobles. Reinhard even thanked Jean for showing up and told them to come inside. Marcia tried to bolt, but Jean shut that down, and before anyone knew it, the guys were sitting at a table stacked with lavish, mouth-watering food. Reinhard tipped his hat to Marcia like she was royalty, blurted her team name, MDR, and then shouted their shared rally cry, Seabird, both his and Elsa's. Once the prelims were cleared, he swung in the idea of celebrating with a drink, and right then Marcia cut in with a nervous little blur, so Reinhard snapped, asking what was wrong. Still, once Marcia decided and glanced around, she asked Reinhard straight up if he could really pull off being a noble, and Reinhard nodded, saying it was totally doable, even if he was the fourth son. Then he leaned in and warned her not to get stuck on that, because at the end of the day he was still from the Shoro Empire, so he told her to carry on like nothing had changed. Jin perked up and blurted, "So, ships or golems?" Reinhard lit up and said he wanted to cover it all, and they could start right now, until his sister's glare yanked him back, and he admitted, quick and guilty, that he still had one more issue to talk through. Then Reinhard cut right to the chase, no small talk, and said this was all about the recent fire. He claimed it started at Jean's dock, then ripped outward and swallowed the other docks. Marcia tried to deny it, but Reinhard said he believed her. Jean threw out the theory that someone staged the whole thing, and Reinhardt snapped back that the real target was Marcia. She was left reeling. Marcia shot up and demanded answers, but Jean just shrugged, saying he had no idea. Then he turned to Reinhard and asked if he'd called them to see who they might pick. Reinhard confirmed Jean's hunch, and the second Marcia heard that, she started rattling off every name she could think of, only for Reinhard to say she had too many options on her side, too. Marcia then insisted her father's debt had to be behind it, but Jin snapped back that selling Marcia's ship would pay far more than torching the dock. While Reiko admitted that 2 men tried to snatch Marcia that night, and when they looked like thugs, he just buried them, only for them to be gone by morning. Reinhardt leaned in and said the criminal might be aiming at both Marcia and her ship, but that only makes sense if he locks on to one at a time, which means his real goal is to stop her from stepping into that race. Even if they're chasing some big prize, the smart move is to keep your guard up. Unlike the preliminaries, the final route gets announced straight away. Still, Reinhardt can't shake the dread in his gut. Later, as he heads outside with Reinhardt, Jin blurts out why he's being so nice, and Reinhardt just sighs and finally answers. He confessed he was basically a diplomat and swore nothing would go down between Elias and Churro, because one thing happened right in front of him, and now he'll at least get the truth. If this has anything to do with the race, his sister could be in danger, and he's not letting that happen, no matter what. Then he said that Jean admitted Reinhard was right, and Reinhard immediately apologized for blurting out those weird things. Reinhardt wouldn't admit it, but Jin could tell he kind of cared, because they were both craftsmen, and to Jin's shock, Reinhardt grinned, said it was great talking to Jin, invited him to Sharo when he had time, and Jin smiled back. Then Reinhardt leaned in and said they should go all out in the finale, so nobody would ever have regrets. The announcer blasted that the 10th and final Golem ship race was underway. The stands erupted like thunder, and he shouted who ripped the biggest starting spurt. That big early surge was totally the work of the Top Gun, Liji from the Glory of Elias team, while Jin and Reinhardt stayed on edge, and Valentino just smirked like he owned the whole battlefield. While the other competitors were stuck in a total dead end, fear seemed to be the real enemy. Nobody could pick up speed, and Marcia couldn't break through at all because they had her blocked. At the turn, Elsa barked Lorelei's name and they slammed into a sharp turn, because Elsa was determined to slip past her rivals, eyes locked on the road with total, ruthless focus. Jin's gut told him this was a disaster. The ships were hugging each other way too tight, and Reiko demanded why they didn't just swing around at arrow speed. Jin snapped back that it wouldn't work unless the catamaran was small, because Arrow couldn't slip between the ships or get around them, and once you tried, the ships would just trap you and block the way. Then Jin realized the 4 ships were swapping spots with the ones guarding Elsa, teaming up to slam every route forward shut. Maybe they'd been forced to drop in at the start. And Marcia snapped, losing control as she screamed that they'd promised to fight fair. The contestants caught only bits of Marcia's words, but Valentino's terror had them frozen, doing exactly what they were told. And while Valentino calmly insisted there was nothing wrong with being careful, the whole race dragged into the most boring stretch ever. Valentino flashed a grin, savoring the sweet thrill of a plan going perfectly, because soon he'd make Marcia his own. But Marcia's rage kept rising until she snapped that nobody should mess with her, no matter what excuse they had or what they claimed their goal was. Everyone jumped into this race for their own reason, and a bunch of others got wiped out the moment qualifying hit. Yet Marcia still has no clue who's behind it, so she grabs the steering wheel of the ship and screams at the culprit, "Don't you dare!" No, don't let this low, dirty move stop them from going after anyone who's actually ready to fight for real. Marcia snapped hard at Arrow to back up, leaving her enemies baffled. Then she whipped into a left turn like she was slipping into the other lane, only for one opponent to growl that she'd never let that happen. The opponent surged after Marcia, sprinting to catch up and slam into her path, and she whipped around to face them. The crowd was stunned. Marcia didn't just slow down, she faked a slow retreat, widening the gap until the competitors were boxed in. Then she exploded forward like a rocket, tearing through them in a flash. And Jean and Marcia instantly called it out. Sure, it was a dirty move, but it was the smartest play they had right then. To truly bring the best golemanship to its full power, you need the best skill. So Jen fired the question to Rocco, "Is that for real?" And when she confirmed every word with a bright smile, the whole audience erupted in cheers. But then Reiko jolted with a sudden shiver, gasped to Jin that the sea had answered back, and warned that a magical presence coming in at blinding speed toward Marcia wasn't just one creature, but a whole flock of sea serpents. Jin grilled Reiko about the sea snakes, and Reiko nodded, saying it was probably around 30, closing in on Marcia and the rest. Then Jin cursed that this had to hit right now. Reiko asked if they should try to cancel the competition, but Jin warned the snakes would track the participants even if they turned back. Then shot Reiko a question. Could she take them? And Reiko answered with a confident yes. Reiko's stomach twists. She's terrified about their timing because the mountain route loops around Io, and that turn could leave her too late. If Reiko could ride the swan, maybe they'd actually make it in time, so they bolted straight for the docks. There, Reiko pulled out a magical jet engine, and Jen couldn't believe she'd brought it, until she explained she planned to slap it onto the spare boat, since the real issue was stability and durability, and they had to fuse it with the swan's spare parts. Reiko could only pray it wouldn't blow up, while Jin snapped at her to watch her step, grilled her about how light it was, then admitted he'd still struggle to manage it all. She'd have to steer one-handed, and Jin would take the speed, on the condition they didn't burn through their magic, and Reiko just stared like, wait. This is the total opposite of the Golem ship race. Jin gripped the steering wheel, locked in tight, roared the magical jet engine to life, and the swan shot into the sky at insane speed. As the boys tore through the water at full speed, nausea hit them hard, and Jin immediately clocked how deadly it was. The boat was getting yanked straight up on the waves, like it was flying. Jin shot Riko a worried look and asked if they were going the right way, and Riko fired back, "Yeah, we're on track," then said she could feel the snakes closing in, and with Io Island right there, they'd catch up to them fast. But the second Riko spotted the snakes, she snapped into attack mode. Reiko shouted that it was a greeting, then lunged forward and slammed into the scene. Boom! sending a massive explosion straight into one of the snakes' heads. But Reiko kept hammering the snakes, one after another. She cut them down until they were left headless. Jin snapped at Reiko to shoot the water, blow the snake up, and scare them into fleeing Io Island before Marcia and the others show up to wipe out every last one. Reiko nodded. The snakes snapped their heads around and bolted to hide under the water, and Reiko clocked it. Then Jin leaned in, asking if she could dive in after them. And when she said yes, Jin clenched his jaw and thought it through. Then Jin pulled out the magic stones and warned that if those snakes slipped too deep, everything would go wrong, so he had to stop them first. Without holding back, he started blasting the stones with way more magic than they could handle. Then he hurled them into the water, and the moment they hit, the stones erupted into a wild shimmer. The snakes surged toward the rocks, then burst out of the water, and Rico grinned like crazy, while Jin laughed, calling them his favorite, and flipped on his acoustic detection. With a thunderous roar, the last snakes burst out of the water at once, blasting splashes everywhere. Jin clenched his fist, grinning, and said he'd been worried the high frequencies were too small in radius, yet it still worked. Then Reiko, like, "I expected nothing less from you, father," stepped in and launched her attack with a magical explosion. Jin dove straight into a tangled mass of snakes, and when they detonated into an explosion so brutal, he slammed his hands over his head, eyes bulging with shock. A savage wave yanked them skyward. Rako ripped out of the boat and splashed into the water. Then she shot back up and proudly said she'd managed it in the end. Jin let out a breath, told Reiko to hang on, he was on his way, then something yanked her under, and the very next instant a snake burst from the water, clamped around Reiko's body, and Jin erupted in a scream. Those snake teeth latched onto Reiko and wouldn't let go. She thrashed and screamed for Jin to run, promising she'd tear the thing apart. Yet Reiko didn't even get the chance to finish, because Jin, fueled by pure rage, slammed a spell into motion. Magical transformation and focal length calculation. Jin unleashed a blade of light, sliced the snake's neck in one clean swoop. Then he couldn't even process what just happened. The snake's jaws popped open and Reiko tumbled into the water. Jin let out a breath, and when Reiko burst back up to the surface, he apologized on the spot before Jin demanded, "Reiko, are you okay?" Reiko flashed a smile, and Jin yanked her out of the water by the hand. Then Reiko bragged that he could handle everything without her, and Jin shot back that she was dead wrong. Jin shot, "Is that it for today?" And Reiko promised she'd check for magical power. Then her whole body went rigid, and Jin demanded, "More snakes?" Reiko snapped, "No," but she felt a magic trace coming from Io's island, Golem. Ji went, "So the race pushed this far?" And Reiko tried to say it wasn't their Golem, only for her to tense up even harder. Spotted that Golem was hiding underwater and didn't belong there, Reiko told him it was fine, but then she worried they shouldn't leave him alone. Still, Jin brushed it off, said he was just exhausted, and promised to take a detour and come back, so Reiko finally nodded along. Reiko peeled off her clothes, stayed in the same dark blue swimsuit, and told them she'd be there in a minute. People say, if that Golem shows up to mess with the race, smash it, and Reiko better not forget to grab its core. When he plunged into the water, he couldn't shake the thought that the sea serpent's appearance might have been planned all along. But even with Marcia in the hunt, he still has to do this. Right as Reiko drew near the Golem's commotion, she spotted two Golems locking onto the swan. The two Golems had closed in on the swan, inching right up to strike as their attack was almost upon it. But just as they were about to do something, Reiko popped up beside one of them, sliced the first clean through, ripped the core out of the second, then paused like she was calculating, grabbed the fragments, just in case, looked up, and ordered that now Marcia had to do everything she possibly could. Arrow shot back with a grin and said it was only Reiko cheering her on, and Marcia blinked like, "Wait, is Jin cheering us now too?" Then she leaned in, asking if Arrow's legs were really okay. Arrow said yes, and Marcia fired off the idea that it could be the belt or the wheel, since Jin warned them they might not be able to handle that kind of load forever. Jean snapped that, once she remembered everything, she should blast at full speed only when it mattered, because the ship might not survive, and Marcia was sure it couldn't, since it was her father's boat. Jean grinned and said, "I'm not worried about the hull, I'm worried about the wheel." He clocked it the moment he took Reiko out for a test drive. He tried to use the enhancement, but with only a handful of rare materials, he burned them on Arrow's body. and then watched the water wheel go untouched. That belt is stitched from magical beast hide, but the seams won't last forever. At Arrow's top speed, those blade-lined stitches could tear. Marcia can swap the belt out in a snap, but the water wheel? She's got to be extra careful. But even with Jin's magic materials stacked in their favor, all they ended up with was bronze. Nothing they could do about it, and they definitely didn't expect the final race to drag on that long. It was a real gut punch that Elsa had surged past Marcia on the reefs, yet after that came a hard straight, and Liji snapped, furious at getting reeled in, insisting this was the best golem there was, like it was all just useless. Even if she buttered up that arrogant jerk to snag the race, it still wouldn't matter, because she'd slam the gap between the golems with her own skills, no question, and once that pride of a sailor kicks in, they'll rocket at full speed. Meanwhile, Rich cranked up even more speed. She burst out from behind the island of Io at full throttle, so Elsa snapped an order to Lorelei not to stop, or they'd lose the lead they carved out in the reef area. Lorelei nodded and agreed, and when Elsa apologized for putting pressure on the golem, Lorelei shot back with a flat no. Lorelei told everyone that this is exactly what her creator Reinhardt wants, and Elsa nodded along. The announcer pointed out Elsa's even faster now, but Rich won't let her shrink that gap, so maybe Marcia will try next. And when Marcia said it looks like both of them are headed for the grave, she made it clear they don't have any other choice. They said it was go time because they wanted this win, and Arrow slammed the pace. Then the announcer shouted that Marcia had launched her move too, setting up a wild fight for first between those three teams. Marcia was all confidence, Elsa stayed locked in, and Liji's calm finally cracked into real nerves. The announcer also pointed out the rest of the course was nothing but a straight sprint from Io Island to the venue, so this was pure speed, all the way. Valentino's fury was already blazing, and the nerves were screaming off him, while Reinhardt just smiled like it was nothing. Jean prayed Marcia wouldn't lose, and told her to fight with everything she had. So Marcia slammed the command for full speed ahead. Elsa lunged forward and caught Liji, then shot past her, and just as Liji started to breathe easy, Marcia surged up alongside her and darted ahead, making Liji hiss with pure furious anger. Liji spun around just in time to see her golem buckling under the strain, smoke pouring out as it finally broke down. Game over for her, and the hope drained right out of her with a heavy sigh. Trembling, the golem still fought to pull the oar, but the saddened girl reached out, gripped his hand, stopped him dead, and looked away. Then total silence swallowed the space between them. Meanwhile, Elsa and Marcia stayed right on their heels. Lorelei sprinted just to keep up, and Arrow pumped the pedals with everything she had. The girls were dead set on crossing the line first, and Marcia even flashed a grin as they strode in perfect sync. But then, crack! Something snapped, and Marcia blurted a furious curse like she'd been insulted to the bone. But Arrow shrieked, "Not now!" and then kicked her legs into overdrive, blasting forward as fast as she possibly could. Shouting that Arrow could still keep fighting, the two, Arrow and Marcia, raced up and even surged ahead for a moment, and when Elsa told Lorelei all of this, Lorelei just answered with shaky doubts. She glanced at the tail and groaned that it was too strained. She could barely move except at a slow crawl. Then Elsa let out a tired sigh and said she finally understood. Then Elsa told Lorelei to glide in slow all the way to the finish line and promised they'd get Reinhardt to fix her later. Lorelei nodded and agreed, while Marcia clocked Elsa's sudden drop-off and realized, with time running out, that she was done too, right at the last second. The whole race had been scorching and wildly fun, and it even came with qualifying. But every single person still carries one thing they just can't forgive, and that's the part that hits the hardest. The announcer screamed that the 35th team, Marcia, had just finally hit the goal after missing the first and third teams, and the stands erupted in pure, jubilant chaos. Then the announcer strode up to Marcia and blared that the MDR team won, calling it an unbelievable victory, before turning to ask what Marcia felt right now. When he saw the girls looking miserable, he pressed why they were so unhappy, and Marcia yanked the mic out of his hands, snapping at someone, "Are you even here?" Marcia snarled that he was butting into her business, even right here in this tournament. Then she called him a fucking bastard and vowed she'd never forgive him. Now she has zero proof, but Valentino swore he'd pay for it all, and while the crowd was still lost, Valentino got it instantly, chuckling with rage, while someone in the stands cursed. A girl faced Valentino and demanded what Marcia was rambling about, so he smiled and greeted her as the Marchioness de Fiorentino. Then she shot back that his whole crew would be back soon, so why not welcome them? And Valentino promised he would. He even added that it was wild a Marchioness like her had shown up in a place like this. The Marchioness replied, "This is one of the biggest events in the country. I had to see it with my own eyes. And if her subordinate cheats in competitions, she should show up." At least, that's what the argument was about, because Valentino tensely didn't buy it, asking what she meant, until a busted Rakogalon got hurled right at him, and the Marquis snapped that he already has proof. Then Marcia, the mayor's announcer, and Mr. Bernard simply froze in shock at what they'd just witnessed. Then Reiko burst out of the water, clutching a golem core, and with a grin she congratulated Marcia, urging her to take the core as a gift. While they hid in a rocky spot on Io, Reiko couldn't stop wondering who built them and what they were doing here, because she was dying to find out. The Marquis stared straight at Valentino and nodded, then shoved a golem core into view and demanded, "You know this, right?" Valentino mumbled like he didn't get it, but Jean stepped in and snapped, "Stop pretending. Magic will read you like a book." Valentino's fuse finally blew. He raged, "You bastards!" Reinhardt and Marcia. Valentino called them his boyfriend this whole time. Then Reinhardt shot back that since Elsa was in it too, it wasn't anyone's business anymore, and he'd force Valentino to confess everything. So he grabbed the call and called him what he really was, the former Count. Reinhardt swore again he'd force Valentino to spill every secret, while Mr. Bernard snatched the golem's control core, blasted it with reading magic, and triggered the shock, then barked the command. No ship was allowed to take Ship 1, and Ship 35 had to be destroyed, and the crowd erupted with screams and whispers. Then Mr. Bernardo said the orders came straight from Count Valentino, and Marcia snapped that he was a bastard, while the Countess swore she'd heard he threatened the racers who sat out in the first half, just so he couldn't be questioned. Still, Valentino just smirked, snatched the ring, and swore he'd never meant any of it. As the golem smashed through the wall, Valentino snapped, "Screw this stupid tournament, and this whole country!" Before he could move on, the golem that slipped out intercepted him, and Jin shouted that it was the very same one that attacked their ship. Then Valentino grinned, wrenched a spell into his hand, and kept going. In the blink of an eye, dozens of golems erupted from the sand, one after another, swarming to surround everyone, and Valentino cracked up as he said they'd totally forgotten this place was built with his family's golems. Then he threw the command to unleash chaos. People bolted in terror from the golems, and the Marquis finally admitted what he'd done, only for Valentino to snap that anyone who refused him the power he demanded was to blame, then perch on the golem's shoulder and bid the kingdom of Elias goodbye. Jin seethed when that monster refused to confess and just bolted, and the Marquis yanked him and Reinhardt aside, saying they could dump him with the guards, while Reinhardt insisted they still had to evacuate people and smash one golem, so Jin unleashed a beam of light and started striking down the others. Reiko jumped into the fight too, wiping out 2 golems at once, and the X, member number 14, yelled that their golems should be used as a shield to protect everyone. While Liji kept grilling the golem over why he couldn't stop, smoke poured out of every grind, and the golem jerked his hand toward the girl, only for her to snap, "Get it together!" They were already just a few steps from the shore, and the moment the command hit, the golem froze, his mind flashing back to that touch. Then he shot up from his seat, and Liji blurted, "What would you do if this boat capsized?" Right as the golem started scrambling over the side, she snapped, "So you're the kind that can't swim? Be careful!" But when the golem finally sank under the water, her scream cracked with frustration at how he'd been acting. Rika slammed her attack into another golem, blasted its head clean off, and declared it was the last one. Then Jin praised her, only for Rika to apologize, insisting she should have spotted it sooner. Jin cut her off and told her it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Reinhardt snapped that you couldn't spot the inactive golems, and the Countess fired back that it was a total miscalculation, because the builder's golems for this facility might still be sitting right there, untouched. After she apologized for doubting him, she demanded to know why Valentina was desperate to win. And the same question hit Marcia, too. Then Marcia suddenly remembered how she'd turned Valentino down, refusing to be his wife or his shipmaster, and panic hit her. Maybe it was her fault. But Jean cut in right away, shaking his head. No, this isn't normal. Going this far, doing all this? Nobody does that without evil in their heart. And he was convinced. Valentino wasn't just angry. He was plotting something huge. Then Marcia spotted Ricci's boat, and Ligi snapped that people really shouldn't be messing with iron oars because her shoulders were killing her. The Marcianis huffed that Ligi had no right to show up here, while Elsa swore Ligi had bolted with Valentino. Ligi fired back that she'd never run off with that bastard, and said it would be pointless anyway if she didn't finish the race. Plus, what about the missing swan? Legi admitted she wasn't clued in on every detail, but she swore Valentino couldn't stop watching the boat and the dock, like he was weighing whether to hand it back or torch everything. She didn't know what he was really hiding. All she remembered was that chilling "burn it" note. Then it clicked for Marcia. Valentino was the one who set the docks on fire. Jin argued that even if they pushed the docks out of the way, the swan wouldn't have enough room to stash anything, and Arrow stayed on guard. Reinhardt pitched the idea that something might have been tucked in the boat before the transformation, because Valentino had already checked Marcia right before meeting Jin, but Jin and Reiko both insisted they would have spotted anything, so Reinhardt pressed, could it be something you'd normally find on a boat or at a dock? Jin then snapped back that there was a rope and even a small suitcase sitting on an old boat left in the dashboard. Jean yanked the knife out of its case and said he had to. Those decorations were too gorgeous to ignore, while Marcia froze, convinced Jean had done it, and only then did Elsa snatch the knife, stare at the gem in the middle, scream, and tell Reinhardt it looked like L-radite. Reinhardt confirmed it as he lifted the case and discovered a hidden compartment inside. In that secret compartment, they found a trade contract for L-radite, signed to Valentino de Hudson, and Reinhardt stat that Valentino really was behind it, piling shame on Elias, while Marcia stared them down like, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then Ligi erupted, yelling, "I don't know anything about it. I had nothing to do with this." Li Shi kept insisting she only wanted one thing, to win. And Jin snapped, "So what kind of L-radite is it?" The Marquis leaned in and said it was a rare gemstone that boosts magic power, found only about 100 years ago, and the reason it's so scarce is simple. It's that rare. Then the Marquis blared that the price changed with the size, but it could never dip under 10 million Torre, 10 times what the tournament prize was. A dagger was shoved straight under Logi's face as they snapped that even distribution was locked down back home, and smuggling? That's a death sentence. Then the Marchioness demanded Valentino's arrest, insisting the guards snatch him no matter what. But before she could celebrate, the guards came back, saying they'd lost track of Valentino. Her eyes narrowed with pure irritation, and she waved the guards away like, "Go, try again." The Countess snapped that finding Valentino was their duty. Then she thanked Jean and Reinhardt because everything had to be reported to the king and put him on the wanted list. Reinhardt offered to ride with her, told Jean, "You're good, leave it to us," and added that he'd head back to Shoro in half a month, asking Jean if he'd go with him. Jean said, "Give me time to think," and Reinhardt didn't argue. And just like that, the chaos inside Patroke finally snapped shut, and Marcia sat right on top of the bag of coins, staring at it like her life depended on it. The boys practically burst with joy. After everything they'd been through, they finally grabbed the prize, and that million tours hit like pure adrenaline, an unreal feeling. But Marcia instantly sank, remembering the crushing bill for housing, documents, food, and her father's debt, so Jean stepped in and snapped, "Don't be so pessimistic." Jean practically lit up and said Marcia could finally run the store, and honestly, it was amazing. Marcia grinned, admitted it felt unreal, then asked Jean if he wanted to open a boat shop with her since it was pure profit, and on top of that, Jean was a magical craft wizard who forged the race-winning boat. Marcia said that his name would be famous too, looked Jin in the eye, then smacked his back and laughed it off as a joke. Next, she demanded to know if he really planned to head to Reinhardt and Elsa's country in just 10 days. And when Jin confirmed it, she snapped that he should stop wearing such a gloomy face. Then Marcia shrugged and said, "Sure, we're aristocrats, so who knows what chaos they'll stir up." Jean snapped back, "Stop acting like nobles are some kind of weight," and promised he'd be careful, while ordering Marcia to keep clear of debts and troublemakers. Marcia nodded, they hit a high five, and that was the deal. In the end, Marcia and Arrow split off on their own paths, while Gian and Reiko geared up and hit the road, chasing the next big adventure. Jin pushed the idea of stopping by their place before they headed to Shoro, and Reiko instantly backed him up. Deep in the forest, Valentino was fuming because the golem he paid a fortune for had already smashed to pieces. Everilio's name was ruined too, until a hooded stranger slid up and asked, "Are you Valentino?" The Count instantly clocked who it was and jumped straight into the talk with zero small talk. When it was over, he was buzzing with excitement, scoffed that commoners could do this, then waved the stranger off and, while giggling, promised to handle it, delighted at how perfect and effortless everything turned out. Then he erupted into maniacal laughter and swore they'd feel the full force of his power. Back home, Jin blurted that he wanted to build an airplane, and Reiko shot back, "Not a boat!" with Golem and the guard chiming in too, so Jin nodded, "Yeah, not a boat." Then he hesitated the moment Reiko told him to go for it. Jin clocked it, about a week until they finally met Reinhard, and the countdown made everything feel tense with the little time left, but man was he happy to be back on the island after so long away. For a while, at least they wouldn't have to sweat food, and with the farm giving them what they needed, he only wished he knew exactly where the island was, because then he could start forging defensive gear for them using all those materials. Reiko admitted she'd been needing a weapon for ages, and when Jin questioned her, she snapped fire to her palm and said, "My power has limits. I can't perfectly control it, and there are times I don't use magic." Then added, "Long journeys throw curveballs, so we'd better be ready." Jin grinned and pushed for some fun, then snapped, "For our trip, we've got to build a weapon first." He eyed the gun and admitted it was way too dangerous for people who didn't even know what firearms were. But hey, if they didn't understand it, that didn't mean he couldn't still use it as a terrifying threat, right? Reiko snapped that they should use Vina's paralysis staff, and Jin immediately remembered the barrier generator too. Yeah, it's not the strongest or the most portable, but it's workable, and if monsters or bandits come for them, they'll need it. Because this is dangerous, like a deadly snake, and Jin absolutely refuses to use water blade or light anywhere near people. So Jin forged a jaw-dropping baton, an enchanted transmitter tied to a mana link, then stacked protective rings on top of offensive ones of every attribute, and even crafted a katana for the Rako. He made it for self-defense, far easier to carry than the old staff, with a length that can be adjusted on the fly. That protective ring shields you from both physical blows and magic, so even a flaming spear gets bounced back as the spell-woven rings of each element fire off just like the others. And the real icing on the cake is the next part. Tuka, Reiko's exclusive katana, sliced straight through adamantite in a single strike, and when the golems clapped in awe, Reiko turned to Jin's work and praised those masterpieces for proving they'd hit perfection. Right away, the golems started trading demands, one after another, and Jin shot back that he'd share everything with them a little later. Then a bamboo pipe got tipped to the other side, and there they were, sitting and sipping tea, while Jin realized this exact moment always spirals into him getting way too hyped over whatever he's doing. And Reiko, clutching her brand new katana, grinned that she was having a blast, so Jin finally steadied himself. Reiko blurted out that if Jin was so worn out, they could just delay the plane's development. Then Jin snapped to attention like a spring, insisted he'd get it done no matter what, and declared he'd power it with a magic jetpack, with straight main wings instead of swept. They'll build it the exact same way as the Glider Golem. Durability won't be an issue because they're using adamantite and mithril, plus a catapult and parachute for safety. When Reiko questions Jin, Jin pulls up the projection and explains it's how they'll jump out of the plane while they're still in the air. Reiko then asks, why not just use a magical jetpack? And Jin beams, happily thanking her for the idea. After what felt like forever, the magical plane finally took shape, and Jin couldn't believe his own hype. He even slapped together a hangar because he was that fired up. But Reiko shot back that the others couldn't match their speed, so she apologized to the 3 exhausted golems who were barely managing to catch their breath. But once they got back to the plane, Reiko leaned in and asked if something that huge could even take off. Then she pressed Jin for the worst-case answer. What if it falls? Jin said the only way to know was to test it, but after she heard about the catapult, Reiko demanded they try the plane first, and just as they were gearing up, uninvited trouble showed up and totally derailed them. 3 golems burst in and popped right beside the guys, and while Reiko had zero idea what was happening, Jin shot his gaze away, rubbing the back of his neck like he was embarrassed. Then the first one stepped forward and announced himself as Sky 1, insisting he could become an eagle. The second popped up and introduced himself as Marin, smooth as a dolphin. Then the third followed as Landum, sly as a fox. And the two of them declared they were the Golem Rangers. Reiko spun to her dad and demanded answers, but Jin, totally flustered, looked away and muttered that he'd decided to build an island defense fort. Then the Golem Sky One rolled up to Jin and demanded he hand over the Sky Eagle test, while Reiko clocked that Sky One could name the plane anything he wanted, and Sky One even shot Sky Two a warning. If he didn't return, he'd take over from there. Reiko just told him to hit the ejection device. Sky One climbed aboard, shoved the flaps up, and mashed the buttons he needed. Then the other Golem Ranger swung the flag for the green light, and Sky One blasted off from the spot, fighting to get this thing into the sky. Rako let out a thrilled sigh as the plane roared off the runway and climbed higher, smooth and steady. Jin and Reiko burst into laughter at the exact same time, both realizing the plane was finally in the air. Then later, Jin checked the map and saw where their island was. The Ranger Golem jerked his head in agreement, saying nothing was locked in, maybe the West even held a continent at all, while insisting this island belonged to the Kingdom of Elias, and straight north of it, Jin would run into the Kingdom of Agria. Jin pressed about the Blue Lands, and Golem kept going, claiming even farther up sat the Kingdom of Klein, with Sky pointing to the rough spot of Kaina's village too. Jin mulled it over, and then Reika snapped his name to get his attention. When Jin spun around, Reiko flashed the plane keys and told him, and Jin snapped that Sky should have them, only for Reiko to admit she'd borrowed them and offer to take them for a spin, and Jin immediately nodded in agreement. Reiko stared at Hadai Island like it was a tiny dot from up here, the planes blowing her mind. And then she snapped, asking why they never once stopped to visit Kana Village. Reiko said she thought everything had finally cooled down, and Jin hesitated, then nodded, telling her he already had a promise to Reinhardt and he'd already chosen to go there. He still knew almost nothing about this world, and he wanted to understand what was really going on before he returned, so he wouldn't have to flee again, no matter what happened. Reiko blurted out an apology for worrying everyone for nothing, and Jin waved it off like, "I'm good." Then he stunned her, admitting he never thought he'd ever board a plane he built with his own hands. And yeah, he's still breathing because Reiko dragged him into this world, and he's still got a future because his teacher's power keeps him going. So Jin has to figure out his next move, what he must do, who he needs to save, and how to use this power for real. And Rika just grinned, nodded like, "Yeah, that's it." Jin slid his glasses on, asked Reika to join him, she said yes, and then the two of them soared off on a plane, racing into the sunset. Later, Jin barked out orders. Sky One was on world map duty, and right then the golem behind him demanded if Jin was already heading out, while the maid golem warned him to be careful. Jin shot back, asking whether Reiko was ready as she drew her katana. Reika grinned and spun back to Jin, saying she was always ready, and Jin clocked how Reiko's packed her luggage super modestly. Reika caught the look, smiled, and agreed with him. Then Reiko jabbed a finger at a golem that looked just like her, and snapped that the long trip forced her to split the luggage, leaving the poor thing so drained it could barely stay upright. Reiko wanted to leave it in the carriage, but Jin begged her not to. And while all this hit the air, Reinhardt was crying as he apologized to Elsa, admitting he had to dash out early for work and would have to trust Jin and Reiko to her care. Jin and Reiko reached the town square at the exact time they agreed on. At first it was dead quiet. Then a carriage rolled toward them, and when Elsa leaned out, she blurted out an apology for making them wait, leaving Jin absolutely stunned. Elsa stepped out of the carriage and told the boys to climb in, and the maid said she'd get in right after them. Jin thanked her, but the moment her face went stone serious, Jin couldn't shake the feeling that she was following him for a reason. Already locked in the carriage, Elsa apologized to Jean that Reinhardt couldn't make it. He had to bolt early for work. And Jean just nodded like, "Of course, when you're a diplomat, the pressure never ends." Then Jean leaned in. "So, is Valentino finally caught?" Elsa shook her head hard. "No, smuggling Elrodite is a major crime, and Elias's kingdom is hunting Elrodite like crazy. Elrodite's the one they want, and they want him bad." Jean just couldn't help it. He was hoping Valentino would get caught any day now. Jin clocked that Shoro was way out of reach, and Elsa shot back that they had to cross 2 countries, Agrea and Shelroa. After Elias, they'd reach them in no time, riding a carriage, but Reiko's bragged it'd be even quicker if they flew by plane. Jin barely managed to bite back his reaction. Then Elsa fired the question again, so Jin snapped a hand over her mouth. Reiko clocked Jin's pale face, grabbed him by the arm, and shouted what was wrong. But Jin could barely manage, begging her to stop, so Elsa leaned in and asked if he was seasick. Then Jin suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth and sucked in air, and Elsa snapped back that this is what happens when you're not used to riding in a carriage. She then reached out, offering to help ease his nausea a little. Elsa cast a healing spell to mend Jin, and the second the magic hit, Jin's eyes flew wide with shock, so Elsa leaned in and asked if he felt any better. Jin grinned and said the nausea was gone, but when he saw the carriage's suspension, he'd instantly assumed it was a damper, thought they were safe, until he learned the carriage didn't have one at all. Elsa asked, and Jin explained that a damper soaks up vibrations. There are gas and oil types, and really, they should focus on the carriage itself. Rubber tires would help a lot too. Elsa finally burst into laughter, and Reika, taking it as an insult, reached for her katana, but Jin threw up a stop before she could swing. Elsa even laughed harder and admitted that in moments like that, Jin feels just like Reinhard when he talks, which made it hilarious, and Jin went on to say he'd always thought Elsa was incredibly serious. Elsa smiled and said she was dying to chat with both of them, then admitted she just wanted to get to know Jin better. Jin lit up, so Reiko jumped in, suggesting they talk about what her dear father was up to, and then, bang! Screams erupted. Jin cracked his eye open and saw her way too close. Then his worry for Elsa hit hard, and when he asked if she was okay, she stumbled right onto him, leaving him instantly mortified. Elsa asked Jin if he was okay. Then her maid burst into the carriage, saw how close Elsa and Jin had gotten, and snapped that she'd ripped Jin's thing off in a fit of rage. Elsa told her she'd totally misunderstood it, because Elsa had just lost her balance. And then, thunk, the carriage jolted up. Jin caught her fast, and Jin nodded like crazy. Mine finally cooled down, snapped that she'd let it slide for now, then called Elsa, saying it was way too much to leave Elsa and Jean together in the same carriage. Elsa shot back that he was Reinhardt's precious guest, and Mine shouldn't be rude. Mine fired off that this whole mess started earlier, when being near some unknown commoner practically invited trouble, only for the maid to hesitate, then admit it was really all about Elsa's safety. Then Mine got even more daring and snapped that if she'd known the race would turn into pure chaos, she never would have let Elsa step in, only for Elsa to fire back, saying the rules may have been crossed, but the race itself wasn't the problem. Mine shot back, asking what she'd do if something happened to Elsa, and Elsa finally admitted it's because she's worried. But Elsa couldn't take it anymore. She cut Mine off mid-sentence and warned her that Mine has been bothering her lately. Then Elsa spun around and bolted, and Mine lunged to stop her, but it was useless. Meanwhile, Jin crouched by the carriage and found the wheel jammed deep in the hole. The coachman swore there was no way they'd push it out, so Jin demanded help, and Reiko straight up hoisted the entire carriage off the ground in one pull, leaving the old coachman speechless. When Rocco dropped the carriage to the ground, everyone just stared and fell silent. Then Jin shrugged and told them to keep rolling. They drove on, hit the first stop, and Jin admitted that being stuck in a carriage for ages fries you. Elsa couldn't believe it, but somehow they reached the village before nightfall. Then Jin caught Mind's suspicious stare again and leaned in, asking Elsa if he'd done something to make Mind hate him, only for Elsa to reassure him that there was nothing to worry about. Mind just didn't want Elsa chatting with strangers, and even though she looked uneasy, she'd been pushing even harder lately. Jin nodded, saying that kind of behavior came with the territory for a personal maid. Elsa corrected him fast. She wasn't just a maid. When she was little, she'd been Elsa's nanny. Elsa told Jin she had a mother, but not her real biological one, because that woman had seemingly died the moment she was born, and Elsa only learned the truth when she turned 17. Jin apologized, and Elsa explained that her mother treated her just like her older brothers, right up until lately, when Elsa started hearing even more fuss, and she was sick of it. Jin then snapped back that there'd always be something to complain about, and he even asked if it was really wrong to have someone who genuinely cares about her. And that hit Elsa like pure joy. Then Jin finally spilled the truth. He had no parents and was raised in an orphanage, and Elsa's eyes widened in shock. Jin stared up at the sky and insisted the mind had to have a reason for acting like this, so maybe Elsa should ask her directly. And as Elsa turned her face away, she snapped that she'd already tried talking, so Jin just nodded. Then he suddenly spotted something up in the sky. Up in the sky, kites danced as the light started to fade. Then a woman hurried toward her husband and child and told them to stop because dusk was creeping in. Not far off, an elderly man stepped closer and said flying kites was apparently a popular pastime in the village of Moft. He pointed to the mountain wind, swearing it was strong enough to lift them, then introduced himself as the butler, Udberg, and sheepishly apologized for showing up so late. Jin turned to him and asked if he needed anything, and Udberg leaned in to say he wanted to talk, right there with him. Udberg clocked that the wheel's metal fastener got busted when the carriage jammed, and since he'd heard Jin was a magic crafter, he pushed him to help. Jin didn't even hesitate, snapping into action and offering to work on the carriage, while Elsa tried to insist she could handle it herself. But because Jin was the guest, he kept talking it through, quietly drilling down on the dampers, and Reiko warned him not to go overboard. Still, Udberg couldn't ignore how weirdly skilled Jin was, and Elsa had to agree. So Udberg declared he'd have Jin work the carriage, and Elsa backed him up. At dinner, the table went dead silent. Elsa chewed with a sour frown, and the second Mine tried to speak, Elsa shot her a polite thanks and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Mine only let out a tired sigh, and Jin muttered that Elsa was painfully awkward. Reiko nodded right along. Udberg told me Elsa was a total tomboy back when she was a kid, and Mine swore that after a year locked up in the mansion, she still acts the same. So Mine insists it's way too soon for Elsa to go outside, too many dangers out there. It's different only when she's with Reinhardt, trailing Jin as they head to Shoro, because Mine's terrified something will go wrong. But Jin shoots that worry down, saying Elsa isn't made of glass. During the race, she pushed hard and fought to win. Then Jean leaned over to ask Udberg for a few minutes in the morning before he left. Udberg grinned and said he could spare the whole day to repair the carriage. Jean lit up and told him he wanted to fly a kite with everyone, since it had only been a short while since his last one. Udberg stared at the kite in Mine, mulled it over, and nodded. Jean swore he'd make kites that would soar, and Udberg said he couldn't wait. Jin sat there in the room and told Reiko how, years ago, an orphanage caretaker taught him to build kites. Then Reiko immediately asked, "Will you use magic for it?" Jin grinned and said the teacher didn't want tech that anyone could just make, and Reiko fired back, "So you mean something that's easy to build?" Jin said, "What you learn from one person, you've got to pass it to the next, because connections between people create something brand new." Then things spiraled and got messy, so confusing that nothing made sense anymore. Reiko shot back, "So do you like being annoying?" Jean snapped, "No, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just hate it." By morning, Jean and Elsa were already up in the air, flying two kites, one stamped spinning, the other dragon, and Elsa beamed because hers actually took off. Jean asked if the kite was soaring, but mine snapped into a whiny rant that it was all just a kid's toy, and Elsa shot up yelling for mine to look at how perfectly the kite was flying. Then Elsa told mine to try, reached out to hand her the kite, but before mine could even move, a brutal gust hit, whipping the kite into chaos and ripping the string straight out of Elsa's hands. But mine didn't lose her head. One wild leap and she snatched the rope out of the air. Elsa lit up with joy, but mine just stared with this weird, unsettled look. Then she slipped and fell. Elsa bolted over, thrust her hand out, and helped her up, saying, "This isn't like you." Of course, it wasn't even that weird anymore. She'd been getting dirty lately, and Elsa always ended up smearing her apron with grime. Elsa apologized for calling mine annoying, and mine told her straight up, if it made Elsa see mine as a nuisance or even hate mine, then so be it, because as long as Elsa was okay, alive, and breathing, that was all that mattered. And Elsa, holding mine's hands in both of hers, just nodded. Elsa thanked Jin, then they kept flying kites, still up in the air, until later, back in the carriage, Elsa swore the map was shaking less, and Jin nodded, saying he'd installed dampers and couldn't believe how well they worked. Then Elsa thanked him and admitted flying kites was pure fun, and Jin suggested they switch to something new, so Elsa agreed. Elsa declared it was finally time, and Jin promised he could call her Elsa, while Reiko quietly insisted Elsa could call her that name too. Jin grinned, but the forest already had trouble waiting with their names on it. Reiko kept flexing the katana Jin had forged for her as they rode on, until the carriage jolted to a sudden stop and Jin snapped to attention. Reiko figured they were boxed in by about 10 people, probably bandits, and Jin demanded who they were, but she just guessed it was trouble. An arrow slammed into the coachman, and he screamed that they were bandits, right as Reiko nodded it was true. Jin let out a heavy sigh, then cursed. Udberg snarled that the bandits were dirty pigs, then demanded how they could dare touch a carriage belonging to the Viscount of the Shoro Empire, while one of the thugs barked that they should hand over their clothes or Udberg would lose his life. Udberg barreled in anyway, charging the old man with a strike, and Udberg tried to dodge at the last second, while Elsa screamed, "Be careful!" and Jean's nerves went through the roof. The bandit only managed a shock scream before his sword clattered to the ground, then he snarled, right as Udberg slammed a punch into his solar plexus, sent him face first into the dirt, and Udberg flexed his fingers like a warning as he drove the next hit in and declared, "Now it's next." As Udberg hurled bandits aside, Jin clocked how ridiculously strong he was, and Elsa swore she'd heard Udberg was a martial artist. Jin didn't buy it though, so he begged Reika to step in and told Elsa to grab a protective ring. Then, right when the bandits came swiping in from behind, Elsa slipped it on, snapped a barrier, and Jin didn't even need to say a word. His ring's barrier kicked in instantly, and the moment the sword slammed the shield, it cracked from the impact. The bandit couldn't figure out why his blade wouldn't cut through, so Jin yanked out a club, slammed it against the iron blade, and snapped an electric charge through it. Wham! The enemy convulsed and started shaking. Then Jin leaned toward Elsa and said, "Somehow it's like this." And Elsa, still clutching the box, nodded hard, while Reiko bolted straight at the bandits as they spat curses, baffled at how she moved so fast, and she started yanking her katana free from the sheath. With two sharp katana swings, Reika slipped right behind the bandits while they were frozen in stunned silence. The sword and axe shattered on the ground, and Reiko snarled that she'd chop them down, and then their bones next. Two big men bolted to escape, but the third screamed at them to stop, because they still had their main trump card. Udberg demanded what kind of trump card it was, and the last robber smirked, saying he'd show them then. In exchange for his life force, he started summoning someone, and Jin instantly felt the air crack with magic. A golem slammed into existence right in front of the guys. Udberg surpassed in shock, and Jin immediately looked like he'd seen it before. Jin spotted the golem's model and instantly knew it was the exact same one Gon and Jin had, meaning this creep was tied to the golem attack. Reika then shouted that another golem was creeping up from behind, and Jin snapped that he'd handle it, but the control core had to stay untouched. The one who summoned the thing screamed that Jin had finally lost his mind when he saw his golem, then ordered the naked guy to wipe them out. Jin snapped a beam of light ready to unleash, and Reiko spun in with her katana to smash down the second golem. Jin punched a massive hole straight through the golem, then Reiko sliced the second one clean in half before it could even keep charging. The bandit trembled as he demanded how they'd toppled two adamantium golems with one strike. Then Udberg stormed in, declared it was his turn, punched him into unconsciousness, and Jin only let out a weary sigh. Right then, the butler mumbled that he had a few questions, so Elsa and mine peeked out to make sure it was finally over. The bandits got caught, and Reiko shrugged like, "Yeah, I'm starting to get used to this." Jin bristled, refusing to accept it. Then it hit him. There was barely any real info in the core, just like with Gon and Jin. All they'd been told was that this was the 11th prototype, a trial copy before production even launched, and Jin hated the thought. Elsa clocked it. Jin was seriously strong, even though she'd already seen him go off back in Pot Rock. Jin admitted he wasn't as powerful as Reiko, and Reiko doubled down, saying her father was the absolute best. After all that chaos, the bandits were marched straight to the guards in the nearest town, and a few days later, the boys rolled into Borgia, the kingdom of Elias's blazing capital. There, Reinhardt was waiting with a huge grin, thrilled that Elsa and John had made it safely. Reinhardt couldn't shake his worry over what that city messenger had handed him, but when he saw they were safe, he finally exhaled. And then his face lit up as he spotted the dampeners and the Ricos katana. Right then, the Marchioness de Firenziano snapped at them to pause their chat for later, and Reinhardt hurriedly apologized. She then thanked Jin for helping him with Pot Rock, and that smile stayed on Reinhardt's face. Then the Marquise snapped that she didn't want to bring it up, until Reiko pushed for details on the bandits, and when Jin asked what she was talking about, she admitted her fear. It might be Valentino. Jin and Reiko instantly went ice cold, shocked by where this was headed. Later, over coffee in the room, the guys laid out the whole story, and the Marquis grimly pointed out the nightmare was spreading across Elias, because now something like it had struck near the capital too. Jin checked the control core and couldn't pin down the creator, but one line jumped out. Prototype number 11. Then the Marquis leaned in and said it was a combat golem the prototype makers handed over to bandits for testing. And sure enough, their real mission was war. And the soldiers who caught sight of Valentino last time spotted the exact same golem again. So now they have to track where these monsters are coming from and harden their defenses fast. Then the Marquis snapped to attention and asked Jin if he wanted to become a magical craftsman for the Kingdom of Elias. Yet after his trip to Shoro, Reinhardt had already repeated the exact line, and Jin just froze there, dumbfounded, not knowing a single word to say. The Marquis even sweetened the deal. Agree, and Jin could earn a court title, plus pot rocks, all because of his love for boats. And Elsa watched Jin closely, like she already knew he'd make the choice that mattered. Jin ruffled the back of his head and snapped that he wasn't getting on a boat right now, and the Marquis blinked in surprise. Jin told him to drop it, think later. Then Jin leaned in and asked what tuber plant it was, and the Marquis answered, "The Devil's Tuber a Hot Track." Jin asked for a minute, pulled up an analysis, and went to work. As soon as the analysis wrapped up, the genie burst out, grinning that it was a potato, and everyone froze in shock. Then he asked where he could buy it, and ordered Reiko to go grab that flower, while Reinhardt lunged to stop him, warning that it was poisonous. So the genie just laughed and promised he'd whip up something tasty from it, then swaggered off to borrow the kitchen. After a bit, Jin whipped up some fried potatoes and went to town on them. Then Reinhardt tried to stop him again, but with Jin and Reiko devouring every bite like it was life or death, Reinhardt couldn't resist taking a taste, too. Reinhardt nearly fell over from how delicious the potatoes tasted, crispy, light, and addictive. Then Jin explained the Ihotrak isn't poisonous at all. It's only the shoots nearby that are dangerous, so if you peel it, it's edible. The Marquise took a bite, lit up like she'd just unlocked a secret, and Elsa went right ahead and devoured fried Ihotrak with zero hesitation. Jin then thanked the Marquise for the treat, saying he wouldn't work for anyone for now, and that answer totally shocked her. Jin told Reinhardt he didn't want his powers locked to just one country. He wanted them for whoever needed help, but he wasn't clued in on international affairs yet, and he refused to let bias steer him, so he decided to travel and learn, and Reinhardt finally understood why Jin turned him down. Jin just grinned and said it'd be a great experience. Then he left behind a recipe for Hotrak chips, teasing that more recipes might show up once people realize how good they are to eat. Jin warned that if the Marquis kept using her power recklessly, she'd eventually lose control of it. At least that's how he saw it. So the Marquis let out a heavy sigh and admitted that thinking back to Putrock was draining all her patience. Then she took the recipe, thanked him, and swore she'd spread it to the people. The Marquis told John, "Remember this, no amount of grit can save you from everything, and some goals stay out of reach without the right power." Then added, "Attitude alone won't cut it. A dream with no means is just that, a dream." He truly hoped the ideals he laid out weren't impossible, and with Elsa and Reinhardt leaving Borgia tomorrow, she wished them and the Marquis a safe journey. Jin kept muttering power, smirked, and Reinhardt told him that everyone grabs and uses power their own way, so he saw nothing wrong with Jin's mindset as they reached for the chips. But Elsa clocked the ring first, and her brother snapped at her what she'd found. She shot back that Jin and Reinhardt had missed the whole truth, saying Jin didn't actually refuse to stay in Elias at all. He just planned to live in Shoro. Reinhardt declared that the ring on his left hand was the ultimate proof, engagement or even marriage, and the moment those words hit, Jean and Elsa both went, "What?" at the exact same time. Elsa tried to defend herself, insisting it was all because of the ring's size and that it was meant to be a magical instrument, but Reinhardt was already drowning out her excuses, swearing he'd talk his parents into it. Reiko just stayed silent, while Jean practically panicked, yelling that he didn't want to settle down, and then storming off to fix Elsa's ring so it could be worn on a different finger. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Valentino pressed in on a contact and got hit with the truth. Jin and Reiko were set to cross the border, and that same source handed him a prototype of the 20th model. This thing was built to outclass every golem before it, so Valentino's confidence surged. With the new golem in his hands, Albus doesn't stand a chance. And at last, revenge is within reach. He can't wait. Later, after the time-tripping cruise started coming into focus, the guys turned out to be V-Gorge, and Agrea was right there, tucked inside it. Jin studied the landslide in silence, then snapped, "Coach can't pass this way." Right after that, Jin called Rico over, spun to Jinu, and barked, "Move away, now!" Then it hit. 3 golems emerged. Jin shouted for Reiko to strike, and Reinhardt immediately ordered his own golem, Schwarzritter, to charge too, while Reiko and Schwarzritter both went in hard on a V attack. Schwarzritter rammed a spear straight through one golem, then Reiko cleaved the next one apart with her katana. With one golem at their sides, Reiko and Schwarzritter stood back to back, ready for whatever hit next. Then Valentine burst in, right when I'd thought they were old models, and before I could even process it, he barked, "Velkope!" and shouted, "Name, Albus," as Schwarzritter slammed into Golem. "Valentino, huh?" he sneered, and with a brutal second swing, he tore Schwarzritter's hand off. Jin and Reinhardt were left speechless as everything spiraled, and when Valentino finally spoke, after waiting forever for this exact moment, Jin realized it instantly. Valentino viciously hissed that Gina was the only one he missed, then started throwing insults, calling her dirty and a peasant, while Reinhardt pleaded for reason and demanded his enforced surrender, saying Togo was hunting for an international-level target and that nowhere was safe to run to. Valentino snapped "fuck off," and when someone stepped in his way, he crushed them. Then he turned on Gina with a terrifying stare. "Gina, huh?" And Reinhardt realized Valentino was obsessed with her, so he swore he wouldn't let it happen. Albus and Schwarzritter slammed back together for another V-fight, and Jin called out to Reiko, so Ta snapped back that it wasn't like that, because she hadn't felt any golems show up at all, and her magic senses confirmed VOK, right up until a scream tore through the air. So yeah, turns out golems were lining up to strike the carriage Jean and Reiko were protecting, and Reiko held up a barrier to shield Elsa, powered by those help rings. But it still felt shaky, like it wouldn't last. "Guess it's not enough, huh?" Gin said, and then he asked Reinhardt, "How about now? Can we buy some time?" Reinhardt nodded, and that's how they ended up getting detained, Togo guy for a little while. Even with Albus, they couldn't stop what was coming. Albus clashed with Schwarzritter again, and Valentino scoffed that some nobody like him couldn't possibly hold them back. Then Albus surged the golem into action, and it covered Mithrilo. At the Mantium armor, El Ratitu granted the golem a power to scatter magic, so Valentino yelled for Albus to show them, and the rewrite got activated. Squealing and groaning, Albus peeked through the peephole, flashed his own, and blasted out a radius force across every inch he could reach. Like invisible strings snapped them into sync, Schwarzritter suddenly froze on the spot, unable to move, while Reiko dropped to her knees and kept talking. Reiko, shaking like crazy, stammered out a warning, and even Schwarzritter tried to push forward. Then Valentino let out a chuckle when he saw Golem's guards had pinned them solid. "Now watch Reinhardt's skills," he said with a grin, praising magical craftspeople like they were legends. And right on the heels of that, Albus snapped a strike into Schwarzritter, dropping Togo hard to the ground. Then Reiko's timing hit at the perfect moment, right as Elsa screamed and tried to force her way through, except her grip didn't hold, and Valentino cut in, calm as ever, saying that when this is over, it'll turn out exactly the way it should. Quietly, Elsa snapped out and asked why Valentino's soul loved this kind of chaos, why it had to drag so much pain into everything. Then Jin snapped that using power for pathetic goals was pointless, while Valentino still bluffed like he'd somehow accomplish it. But even if he tried to grab Jin by force, Jin wouldn't back down, especially not against someone like Valentino, who inflicts pain with power that isn't his. Power Jin inherited, so Jin would never, ever break. Jin lunged at Albus, and when the scattered spell hit, Valentino yelled that he'd already tried something like it, only for it to not work, so he ordered them to destroy Gina, but when Blow Golem struck, Jin snapped up a barrier. Jin yelled for Reiko, demanded she drop what she'd been handed, and swore that even if everything crashed and she ruined him over and over, he'd fix it, because that's exactly what he knew would happen. Then Reiko snapped her eyes open and stared straight at Gina. Valentino used Rewrite to smash the command signal straight between Golem and Automatic, and Racco, finally catching on, stopped dead in his tracks as Jean smirked and said, "Now we watch." Because Racco was Valentino's masterpiece, and she was the best thing he'd ever made. And when Reinhardt and Elsa lit up with joy, only Valentino looked genuinely terrified. Reiko, with fire in his eyes and a grim face, rose to his feet and clenched his fists hard. Racco winked and said Knott's just arguing that her fancy father is the best. Then the words hit and Racco jerked, bolted, and flew straight toward the V-side enemy, Golem. After smashing the heck out of Golem with every ounce of strength, the girl grinned as he blasted apart into pieces. Valentino screamed that this was impossible and demanded the crushing blow, yelling at Albus for hesitating. Then Gina snapped the air, and the second the barrier began to crack, Jin slammed his fist into Albus. Once the exam was over, Jean snapped into action. He got the results, wiped the old orders clean, rewrote everything from scratch, and then Golem kicked off the whole rewrite. When Albus creaked open, Jean finally let out a huge breath, only for Valentino to burst out, screaming at Golem, "Why does that not attack?" Jean snapped back, "No point, Albus. More won't listen." Then Valentino reined in all his teams and reordered the colonels, and Albus still refused to admit it. The owner stared at Valentino in disbelief and demanded answers all over again. Then Gina O said, "Go on." Jin deliberately fired lasers to crack Mithril's cover, slip past the magic scatter, and dive straight into the team lines. Valentino didn't even buy it. "Gina, huh?" Rocco smirked and said Jin didn't just think he could do it, he did. After all, Rocco added, he's the only one in this world with true master-level magic crafting. Valentino panicked and begged again, then snapped that this isn't maybe because Hysteria was already charging toward Golem. He screamed that he could pull it off, swore he'd prove it, and tossed out that faulty chunk of metal, ranting that the whole mess happened because he's the third son and these idiots kept messing around, while Jean and Reinhard watched, crushed, as Valentino kept shouting that he's just as capable as Beishopti, even after Golem beat him, insisting he won't lose, won't back down, and won't let his brothers or his family be taken. Valentino caught Golem with a brutal hit, sent him staggering, and when he crumpled over near him, Valentino drove the final blow, hands slamming to the ground as he overpowered him. Jin demanded to know, "Did Lee really die, Valentino?" Reiko shot back that Golem's power had simply run out, that his joints were likely wrecked from smashing into Schwartz Ritter and the guards, and that he didn't look like he'd last. Reinhard backed it up, saying this wasn't just Lee anymore, it was already done. So Jin asked if it was even okay to let Lee go, and Reiko finally calmed down, admitting the damage was on her side. Jin brushed the dirt off her cheeks, and Reiko hurried to apologize for the stress she kept piling on, only for Jin to shrug it off and say, "It's fine." Reiko blinked, tilted her head, and smiled like she already knew why it mattered to her. Because her expensive father believed in her. Then Jin cut in, firm and bright, "And I'll believe in you too," making Reiko beam as Jin gently patted her head. Reinhardt couldn't stop admiring how Jin's smog supercharged El Radita. Like, Rico's V-condition move was definitely the answer, and Jin tried to explain it all, but Rico and Elsa kept talking, and then Elsa cut in. This power all happened because of the strong love Jin poured into it. Reinhard clenched his fist and swore he'd poured enough love into creation, Schwarzritter, a Jinhard side, then realized they'd have to admit this. Reiko was farther from the source, so the impact on her hit way weaker. Then Jen blurted, "What if Lee Racco gets rid of the fallen stones?" And Racco practically grinned, "I'd love to." After 5 days of transmissions, the Valentino Guard guys finally barreled into V Fortress City, Agiria Sinizimi. Jin pointed out that Blue Earth, yeah, the one everyone's talking about, was way in the past, and Reinhard snapped back that he remembered Jin mentioning "Oh, right here." Jin grinned and said, "Yep, but only for the walls." Reika then cut in, asking how things were going at Vina, and whether everything was okay, because about those O connections and people Jin knew, Jin answered that it was fine, since she was dealing with the same kind of magical craftsman. Reinhard told them he had a friend who was about to deliver nothing but trouble, then said he'd just hired brand new magical craftsmen, and asked Gina about it. "So, what did your guy Kuzuma do?" Gina reacted with shock so loud it might have shaken the room, because she'd never expected Reinhard to know how good and soft-hearted he could be. When the guys made a profit off V, they counted Kazumi in, dragged him out like meat, then he demanded how far V Elias had driven, so Reinhard basically said it was top-notch, and that's how he rolled up and met the beautiful people, with Louis already acting like he'd known them for ages. The moment Louis spotted Gina, pure joy exploded in him. Then he grabbed her and raced off with Togo, leaving Reinhardt, Elsa, and Reiko stunned behind. Louis blasted into the V workshop and rang Vinu, saying he'd found the one who could help her. But when he entered, the young woman was sprawled on a table, with a girl and a boy right there. Vina was crying and admitted she'd totally messed up. Apparently Golem had made the whole job harder. Lewis pushed her to keep going, but Vina snapped back that Golem needed 10 more days, and even Hampton the teacher couldn't rush it, not no matter what. Jin grabbed the sketch, stared at it, and told Vienna, "I can't do this either." And Vienna agreed at first, blaming the teacher, until the moment it hit her that Jin, with Rekko, had already arrived and greeted her. She burst into tears, started pounding him, yelling that she'd been worried sick because he left without warning, and Rekko quickly realized it wasn't just panic, she was laying hands. Vienna snapped, "Where the hell has Jin been for so long?" And Jean said it came out of nowhere, like a storm of trouble, and even Elsa admitted they'd been helping Laius build bows and golems, though it sounded like something the criminals would do. Jean got spooked. Vienna demanded, "So who is this?" And Elsa fired back, "I'm Elsa, daughter of V. Count Rendola from the Empire's Shoro." Vienna answered, "I'm just a commoner," and the air went ice cold the moment Vienna noticed the ring. Jin told the girl that this long history was meant to apologize for everything she'd been through, and then she asked what his business was. I was stunned Jin didn't even know about it, and moments later, as Jin sat at the table, he asked how production golems worked, so Lewis explained that the third son, His Majesty King Ygray, knew Ernest loved golems in every car, and that V would celebrate his name day with a 10-day party, with V running around in the garden with golems. Louisiana's invited magicians and masters came in peace, then Anu called in Ernesto, and everyone adored Freezer and Kindler. They even gifted the royal family, so now he wants C. Golem, the very one who created all of this. Then Louis grabbed an invitation envelope and told everyone Reinhardt was inviting the same people too, because the Black Knights already knew the size of what they needed for the world, until Reinhardt swore he'd fix it. Louis said they'd cover all the materials, and when Hall asked if that could work, Haifu just lied and said yes. So they forged a golem, and they basically chased the Black Knight's needs, hoping it would fix everything. Then Louis told them to keep going until they found out what they'd make them pay. Reinhardt told himself it was the only way, but he still doubted we could fix it. Then the Black Knight pointed at Jin, begged that it might help, and Jin shut it down, shocking everyone. And when Reinhardt, Reikau, Elsa, and Vina finally understood, they all screamed in pure surprise. Vina and Elsa here, then Gina starts firing questions at them from both sides, pushing so hard that Lee can't even handle it, and Jin answers her with a hard no, saying she should check Vinu instead, because all of this is wrong and it's going to drag Jin and everyone around her into it. Then Gina asks what Kuzuma's up to, and whether Reinhardt would actually help if she finds the truth. So what happens next? Jin brought up Marcia, the one who built the ships and ISO systems, while all forces tried to claw back return loss, her eyes blazing with pure grit, because Jin needed her in the fight, convinced she'd snatch first place even if he wasn't there. Then he stared at her steady progress, saying that when he watched her drawings, he finally understood where the trouble came from. So if he showed up and everyone pushed together, then her hard work wouldn't be for nothing. Reinhardt says, "Gina, I get it. Feelings matter. But in a noble society, everything runs different. Golems aren't just tools, they're backed by every country's rules, their defense strength, and their power choices, so shortages can't break the plan, and even magic users and golems have to stay in balance in our world." So yeah, why is this magician making Golem such a big deal? And when they go, "Oh, party prince," everyone there just uses it to test their own skills? Until Reinhardt straight up clarifies, that boat can move V-speed style, and without Golem. Then Genie nods. To push the ship through a golem's path, you needed real skill. Raging waves, a battering strong wind, and a pile of obstacles. So only someone who could thread that brutal route would make it. And the speech mattered too. It's basically the same vibe as stepping in, because the golem can hit the team targets with scary accuracy, and once you're aboard, everyone has to be sharp enough to give the orders right on time. Then Reinhardt said it plain. He and Egri were engaged, and intentions weren't the point anymore. Now the prince wanted to compare golems, pitting countries against countries, and Louis shut it down hard. They couldn't let themselves get defeated, whether it happened back on their own Earth or far from it. Then Reinhardt snapped that it was impossible, and the whole world mocked them like powerless representatives of their countries, because if he didn't take the blame, the broken deal would be on Golem, and that lie carried a huge responsibility. Jean first wanted to call out the aristocrats, the splinters of their story, but he finally nodded and agreed with them. And either way, Vina, he'll still lend a hand. So Louis thanked Gina, and she grinned like she'd been waiting for this, saying it was time to tighten her skills. Even though the young woman looked crushed, she asked again, and then she finally agreed. It started, straight into education. Jean breaks down how to build creations, from golems to their anatomy, while Reiko and Elsa stay close, connected too. Vina hones her martial arts, Reinhardt coaches the girl right alongside her, and it all grinds on day after day until the very last day before the party. And now the moment is here. Vina is stunned, because just days ago she couldn't even imagine making a golem, but now she feels like she can do anything. Louis reports that every material for the creation is ready, then presses her. "You sure you'll have time?" Vina grins and answers, "Yes, everything will be fine." Vina steadied herself, pulled her strength in tight, and started forging the golem skeleton, shaping the material into a spine, while Louis lit up and eagerly praised every second of it. Once Jin vanished, Vina's panic hit like a wave, because everything they'd built had depended on him alone, and without him, she felt utterly powerless, asking herself, what am I even for now? Trying to become the best mage in all of Blue Land, Vina isn't sure she can pull it off, or even if she can truly craft things for other people, but she refuses to dwell on doubt, because if she did, she couldn't stand there with pride and say, "I'm Jin Ni's student." So let them watch as Vina turns into a real magician, conjuring something truly bizarre. Once Vina finally finished her golem, magic glittered and blazed around her like it couldn't stop, but the moment it was done, she was already fading, too overworked to stay awake. Louis saw it and snapped into action, calling her with frantic worry as she slipped. Jin figured Vina had finally run out of mana, then patted her head and praised her. Vina grinned. Right after that, Reinhardt and Jin hurried over to the golem. Reinhardt said the craftsmanship was top-notch, and Jin backed him up, still looking like he didn't fully buy it. Then he told her looks still needed work, and Reinhardt let out a chuckle. Morning came, Vina woke up, and Jin was already sitting beside her. "Good morning," he said. Before her eyes were even fully open, Vina sprang up on the bed and blurted, "How's the golem?" Jin smiled and told her not to worry. Everything was fine, and she'd done great. Jin pointed out that Vina totally forgot the golem's appearance, and she snapped in frustration, until Jin said her magic was sputtering and finished it for her. Vina complained she'd have to lean on Jin again, but he waved it off, proud that she was handling the big stuff herself and actually leveling up. And Vina swore she didn't want to stay an undereducated mage. Whatever Jin did for her, she'd never, ever forget. The knowledge, the skills, the remembering. She thinks there's still so much she hasn't learned yet, so she begs Jin to teach her something new, and Jin tells her, no problem. Then the girl pushes, "Let's go see what I made." And Jin smiles and says, "You did an awesome job." But when she stared at a golem carved exactly like her, her breath caught, and then she shrieked that it was supposed to look nothing like her, demanding how it could possibly be shaped like her when the drawing showed everything else. Louis told them Jin basically built a golem inspired by Elias's pilot, and Reinhardt said they wanted it to look like its creator, until Jin tried to defend himself with, "I meant well," and Vina snapped, calling him a pervert. Elsa backed her up, and Reiko chewed him out too. On party day, the guys were already hanging out in Asando and Agria's capital, inside the royal castle, and Jin's jaw dropped because the place was packed with people. Elsa leaned in and asked if it was Jin's first time at a party like this, and he admitted it was his first time even stepping inside the castle. Then he spotted Reinhardt and Louis acting completely at home, and Elsa smiled as she explained it. Those guys were insanely sociable. Vina looks anything but comfortable. She's trembling with excitement, and when Jin brags that they went even further and made these incredible clothes, she snaps at him to stop teasing her. She then panics and warns him that only aristocrats are around, and if she messes up even once, she'll die. Jin laughs it off and says she's exaggerating, but Reiko just smiles and tells her she could wipe everyone out in about a minute, shattering Vina's nerve, and she asks again, like she can't believe it. Jin blurted out that he wanted to come to the party, and Vina told him this place was packed with magic artisans, so he should at least introduce himself. Then her eyes snapped to someone. Professor Hampton. He spun around when the girls called his name, and Vina practically rushed up to him, saying she hadn't seen him in ages. Gladia Hampton looked stunned, and Vina reminded him he'd taught her for about 2 years. The professor clocked her at once and asked why she was here, and Vina shot back that she'd come to make a golem for the party. The professor totally shut down the girl's claim, snapping that lying was wrong and that her skills couldn't possibly make a golem, and he swore he'd never taught Vina how to do it. Vina insisted someone else had taught her, so the professor pressed if he'd maybe done most of the work, muttering that he didn't know for sure, but still insisting it was wrong to brag about his abilities. Just then, Elsa stepped in, saying Vina was different and had been grinding to develop this power. Elvis watched Vina closely as she worked, and there was no doubt about it, Vina really had created a golem. Elsa even snapped at the professor for judging her before he'd seen the real Vina, so if he's actually a teacher, why doesn't he trust his students' potential? Then Vina called Elsa over, Elsa declared they were leaving, and the professor immediately questioned whether another teacher was actually involved. Jin watched the whole thing unfold, and Vina confirmed it, no doubt about it. Night had fallen, and the maids marched the boys to the rest building, but Vina snapped it straight. This is the royal castle. The maids promised, call us any time, massage, cosmetics, even the hot spring, and the girls' eyes lit up. They dragged Reiko along, and Jin nodded, giving her the go-ahead. Rocco caught a clank, spun around, and stared at the maid. Then, just a bit later, they were already getting ready to bathe, with the girls gawking at the spring's massive size. Vina leaned in and asked if every aristocrat had one like this, and Elsa admitted she didn't. Heat of awkwardness hit Rocco, but she blurted that her own spring was even bigger. Then Vina asked where Jin and Rocco lived, and said they'd come through a warp gate. Elsa explained what a warp gate was, and Rocco jerked a hand over her mouth, saying it had just jumped out. Vina teased Elsa for still not knowing, and Elsa shot back that they hadn't talked about it yet, but Vina pushed that they'd been together for ages. That hit Elsa hard. She admitted Jin always dodged the subject, never once saying where he came from, not even hinting at his origins. Vina tried to reassure her, but Elsa kept going, saying he even dodged the story. One rumor said he lived alone, another claimed he was in a nursing home. In the end, the girls stopped circling it and decided to ask Reiko. Reiko sank in the water, slapped her hands over her ears, and snapped that nobody should ask her anything, so the girls nodded along, realizing it would get them nowhere. Then Vina pressed, "Why did Elsa help you?" Because it looked like Elsa was dodging her, or straight up hating her. Elsa shot back, "It's exactly like I said, the past." She added that she didn't get to choose who she is now, and that she and her brothers have different mothers, something she didn't learn for a long time. When she finally found out, it hit her hard, and she fell into depression. Rainey snatched her away, and her new mom treated her like family, so Elsa finally changed. She had Mina and Udberg by her side, not the old life. Then she threw herself into the ship race, going all in against Marcia, and she loved every second of it. Sure, Jin is a total mystery. He knows things Elsa never even heard of. He pulls off wild moves, and when it counts, he saves her. And Elsa's convinced Vina also got dragged through brutal hardships, even though Elsa thought she could just run into Jin and it would all work out. Elsa's face lit up with a warm smile as she admitted she couldn't help it, and Vina gasped, shocked, thinking, "Wow, she really is such a good girl," before thanking Elsa right back. Vina admitted, straight up, that she figured Elsa and Reinhardt would use Jin. Then Elsa snapped in surprise, and Reiko backed it up too, so Vina confessed that she and Jin have been burned by aristocrats before. Elsa then leaned in, asking if Vina even cares about Cosma's status, and Vina froze, cheeks flushing as she said, "No, because Cosma is different." Elsa clocked that Vina had feelings for Jin, but Vina snapped back that she did, just not like that. Because Enrico panicked and demanded the truth, and Vina insisted it was different, telling the girls to stop spiraling. Then she called it pointless to keep each other on edge, and Elsa asked if Vina wanted to be her friend. Vina said yes, and added that now they could drop the formalities, while Elsa told her to praise her by name. When the girls came back, Jin clocked it right away. Elsa and Vina looked refreshed, and the others were exchanging muffled giggles. Louis even caught that Elsa and Vina were actually getting along, while Vina realized everyone looked a little too loud to be fully sober. Then one of the guys leaned in and asked Vina if it felt strange that 3 guys stayed sober for once, and Vina just nodded along, agreeing. Jin said they were fretting about tomorrow's event, and the two were just hashing it out. Then Elsa asked, "If it's a normal party, why fight for first place?" Lewis explained that at this party, everyone takes turns building a golem, and the best one wins a prize. But later, that golem might even get handed over to Prince Ernest's escort. If they were just judging on performance, Lewis swore Rothrin was way ahead of the other golems, and the same went for Schwarzritter. But then someone asked what would happen if the escort was a golem from outside the country, and everyone pushed it off for later because the real question snapped in right after. Were they actually going to grab first place? Jin, still shaking, asked about Garana. Then Lewis told him to worry less about her and more about Chancellor Galeli, because the foreign minister, Earl Garana of the Magic Ministry, and a huge chunk of Blue Land aristocrats were lining up too. And to top it off, she'd hired a Silurian magic artisan named Starina, and even brought a special envoy from Siluria, Dominica, who just arrived. Reinhard remembered that Starina Gamma was one of Siluria's greatest magic craftsmen, and he could just feel it. Lewis was hyping it up like, this is where Siluria blows the whole world away. And by the way they held hands with the Chancellor, it looked like everything was smooth and friendly. Then Lewis nailed the point again, a bright, undeniable demonstration for the people, and Reinhard agreed. Rocco cut the boys off by shouting for the maid, and Jin snapped, "What's going on?" Rocco said she'd been wrestling with this for a while, apologized, and even though the maid didn't get a thing, Rocco suddenly yanked up her skirt and pointed, right into what she'd been hiding. The blushing maid shrieked at Reiko to let go, and right there, everyone finally saw the loincloths beneath the knives. Jin screamed first, and then he and Reinhard clocked the blades. Louis tried to shut Vina's eyes, but he blurted that it was a hidden weapon. Then Reiko stepped in and said the other two maids were armed too. The blonde snapped, "How do you know?" And Reiko answered, "Because their work is flawless." She went on, "Their body cores are trained to a scary level, and they even kept glancing that way." Then she added the final clue, faint, but they're all the same. Metal rubbing against fabric. Normal people never hear it. Reiko's instincts didn't miss a beat. The blonde shrieked that Reiko saw right through them, so Reiko called Lila and Kate immediately asked if they were really going to pull it off. Tossing off their maid uniforms, the girls laughed and said, "Sometimes we're peasants, sometimes we're servants, but the truth is, we're secret royal maids." Everyone was totally stunned. Layla admitted she knew she'd be wrong, Kate snapped that they'd blown their cover, and the blonde warned that if they retreated now, their name would be ruined. She even insisted their mission was to wipe out every suspicious person and guard the kingdom, but someone shut her down with the truth. They were the ones who looked suspicious. Jin snapped first and basically admitted, "Yeah, we're spying, dressing up like maids," and Reinhard shot back, "Then why are we wearing those bathing suits?" He pressed again, wondering why they'd decided to tail the guests while getting dressed, and Kate tried to clamp it down with, "We can't say." But Lila spilled everything. This whole group is gearing up to assassinate the prince, and Louis went rigid with shock, yelling, "Tell me that's not true." Layla tried to act like she hadn't said a word, but Kate snapped that she was clumsy and stupid, and Lewis could tell from everyone's faces that it hit hard. Then he demanded, "So why not just cancel the party?" The blonde shrugged, calling it only a what if, because they can't throw this at the public. They've got security, and they don't buy the idea that there's even a 1 in 1,000 shot the prince's life is in danger. But if someone's really targeting him, they've got to figure out who. Jin finally got why they were tracking them, but if it was them, they wouldn't spill the truth inside the castle walls, so it felt pointless. Reinhardt guessed it was probably a golem from the escort, and the blonde nodded along, and Reinhardt snapped, "I know exactly what to do," while Louis quickly agreed, saying they had to get Rothturn or Sokka critter to back the prince if they could. Jin said this was the best way to eliminate at least one of their options, so they thanked the maids for the info, and everyone spoke up. Layla even grumbled about how clumsy she was. Then the maids walked out, leaving Jin lost in thought. Rico asked what was bothering him, and he admitted he couldn't stop replaying that conversation, how to aim for the prince's life, and even use golems. Then Jin leaned in and asked Reiko if he could mess with her body, and she said yes, because she also knew later Jin would do the same with the others, so Reiko demanded to know what he planned to do next, and Jin snapped back that he wouldn't repeat the same mistake, and the very next day, they stormed into the party venue, a giant arena building packed for what came next. The announcer blared the special announcement for King Agria's celebration. Herald ruined Eutychus II himself, along with his third son, Prince Ernest Laram Yandere. Then the spotlight swung to the opening words Prince Ernest said at the Golem party, where Bernard, the permanent host and lover of golems in golem battles, sat ready, and Jean stared at the announcer and Bernard of Patroque in shock. The king cleared his throat and kicked things off with heartfelt thanks to everyone who showed up for his child Ernest. Then he grinned, saying it was an absolute honor that all of you gave it your best to build golems, and that he and Ernest were going to be watching with excitement, all while urging everyone in the room to unleash their full power to the limit. Then the king cut straight to it, no long speeches, and smashed open the gates of the golem party, and you could tell these guys were deadly serious. The announcer kicked off the Golem party by calling out the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Agrias, Lord Galilee, then introduced a golem named Celis, crafted by the magic craftswoman from Celoria, Lady Steluria, Lady Starina Gamma. The golem gleams, pure crystal, gorgeous as anything ever made, and the prince can't stop staring, soaking up its beauty, while Reinhardt keeps praising Gamma, saying he's one of the best magical craftsmen. Jean backs him up, but Vina bristles because she hates having to compete with Gamma, and Jean shoots back that it's honestly mind-blowing. Starina used transformation magic to move them without getting in anyone's way, and nobody could pull that off without a killer, complicated magic formula. Jin pointed out that if the prince finally understands what Rotterdam is worth, they'll win for sure, so the announcer cut in with "no time to stall" and kept unveiling golems and their creators. Yeah, a few did wow the crowd, but most were forgettable, and Agria, especially with those massive muscle-flexing bodies, throws golems like that into the army, and that's exactly how it plays out. Now it was Louis and Vina's turn, and the announcer blasted their spotlight, bringing in the Secretary of the Western District, the Chancellor of Blue Land, Count Kazuma, and his magical right-hand woman, Vina, the genius who builds lanterns and even refrigerators. As Rothturn introduced herself, Bernard went cold in the chest, and the crowd watched the Gola being handed over with sharp, suspicious side eyes. The announcer and Bernard clocked it instantly. Creator and Golem looked like they were cut from the same mold, and the Golem that just crushed the Potrock ship race was too much like Sir Jin Nito's handiwork. Jin busted out a guilty tongue, like he'd just been caught, and the announcer demanded whether Vina knew him. She answered, "Yeah, I do." Vina told everyone Jin was her student, and that's how she learned to build things, even golems. It was Jin who shaped Rothern, the announcer's very look, and now Vina was thrilled when her student pushed forward to show off her golem's full charm. So she ordered Rothern at once, and Rothern snapped into action immediately. Rothern shot out of the gates and instantly showed off her martial arts like it was effortless, smooth, deadly, and lightning fast, leaving the king and the third prince staring in disbelief at just how incredible her moves were. The announcer couldn't believe the speed. Almost no golem moved like that. And of course it made sense. Vina was Jin's student. Flustered, she finally understood what refined really meant. Other aristocrats started to clock her too. Her golem was perfect for the prince, all that size and raw power. Then, out of nowhere, a crystal somewhere snapped on, and the whole arena filled with its sound. Just as the announcer urged everyone to move on, Rothturn spotted something and instantly froze in place, staring at the third prince. Then, Vina snapped her name and Rothturn bolted straight to him, thrusting out her hand, with zero time to even process what was happening. Rothturn snapped into action, took the sword strike on his own, and shielded the prince from the golem's attack, while the poor boy shook with pure fear. Then Rothturn kicked the throne aside and vanished right beside the attacking golem. One brutal swing carved a hole clean through it, and the only thing she lost was a sliver of her finger. The king tore over to his son, yelling if he was okay. Ernest snapped that he was, thanks to Rothturn, but then another golem lunged from behind, and Ernest screamed at his father. Rothturn snatched up a massive sword and threw himself in front of the royal family, swinging so hard he cleaved it in half. The king demanded answers. Why were the royal guard golems attacking, and what in the world was going on? Louis fought back panic, calling it a disaster because the golems kept coming one after another. They turned on their masters, and even the professor's golem lunged to strike until a colossal spear slammed into its head and shattered it. Schwarzritter showed up just in time, and Reinhardt snapped, "Use the new weapon!" Then 4 blazing blades burst out of the golem's shield, spun into a deadly buzz, and became a terrifying weapon in an instant. Schwartzritter ripped off a couple of swings and surged ahead. Then he landed behind the golems, and with a sudden shatter, they collapsed into pieces while the blades went still. Reinhardt begged Elsa to help the wounded, and Jean blasted a laser that carved through 2 golems at once. When they stood back to back, Reinhardt couldn't believe they'd pulled it off, and Jean snapped at him to keep his cool. Yep, that part was dead on. Reinhardt admitted that Elredite magic was the only thing that stopped him. Jin's counter saved his life. Then Jin snapped that he had no time, so he could only cover 3 people, but Reinhardt smirked that it was plenty because Reika could still move. Upstairs, Reiko panicked. There were way too many golems, and she knew it'd take forever to beat them. Magic was a no-go, because innocent people would get caught in the blast, and she didn't even bring her katana. Then she spotted it, the spear sitting on the defeated golem. While the creator and sponsor were dissolving into tears over their ruined masterpiece and drained money, Reiko snatched the spear and hit them with a shocking move. Reiko slammed a boost into her spear, shouted for the golems to attack, and when they charged at her, she grinned, because this was where the fun finally started. As Reika slammed Golem left and right, she couldn't stop laughing, because back in Jin's world, that kind of hit was straight up called a home run. Once everything finally calmed down, Jin and Reinhardt stumbled on a golem jutting out of the ceiling, and right beside it, a weapon with a hand hanging off it. Jin couldn't help it. He compared it to the dead ball, like the announcer was about to recall something big. Then Bernard blurted out he'd seen this before, saying it felt exactly like pot rock. The golem shattered into pieces as they scattered, and when Louis and Vina came into view, Jin practically burst with excitement, asking how they were. Louis shot back the same question to Jin, "How are you?" Reinhardt and Elsa threw themselves into helping Layla evacuate people and treat the wounded, and His Majesty was doing great too, but Louis just kept hesitating, stuck in place. Jin spotted Rofturn sprawled near the ground, while the prince cradled her in his arms, broken beyond belief, lifeless in every way, with only a frozen smile trapped on her face. Vina told them Rofturn fought tooth and nail to protect everyone, and Gin just nodded because there was no way that was beyond her power. Then Ernest blurted out, "Can you fix him?" Since Vina held the line for Rofturn all the way to the end, he'd never seen a golem that heroic, and she didn't just battle, she grinned at Ernest like everything would be okay. Vina started to insist that fixing Rofturn was hopeless now, but Jin cut her off, then dropped to a squat and declared that if the prince treated Rofturn like that, it was Jin's job to obey, and that everyone has something they cherish, even golems and magic tools could still shine. And after all, Rofturn was built by Vina for Ernest in this case. Jin pressed the boy for an answer, "Take care of her," and Ernest went stone serious, saying yes. Then he turned to Vina and she nodded hard, promising to do everything she could, while Jin told her not to panic because he'd help too, and the two of them sprang into action. Little by little, piece by piece, Jean and Vina rebuilt Rofturn from the ground up, breathing her back into life as Ernest and His Majesty watched in stunned silence. When Rofthurn's eyes flickered back to life, Vina let out a breath, and Ernest practically burst with relief. He couldn't be happier. Then he thanked her, but Vina shrugged it off and said it wasn't really a big deal, since she was the one who made him. Right after that, Jin snapped her name and told her to follow, and when Ernest demanded where they were going, Jin just smirked and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Jin jabbed at the mountain of golem corpses Reika had painstakingly gathered and said, "We'll get the rest back online." And the professor then sprinted straight to Vienna with his sponsor, begging her to fix the golems. Meanwhile, Starina sat there clutching her golem's head, marveling at how awesome they were, and Dominica fired back, "Yeah!" which lit a spark in her like, "Good, I need them." Later, Vina practically burst with joy because she'd fixed every last golem, and Jin even praised her. Then his smile faded as he wondered why none of them carried a trace of Elredite. Was it hiding somewhere in another form, or had the method changed? As his thoughts spun, a bird golem stared down at them from the window. Starina suddenly swept up to Jin, thanked them for repairing her golem, and admitted it couldn't have been easy. Then she buttered him up fast, praising how Jin fixes golems quickly and cleanly, and pressing him about why he isn't just an ordinary magic craftsman. Jin opened his mouth to protest, but Dominica stepped in and said she'd really like them to head to Celeria. Stelina asked Dominica if she'd found her Luas, and Dominica snapped back that the Netties swore they most likely flew off, but they can't stay airborne long, so they've got to be close by. Jin jumped in, saying they're bird-like golems, and Dominica confirmed it like, "Yep, I built them as pets for the prince." Then she added that Vina's servant golem apparently won the competition, and Jin nodded like it was no surprise. Then Dominica leaned in and teased that if Reiko had joined the fight, she'd have wiped out the whole crowd, and Jin shot back that Reiko was a machine gun, swearing he and she would never hand her over to anyone. Starina looked impressed, but Dominica's eyes narrowed as she flashed an unkind smile. Dominica shot Rako a quick question. Could she help hunt for Luaz in places she couldn't reach? Jin thought it over, nodded, then called Rako over, urging her to join the search. When Rako tried to argue, Jin tapped his ear, and the message hit. Rako finally got it. With the column now set, Reika nodded like she'd got it, and Starina couldn't stop admiring Reiko's grit. Dominica thanked her, and Reiko, smiling, promised she'd come back as soon as she tracked down Loaz. Then Dominica led the way, and Reiko stayed quiet, scanning the room like she was hunting answers. Then Rako shot back that the Lewis were nowhere in sight, and Dominica snapped that she'd already told them to circle around. Right on cue, the Lewis came flying to her, and she made it clear they were doing it to lure Rako right in here. Rako blurted out what it even meant, but Dominica snapped that Rako already knew how to shut down Elrodite's magic, and then she ranted that Valentino's stupidity had dragged everything into a misfortune, because if he hadn't messed up so badly, this would have been way more exciting. Rako caught on fast and tried to speak, but Dominica cut her off, sweeping in with a proud intro. She was a specially sent magical craftswoman from Siluria. Then Luaces started streaking through the air around Reiko, and Dominica whipped out a massive crystal. Reiko tried to scream, but Dominica snapped, "I'm one of the Union!" And the moment those words hit, Reiko's mistress watched her drop to her knees, and Dominica erupted in joy, throwing her arms wide as she screamed, "Reiko is mine!" before bursting into wild laughter. Crouching behind Dominic, she breathed fiery plans into his ear. Destroy this country together. And when it came time to choose, Reika dragged her feet, then agreed to bring it back to what it used to be. When Dominica came back with Rako in tow, Starina shot off a quick question. "Did you manage to find the Lewis?" Dominica grinned and said it was all because of Rako, who somehow had one of the Lewis perched right on her head. Then Dominica turned to Jin and thanked him, and Jin waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, while praising Rako like she was the hero of the whole mission. Then Dominica blurted that Reiko told her she didn't want to stay with Jin anymore, and Dominica snapped into action, claiming her for herself. Jin froze in shock, and so did Vina and Elsa. With a smug grin, Dominica yelled that Reiko said she didn't want to hear a word about it, and now she's Dominica's. Jin blurted in panic, "Why? What did you do to Reiko?" Dominica smirked that she'd explain so he'd die satisfied, but his countermeasures against the Elrodate weren't good enough. The defenses couldn't take the resonance of 4 Elrodates, and Reiko was suddenly Dominica's toy. Stellina snapped, "So why are you doing this?" Dominica stalled for a second, then snapped that she was part of the Union, while Reinhard erupted, calling her a lunatic's accomplice. The king declared they wanted to rebuild a world shattered into tiny nations after the Great Magical War, and the prince swore they'd use violence to get it done. So Louis demanded to know if she meant the Union was behind the recent Golem attacks across multiple countries, and Dominica fired back, "Why are you all acting like complete idiots?" Dominica shrugged it off and declared she'd wipe them out and drag Reiko with her, ruling everything with power and gold, until Jin finally snapped, saying she was just boring, and when Dominica demanded what he meant, Jin grinned and said she wasn't only dangerous, she was a magical craftswoman who could use that power to make people happy. And these birds weren't just about evil. Dominica screwed it up again, so furious she blasted the whole thing, screaming, "Why do anything for people? This is a bunch of idiots who never taught me. You live with zero purpose, fools who build tools just for laughs. So tell me, what's the point?" The ones born with talent, raised in comfort, and backed by powerful teachers and friends shut down everything she tried to make, but she refused to quit, rebuilding it over and over until she finally earned the role of Siluria's special envoy. Still, they never treated her as an equal, so she didn't even need to bother with a laugh. Domenica also said some people are just scrambling to survive, and every country is playing mind games to get the upper hand, and this party is exactly that. They threw all of this together for a tiny kid, and now a bunch of people are trying to cash in on it. Siluria, Igrea, Klein, and Domenica insist they're done with boundaries. They're aiming for true unification, and Jin just nods like, I get it, you've been through hell. He sees how the anger you can't even discard twists you, how you shut down everything around you. There's zero excuse to hurt people. She trashes the feelings of her fellow craftsmen, makes golems meant to protect everyone, then watches them cause damage, and she's somehow thrilled about it. At Domenica's outburst, she hysterically screams at Gina to shut up while jamming both hands over her ears. Domenica snapped at Reiko to kill her, Janito, the filth of a craftsman, but Reiko just kept standing there. Then she pulled a disgusted face and flat out refused, and Domenica's jaw dropped. Reiko just snapped, I don't get who's supposed to kill who. Domenica tried to spell out who was supposed to die, but Reiko just grinned and repeated the vile craftsman line, then lunged at Domenica, wrapping her legs around Domenica's arm and neck and crushing her body to the point of pain. Reiko claimed she was only obeying orders, and Jin snapped, begging her to stop. Already bound up, Domenica demanded to know how Rako could have listened to her, only for Jin to snap back that she never did, because they'd overheard their whole conversation and pulled out special distance communication devices. Domenica's eyes went wide. Jin told them they always dragged the negotiators around, which explained why everything felt so off. He was probing for more details and even spoke about how nobody could fight the pull of Elrodite's resonance. Then Jin admitted he did it by using Monokumu's transmission, steering the magical wave where he wanted. He also noticed the golems weren't just locking onto her, and that scared him, because he doubted her from the start. Domenica just kept complaining that she had no experience. Starina demanded to know why Domenica wouldn't open up, since they were both artisans, only for Domenica to snap that you can't compare her to herself. Gamma was ranked 3rd in the country, and Domenica had to grind through pure suffering to earn her place as a special envoy. They came from completely different worlds, and her crystal, her shiny golem, and her golems were all so powerless they couldn't even fly without Elrodite. Domenica snapped her head up and shouted that even if it wasn't them, even if it wasn't high in the sky, she still wanted them to fly. That was her dream. So what happened to it? A little later, Starina marched up, apologized to the king, and he snapped back that it wasn't Solaria's fault, it was the unification, and he refused to let war break out between their countries. Starina insisted that someone had exploited Domenica's weakness, but she wouldn't excuse the damage. Vina realized she understood how the woman felt. She'd been there too, crushed with self-disappointment and drowning in despair. But Lewis snapped back that it didn't mean she should be let off. She needed punishment. Then the professor and everyone else erupted in cries that only death could satisfy someone who tried to topple the government, and Vina, ice cold, cut in to demand they shut up. Then she cracked, pure despair, and started forging magical items just to keep her brother and sister fed, even though she had no power and barely knew anything. If Jean hadn't shown up, maybe someone else would have handed her strength, and she could have turned into something just like that. But Reinhardt insisted the real problem wasn't in her. It was deeper than that, because even now, there are magical artisans like her being used for someone else's game. Then Reinhardt pushed the point. These are the very same golems Elrodite already shut down, and the kind of damage villains could unleash with that power honestly terrifies him, so he's with Vina. Louis insisted they still need a fair punishment, but Reinhardt snapped back that this goes way deeper than that. John cut in last. You can't let evil happen to anyone, magic or no magic, because anyone, once they choose violence, can start hurting people. Clutching Greco in his arms, Jin told Domenica she had to pay for her sins, but he wouldn't hate her. He would push her onto the right path, even if it took forever. Later that night, Reinhardt and Elsa were in for a shock, because Jin wasn't staying. He was heading home. Jin told them he was dying to get back home and let Reiko serve him properly, because back here it just wasn't possible. Then admitted he hadn't checked on her since the Valentino fight. Reikos nodded and confirmed it was done this time, but Reinhardt knew the unification could hit again, and he agreed without hesitation. Still, didn't this mean flying all the way back to Elias? Vina dropped the bomb. A warp gate sits near her old home, and Jin and Reinhardt just froze in total shock. Then Vina blurts out, asking if Jin already told them, and Reinhardt turns to her like, "Wait, what do you mean by a warp gate?" Elsa jumps in, craving a visit to Jin, and Reinhardt wastes no time. He declares that everyone should head to Jin right now. Jin tries to protest, eyes glazed, but the guys start chiming in one after another, insisting they want to go. Even Lewis gets in on it, saying it'll help him see something better than the royal palace. So Jin has no choice but to agree, and Reiko just lets out a heavy sigh, because of course Jin's found a new way to shove all the pressure onto him again. Reiko couldn't forget what happened right after she rescued Hannah from that forest bear in Kana village. Later, while they bathed, Hannah waved her leg and praised how strong her little sister was, and Reiko nodded right along. Reiko grinned and said, "This body was built by my mom, and my dad brought it back to life. This is the strongest body in the whole world, because my parents are the strongest too." She shot straight to the top. Meanwhile, Hannah went, "My older brother is insanely cool. He made a pump, a cart, and a stove. He's #1 in the whole world, probably." Reiko nodded along with Hannah. Then Hannah burst into this warning about how the older brother can ignore you even if you talk to him, and how he'll even forget food and sleep, and Reiko snapped that this was bad for him before urging Hannah to tell something else about Jin. At the party, Reiko finally saw it. Hannah wasn't lying. Jin really did have a weak spot, and it was his jaw-dropping looks. When the boys finally pulled up to Jin's place, the sky was crystal clear, the mountains stood like giants, the sea glittered blue, and everywhere they looked, golems, golems, and more golems. Vina turned to everyone and demanded, "So what kind of place is this?" Jin grinned at the boys and welcomed them to his place on Heir Island. Before anyone could blink, a wild whirlwind of flowers and golems kicked off the whole scene. Maids of the 5 colors rushed in to greet everyone. Sky and the Golem Rangers started lining up, and the guys were instantly surrounded by loud, colorful golems screaming and chattering, ready to haul supplies, pass out food and drinks, and even offer rides on a plane. And when the stunned guys started asking questions, Jin just swept them into the mansion. Still seated at the table over lunch, the guys barely dared to speak, sipping tea in tense silence, and Jin finally settled back, relaxed for a moment as he drank. Jin cracked a joke about home sweet home, but the guys shot it down. Some thought the island's layout looked wrong, some said it all felt weird, and one even praised how good the tea smelled. Jin then apologized for how empty the place seemed, but they swore that wasn't true at all. Then Vina leaned in and asked what kind of golem it was, and whether they really moved on their own. Jin nodded. Then he told them, "I set it up so you can keep the island going while I'm away, tend the fields, plant fruits and veggies, and hunt for whatever supplies we need. So when you finally move freely, you won't feel so alone. You'll almost live like villagers." Elsa immediately asked, "Are there other people here?" Jean shook his head. "No." When Reinhardt asked about the master, Jean said, "She left a long time ago." And Vina lit up, saying she'd love to meet her. Reinhardt realized she could forge a rap gate, and because she sounded insanely famous, the guy demanded Master Jin's name, so Jin blurted out, "Andriana Barbara Susie." The guy mocked him for lying, and Reinhardt shot back that maybe nobody knew her real name since she'd been living on that island. Then Jin asked what the guy was even talking about. Elsa told them Adriana Susie was a fairy tale magical craftswoman. Jean couldn't believe it, and Reinhardt conjured an image in pure magic. Then he said, 1,000 years ago, a legendary craftswoman ruled the world with her power, teaching people how to stop diseases, how to fertilize the land, and how to light their way in the dark. And she also gave everyone the strength to protect themselves. She roamed the world, meeting people, lending a hand, and blowing everyone away with her magic. Everywhere she went, crowds followed and gratitude poured out, until a dark twist hit. Some people wanted to steal her power for themselves, while others begged to learn and then turned her teachings into war magic, a so-called gift that turned into a weapon for taking lives. And when Adriana saw that, her hope cracked. Then she vanished out of nowhere and was never seen again. Jin called it a heartbreaking tale. Reinhardt said it was a warning about magical craftsmen and magic users, and Elsa confessed she'd heard the story when she was little. But Reiko suddenly snapped that her mother wasn't some pretend character, she was real, and Jin rushed in to calm her down. Jin said that even after 1,000 years, they still remember her, and Reiko nodded hard. Then Jin offered to explore the island, but only if the guys swore they'd keep quiet about everything, and if they betrayed that promise, they'd never see each other again. because he wanted to become a legend, just like Adriana. The boys tore across the island, hit the seashore, rode golem horses, sampled the weird fruits grown by Jin, and soaked up every wild, brand new surprise like it was an adventure. Then Jin yanked the guys into the lab and started cooking up wild wonders for this world, and as their eyes adjusted to the light, everything in front of them hit them like a shockwave. Pure awe, then total delight, and even Reinhardt cracked into a crazy lab grin. Reinhardt and Elsa nearly couldn't breathe. Massive library stacks, robots that fetched any book they wanted on the spot, a lab built for experimental golems, and even a minotaur golem in the works, while Vina and Louis just stared, stunned beyond belief. When the boys finally dug into the first rooms of the lab, Jean fired up an experiment right in front of them, showing how to launch a magical jet engine, and it blew their minds just as hard as the lab itself and that earlier trek across the island. Then the guests got swept into a massive metal mining mine, and Jin fired up the explanation, how they dig up the rarest stuff like adamantite and mithril, plus a whole haul of other ores. Jin told them the golem never stopped, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and after 1,000 years it piled up mountains of metal so enormous that Reinhardt and Louis came to inspect it and stared in shock at the sheer hoard. Mithril, adamantium, even magic crystals, a maze so deep it hit their souls. Louis warned that if this stash hit the shelves, the whole world economy would implode, and Reinhardt leaned in and demanded to know how Louis thought Jean could somehow scoop it up. Super technology that even predates the Great Magical War, plus all those documents. Louis said the moment it all showed up again, the world would go berserk, like a treasure chest no one could crack. And Reinhardt admitted he could barely believe it because a fairy tale had finally walked into the real world. Then Louis shot back, "So, is it funny to you?" Louis caught the vibe instantly. This place felt like it belonged to a dragon's lair. While he was clocking that, Jin was leaning in, showing and explaining everything to Elsa and Vienna. Then, after all that non-stop walking and mind-blowing sights, the girls finally sank into the springs. Vienna's jaw ached from constant shock, and Elsa stared at Giga's way bigger hot springs and just went, "I don't get anything anymore." Meanwhile, the guys huddled over a bottle of wine, trading secrets. Louis snapped that he still hadn't found a thing on Jean. His goal, his drive, what lit a fire in him. Reinhardt shot back that Jean was crazy similar to Adriana, and that detail mattered. Then Reinhardt spun to the window and declared Jean was a real good soul. He shared what he knew, stood by his own beliefs, and trusted people. Reinhardt warned them, betray him, and the gratitude comes back your way. Though, honestly, after all this, maybe none of them ever returned to this island again. Reinhardt's not letting their story die like Adriana's, and Jean can't be left alone. Meanwhile, Jin was hunched over Reiko, tweaking the magic wave power to push back the Elritite. Then he spotted the lab's eerie quiet, and for once, that didn't feel bad, because Reiko was smiling right along with him. The silence dragged on and crushed his mood, so he finally asked Riko what she thought, and she blinked awake and admitted, soft as a confession, that she felt a little lonely too. When that time finally rolled around, the girls greeted Jin in the morning and he asked how they'd slept. Then they gushed, raving about how soft the beds were and how unreal the tatami smelled. Then Elsa and Venus started dreaming out loud about how awesome it'd be to stay and live here. Jin cut in, saying they had to head to Shoro, and he introduced Shoro's automaton commander, the one that handles the golems when Jin isn't around. Still, Reikor pointed out they had limits until they had the missing pieces, because with the right help, they'd make insane progress. Right on cue, Louis showed up dragging in a sleepy Reinhardt, announcing that in 1 week they'd be handing out awards for the Golem party, and asked if Reinhardt could be back in time. Jin nodded and promised he'd make it. Vena's victory stands, and the prince demands his return. No changes, no delays. So Louis says it's fine, but you can see the worry gnawing at him. Then he asks to talk as they stroll ashore, praising the island and the view, because politics, money, and power feel miles away, and here you can sink into research, which is exactly why Louis wants to ask him about something. Louis blurted out, "Jim, do you like Vina?" And Jim froze, staring at him like he'd just gone insane, then finally muttered, "As a friend." But that didn't answer the real question. Louis was fishing for something. He cut in that Vina would be safer here with everything that's been happening lately, and that she'd be better off staying far from Louis. "He serves the country. and if war comes, he might have to unleash mages. Louis finally blurted out that he liked Vina and that he loved her so much. Then Jin cracked up. When Louis snapped and got indignant, Jin chuckled, backed off, and apologized, saying he just figured Louis was trying to do something with the island. Louis shot back that he wouldn't risk losing a friend and that Vina would hate him for it. Then Jin muttered that Louis's policies didn't seem that great. Then Jin leaned in, told Louis to listen up, and demanded he go confess to Vienna. So Louis froze, stunned, and blurted, "Wait, what did you hear?" Jin kept pushing, begging Louis to finally confess to Vina, but Louis shrank with embarrassment and snapped that it wasn't that simple, so Jin swore he'd help. Then Reinhardt swaggered in with a smug, generous grin, claiming he'd heard everything and wanted in too. Jin's face turned just like Reinhardt's, and Louis finally blurted, "What the heck is up with both of you?" Next day, in the research center's conference room, the whole council packed in for a meeting about Louis and his plan to make Vina go down before him. Jean, perched behind his glasses, kicked it off. Reinhardt suggested the first idea, and then the sea's beauty sparked a thought too. Maybe Louis could bring Vina to the shore to watch the sunset together, before Sky snapped back with something crazier, pitching a plane trip where she'd get hit by a barrel roll and an Immelman loop so she'd definitely fall. And Jean shut it down, saying falling wasn't the point in that way. Louis demanded, "Why should we even ask the golems?" And Jin shot back that the real prize was the proposal. Then the stranger stepped up, asked for the floor, and claimed there's a legend at Mount Heir, a tree that when the full moon climbs over it, binds two people together forever if they confess their love. Louis ate it up instantly, while the Jin just stared at the old man with sharp skepticism. Then the stranger burst into laughter, denied it point blank, and waved Louis off as some young noble, only to introduce himself as Jean's grandfather. Jean snapped at him to stop lying, and the man leaned in, claiming he was genuinely curious, and Reinhardt cut straight to the chase. "Is it a new machine gun?" Jean nodded and confirmed it. Roku stepped forward and claimed he was the one running this island. He said his name was Roku, while Jin shot back that he was just a shell, and Roku replied that the real him was a gigantic magical brain, then straight up told Louis to ask Vina out, saying a walk through the island's wild nature would crack her heart open, and he even tossed him a ready-made route for the date. Then Roku pushed him to confess at the end of the walk, told Reinhardt to craft a ring, and Jin said he'd rest, until Reinhardt demanded a gift for Elsa. Jin's eyes lit up and he asked, "Is it her birthday?" Reinhardt nodded, said he could do it on the award day, and Jin agreed. Then turned the tables like, "Wait, why can't you do it?" Reinhardt hesitated, said he wanted to say it but couldn't, and added that he'd only pull it off worse than Jin anyway. Jin agreed, but then he pressed for answers later, asking what the real problem was. After the date, Vina fumed that she'd invited everyone to the picnic, then watched them all turn her down, while Louis explained it was because the reward and Elsa's birthday landed on the same day, and Elsa snapped that she felt sick. Meanwhile, Reiko kept her eyes on Louis and Vina as they rode golem horses, reporting through the intercom that everything was rolling exactly as planned, until Roku barked, "Start!" And when they pressed him on what he'd cooked up, he grinned and said it was a little surprise. Reiko dashes out to cut off Louis and Vina, tells them to watch through the magic eyes she wears, and wham! A brutal beam blasts straight between them. Then the golem mate hauls itself out of the crater and instantly recognizes Luna. Vina bolted up to the golem and asked if she was okay, and the golem grimaced that her knees were killing her, then snapped back that they were just rehearsing a show before the banquet, and Vina nodded, realizing it really was a performance, and started thinking of how she could help. Until she remembered these were Jin's golems. Louis cut in and offered them his horse, telling them to rush to Jin. The golem blinked and asked why he'd give a horse to golems, and Louis just said, "One's enough for you. Now hurry, as fast as you can." Golem thanked her and insisted he didn't want to ruin their date. Vina froze in shock, then blurted that she'd go, and Louis leaned in like, "Want to ride together?" As they kept walking side by side, Vienna asked if it was too heavy. Louis's nerves were through the roof. Rico radioed HQ that the whole crew was rolling together, and Roku snapped, "Stick to the plan." As Louis and Vino stared at the bird, Golem suddenly burst out of nowhere and terror hit them hard. Louis clutched Vino and sprinted away from the monsters that just scared them to death. As Louis slept away from the golems, he wore that stone-cold, noble seriousness like armor, and Vina couldn't help but admire him in that moment. Rocco watched, Jin munched popcorn and clocked how relentlessly focused Louis was. Then Reinhard chimed in, basically saying, "Man, you don't find aristocrats like him. He's got that fierce, stubborn seriousness." Louis sprang up to the tree and quizzed Vina about this crazy island, and she lit up, saying the golems were awesome. Then Louis threw out the idea that it might have been Roku, and Vina nodded, grinning that he was pure cunning, and Louis just laughed along, saying it was a blast. Vina blurted out that she wanted it to feel like this forever, and Louis shot back, "That'd be amazing." Then he promised that if she stayed here, she could soak it all in every single day. But Vina shut him down, saying it wasn't quite that simple, because it was only good when they were together, and Louis instantly nodded, agreeing with her. Then Louis said, dead serious, "I had fun too." And he swore it was all because of Vina. No matter where he went, she always made his world light up. And when he finally hesitated, he blurted out that he loved her, right as her heart skipped straight out of rhythm. Vina blurts out that she's just a commoner, so Louis presses her with, "Commoner, huh? Then what?" And she snaps that she smells like poverty, she's stingy, and she can't even pick the right words. Louis wastes no time, vows, "Relax, I'll teach you, and we'll handle it all together," then swings open the box and reveals the ring. And Vina's eyes immediately flood with tears. Vienna beamed and told Louise that ever since he saved her from Count Garonne, her heart had been his, and with that confession, Vienna lunged straight into Louise's arms. Up on the mountain's edge, above the tree line, the full moon climbed into the sky. Then the two lovers, hearts finally confessed, leaned in and shared a kiss, while Enrico watched in silence from the side. Reiko announced the mission was done and the golems erupted in joy. Then Jin swore this was how Roku turned a legend into reality. Roku only shook his head and said, "Nope, everyone forges their own legend." Jin pressed for more, and Roku answered, "Truth doesn't even matter. If nobody believes in it, it'll never come true." He leaned in and promised that legends live on, because if a legacy is started, others will keep it going. Roku said legends live only if you keep them passing from mouth to mouth, and Jin nodded along. So let's turn today into our own fairy tale. Roku was all in, and soon the guys were already in the eagery at Vina's awards ceremony, ready to make it real. Vina got dubbed Honorary Magic Craftsman for pushing Rothern to snag first place, and Gina earned the title for keeping the chaos from spilling over. But if people hand out these honors, then who started the whole legend of the Master of Magic Craftsman? And yeah, Gina still has zero clue. Where could Jin dig up the truth about her? A little later, the guys all crashed together to celebrate Elsa's birthday. Elsa congratulated Vina on her award, and Vina immediately shot back congratulating Elsa too. Then Vina pressed Elsa, asking why she never mentioned her birthday, because without Reinhard, they never would have known. Elsa just shrugged it off, saying it all lined up with the award and she didn't want to distract the guys. Vina grinned and told Elsa that good things hit different when you share them, then pressed a gift into her hands, a thermos with a cat's head. Elsa asked what it was, and Vina bragged it was her signature popcorn machine, letting her munch popcorn anytime, anywhere, as long as it only pops 10 at a time. Elsa didn't care, she'd savor every single one slowly. Then Louis slid her a carriage made for long trips, and Jean's eyes lit up. The stakes were officially sky high now. Jin warned that beating the carriage won't be easy, and Elsa shot back asking if he'd cooked up something for her too. Jin shrugged that he didn't know what she'd like, popped open the box, and there it was, a shiny brooch. Elsa practically beamed on the spot, and Jin revealed he crafted it from magic crystals, with the design created by Reinhard. Elsa snatched up the brooch right away, asked Jin if it suited her, and Venus immediately told her yes, while Louis marveled that she looked so grown up. Elsa blurted out a grateful thanks, saying she was thrilled, as Reiko and Mine stared on in silence. Reiko green with envy, Mine already plotting how to pick the perfect gift for the young lady, until Jin smiled and said he was just happy Elsa loved it. Jean stared at Reinhardt and realized he couldn't hand over the gift just yet, and right then Elsa flashed the brooch to her brother. Then, later that night, Reinhardt called his sister and slipped the present into her hands, while Elsa fidgeted and tore into the wrapping with impatient fury. Elsa gasped like it was a dream come true the moment she saw the dagger, and Reinhardt laughed, saying she'd always wanted something like that. Elsa admitted she'd been chasing a dagger just like her mother's, and Reinhardt finally confessed he'd begged Jin to forge it. Then her joy tipped into concern. Elsa asked about Jin, and Reinhardt's voice went heavy as he told her to remember why a noblewoman carries a weapon. Elsa pressed him for answers, and Reinhardt dropped the truth. This dagger wasn't made for attack. Reinhardt told her to keep the dagger for true emergencies only. Then he wished Elsa could live without shame with it, and when she nodded, she thanked him and called Reinhardt Big Brother. Right after that, Venus snapped upright, furious that it was time to part ways. Jin just shrugged and promised, "We'll meet soon." And then Reinhardt reminded him about the ancient ruins where a warp gate-like thing might be lurking. Jin pushed again, and Reinhardt said he could link it to Adriana and even go check it out. Jin agreed on the spot. On the way to Shoro, Elsa suddenly fell ill, so the guys had to halt, set up camp, and nurse her back to health. And even while she was sick, Elsa insisted she still wanted to reach the ruins. Meanwhile, Jin shot Reinhardt a question. Was it really okay to leave Elsa like this? Reinhardt only sighed and said there was nothing he could do right now because time was the only thing that would ease it, and this had been with her since childhood. When Jin pressed whether it was chronic, Reinhardt dropped the truth. Elsa's got magical hyperplasia, a rare, brutal disease. Then he laid out the real horror. Everyone has a magic limit, and usually you just refill what you spend, but Elsa drinks in the magic way past the point she should. So the magic keeps gnawing at Elsa's body, and Jean blurts out, "Is this dangerous?" Reinhardt answers, "No, Elsa's life isn't on the line as long as she keeps releasing her magic." But Elsa got lazy, and now me and Udberg are on her case, plus Jean's golems are right there too, because if anything goes wrong, they'll signal them instantly. Jin groaned that if he'd known, he would have added a brooch function to keep magic steady. Reinhardt snapped, shocked, and Jin shrugged, saying, "Yeah, that's totally doable, like a true ancient relic." And Reinhardt realized it. This is the same lost tech from 300 years ago in the Great Magical War, when the world lost lives, minds, and knowledge, and whatever's left of these ruins got built. They'll never fully understand it. Just then, a man crashed into the conversation and shouted that research never stops, day or night. These buildings were raised around 300 years ago to fight demons, packed with jaw-dropping tech you can't find anywhere now. Rukul's partner yanked him back, grumbling that it was wildly unexpected and they'd never get what he meant, then apologized for butting in, while Jin pressed, "So who are you?" Roland, magical craftsman, introduced himself first, then called Rukul a researcher, and finally, with a hesitant breath, introduced Alina, her sister, who just kept her eyes on the guys. Jin blurted out that it was an automaton. Roland snapped in terrified disbelief. How did she know? And then Reinhardt flashed the medal of the honorary magic craftsman. Rolana instantly recognized it. Jin confirmed she'd known all along, and Roland finally roared, "So that's it! You're a magic craftsman, and now I get why you're here." Rukul warned Roland that tons of plunderers hit this place, so he'd pulled him in and then offered, "I'll explain everything," bragging that the Grian ruins are his specialty, while Roland snapped back, "You idiot." Rukul went on to say that before the war it was a research center, and after the shelter, people whispered that warp gates once sat here too, but nobody ever found them. Ruins and war scars stretch everywhere. Weapons and magical tools are stacked up like trophies, and even rare metals like adamantite and mithril are scattered in pieces. So Reika blurts out, "Was all of this wrecked?" Rukul says,
"Not really. Those metals don't get destroyed that easily."
But the wreckage is unmistakably the aftermath of something brutal, and Rulana adds, "Looks like golems and even a machine gun were thrown at the demons to hold them back." Then Jean studies the finger and realizes the formation was used to forge artificial muscles out of mithril, and Rulan can't help but marvel at how sharp Jean's mind is. Roland realized people didn't used to be this helpless. Back then they were beasts with tech, even building weapons to slam demons, with the same golems and automatons. Then the war chewed through the magical craftsmen, and the whole art started crumbling into decline. But here's the thing, they've still got a shot. Dig deeper, and the sooner they'll reach the past, resurrect its lost glory, and make it all shine again. Jin clocked Roland's passion. Reinhard nodded like, yeah, I see it, and Rukul snapped that Roland was a ruined botanist, so the guy dropped a quick apology, then Alina just patted him on the back and told him it was okay. Jin said he got it, but Roland still looked embarrassed, because the research hadn't led to a thing, and while Jin insisted it felt like something was there, Roland shook his head hard. We can't move it. Gazing at this gigantic patterned door, with something sitting right in the middle, the guys stared in disbelief. Jin even snapped that it was absurdly huge, and Reinhard guessed it had to be an emergency exit, while Roland nodded along like it made perfect sense. Then they spotted the door's iron-hard build, and magic didn't even phase it, so this research gave them their chance to move. Roland snapped that it was rude of him, but begged Jean to help, and Jean shot glances at Reika like he wanted to duck out, while Reinhard pushed back. Just a little, and it might work. So Jean confirmed, and Reinhard swore he was sure, with barely any hesitation. Reinhard admitted that if Elsa truly wanted this, he'd have to tell her. And honestly, it was a historic building they were hunting, plus he couldn't wait to see what was there. Then John nodded along, and Roland sprinted the guys forward. While the guys hunted around, arguing over how to crack that door, Reiko slid up beside Alina and stared straight at her. The liner snapped his gaze back, and that machine slid with him, drifting in parallel and splitting off in different directions like it had one heartbeat. Soon as the boys rolled back into camp, they dragged along fresh acquaintances, Roland grinning wide while Rukul froze on the spot, nerves slamming his chest. Then Roland drops to his knees, praying the big guys stay tough, the girls stay cute, and yikes, Alina clocks him straight in the stomach. Even Jin can't help feeling bad. Roland demands, why am I getting beat just for praising the other golems in the machine gun? Reiko jumps in, orders Alina to stop, and snaps, if he's not your master, you should still respect him. Alina grimaces and mutters that Reiko just pissed her off. Everyone went dead silent. Then Reiko snapped Alina's words back, warning her not to stick her nose where it didn't belong. Reiko fired back that she'd beat and humiliate her master, and that the machine was supposed to protect him. Alina shot back even harder. Her master was Mama, not Roland, and honestly, why would she even listen to her? Alina stuck her tongue out at Racco, yanked one eye with it, and Racco snapped. He lunged to fight, but Jin and Roland barreled in as they stretched the machine gun, and Reinhardt realized what made it special. It was pure chaos, like watching kids play, and Elsa just burst out laughing. Mine told her, you totally remind me of Elsa when she was little, and Elsa nearly froze in horror, until Mine shrugged and said, all kids are like that. To parents, it's just the cutest thing. Elsa caught the way Mine looked at her, then smiled softly and tucked her head right onto Mine's lap. Mina tried to tell Elsa it was time to rest, but Elsa crashed harder, and the whole room went into panic. Jin yelled for Reiko to heal her, but Alina stepped in and shut it down. After Alina asked if it was magical hyperplasia, she snapped at Rico, calling him a fool, and warned him not to drown her in magic. Then Jin yanked the furious Rico back, and demanded how Alina could tell so fast. Alina said it used to be a common disease, and she knew exactly how to handle it. Then shot back with, so why don't you know? Because they were magical artisans, and Rico bit his lip hard to keep his temper from exploding. Then Alina said fast, get the magic in me moving somewhere else. And before anyone could blink, she launched into how to convert ether into mana, forge a magical link, redirect the outflow, then shouted, start! Alina slammed Elsa's leftover magic into the sphere, absorbing every last surge. As soon as Alina finished, Elsa slowly blinked awake, and when Alina snapped the sphere apart, she warned, this time the ether is thick, and it'll batter you hard, so be careful. Elsa thanked her, and Alina just shook her head. This isn't for you to credit me, it's to help us study the ruins. Alina rushed up to Roland, and he instantly snapped at her like she was lying. Then Jin clocked it. She'd used her own ether converter. He thanked her on the spot and told her they had to help scour the ruins. And when Reiko heard that, she nodded and started thinking it through. Staring straight into Alina's eyes, Reiko suddenly felt this chilling premonition. Like tomorrow, the guys would be right back in the ruins, standing at that very door, while Roland muttered that it just couldn't be opened, and Jin shot back that a door that huge had to have some kind of opening mechanism. Jin immediately clocked the problem. That door was massive. If they tried to break it, the entire structure could buckle, and the magic wouldn't activate, it would bounce back instead. So Jin launched into ether, mana, magic, even hyper magic, until it hit him, and he demanded the map of the ruins. And Rukul handed it over. After Jin stared at the map, he admitted he still didn't get it, but he could tell this was one huge ether converter. Roland leaned in and said it must power some moving mechanism. Then Roland pressed, "What about the door?" Jin shook his head and said, "Nah, it's not the door. It's the structure itself, a massive empty space." Then Jin told Raykor the warp gate theory was spot on. These monsters of space were built for people to cross, but they'd shattered and now excess magic was leaking straight into the door. When Raykor pressed him on what to do, Jin said, "Same move as with Elsa. Get magic out and the two of us will handle the rest." Alina stared at them, stunned. After Jin asked if the automatons were ready, he fired off the plan. They'd all unleash the ether transformation at full power together and blast the door of magic clean, and then watch the barrier and magic vanish. Alina snapped back that Jin was stupid, saying this was impossible for a normal automaton, but she didn't panic because she was the strongest, until Reiko pressed again. Alina bragged that she was the best automaton in the world, and Reiko calmly said, "Then I'm asking you for help." Alina cut her off immediately. "Be quiet!" They powered the ether transformation together. Then the machine blared the command to open the door, and as it swung wide, the door's patterns lit up, and the core sparkled brightest of all. The door swung open with a glittering blast, and Reiko lit up like she'd just won, because they'd really gotten it open. Reinhardt snapped in shock, demanding how they'd hauled magic out of every ruin, and Jin nodded, confirming it, while Roland just stood there, staring in awe. Staring at Alina, Jin realized he wasn't alone. There were other brutal machines out there too, maybe even her mom. But he couldn't finish the thought. Alina met his eyes and smirked like she'd been waiting. Jin stroked Reiko's head, struggled to find the words, and Rukul burst into laughter, teasing, "Go on, Roland, stop me," while Reinhard froze in shock when he spotted a whole pile of broken golems. Roland stepped inside, stared at the machine, and couldn't stop wondering what the heck went down here. Then the boys peered deeper down the passage. Rukul's eyes widened. This looked like a real fight, not some random damage. The columns were smashed, and nothing about it felt natural. So Jin rushed over, studied the reinforcements, and realized they were iron-backed with concrete pillars. Then he spotted the copper, saw it was coated in mithril, and once he analyzed it, he finally nailed it. Transformation magic. But if they were building this just to boost the structure and pump power into the warp gate like that, they would have used iron straight up. This setup wasn't the best plan, and Alina shouted for everyone to hear. Rukul followed her pointing hand and spotted a drop, one of those secret finds that felt like a jackpot. Then, just as he was ready to dive in, someone's voice cut through the air and called out to them. Turns out the maid was actually a busted machine that somehow survived 300 years, and she was desperately trying to warn them, "Don't go in there." Right when the machine tried to warn them off, she lunged her hand toward Roland, only for it to get sliced clean off, and Rocco, Jin, and Reinhard just froze, staring in shock. Alina chopped off her hand on the spot, snapped that the stupid doll was in her way, then drove a brutal hit, sending her crashing into the column. After the machine gun slammed into the column, Alina choked out a breath, waved Roland forward, he nodded and moved, and Jin called out to them. Jin asked if this was normal, and Alina said she'd already reached out to Roland and even blocked their path. Then Reinhard cut in, claiming they were researchers and that functioning automatons were a gold mine, and he turned to Rucho, who answered yes, but couldn't hide his hesitation. Rukul shrugged and said he didn't care, there were plenty scattered on the floor, then barked for everyone to move fast, and Jin just turned away, because Rukul was more interested in those machines. He told Jin to do whatever he wanted, and Alina stared at him. Roland sprinted up to Jin, apologizing because the moment that door swung open, Rukul got swept up in the chaos, and Alina just wanted to keep him safe. "She's not evil, she's simply Alina," Roland insisted, and even though Jin watched him with a suspicious frown, Roland promised, "If anything happens, I'll keep an eye on Rukul and I'll report straight to you." Jin just stared, utterly baffled. Reinhardt warned them that the machine had something crucial to tell them, and they'd better fix it and really listen. So the guys with Reiko plunged in and restored it piece by piece. Once the repairs were done and the machine rebooted, she snapped her eyes open, screamed at full volume that she'd warned us not to go there, then stumbled and looked stunned. She blinked in shock when she saw her hand was still whole. Then Reinhard shrugged and said he'd patched his clothes up. Jin just waved it off as easy. The automaton shot them an instant thanks, but then it grinned and said, since she was just a machine, she had nothing real to offer. So to repay them, she could give up her body to this Racco, trapping her father and Reinhard. With their eyes closing, she shouted that they didn't need any of that, yet the guys fumed, furious they couldn't even see what was happening. Automata sank in defeat and muttered that she just wanted to serve her new master, nothing more. When Reiko kept pressing for answers, Automata finally snapped back that Jin Nito had set it all up, and then Jin hiccuped, admitting he probably did it by accident while he was fixing her. Reiko erupted. How could you? But Automata only shook her head and swore she'd wait until she could help him. Racco spun away, huffing that they already had enough maids, and Reinhard pushed back, claiming they were golems. Racco fired back that one automaton was plenty. Then Jen led the way, slapped a name on it, Anne, and leaned in, only for Anne to gasp that what she'd said was forbidden. No one was allowed to go down to the basement. And when Jen asked who'd ever gone, Anne blurted that 300 years ago they sealed something down there. They sealed the monstrous power of the magical weapon Gigas inside there, right as Rakul practically beamed, bragging that this was the heart of Gigas, the one he'd hunted for forever, while Alina flashed a greedy grin. Rakul clutched the core with both hands, blurting that he was with him, no, with them, but before he could finish, the core erupted in threads and Rakul lost it, screaming like a maniac. The ground ripped with a terrifying quake, and Jin's eyes went wide. Wait! Is it already too late? Reinhard snapped. What even is a Gigas? Then he explained it in one breath. A weapon of insane power from the Great Magical War, an ever-growing raging giant that drinks ether straight from the soil and the rocks. Roland suddenly snapped, yelling at Gina to run because Rakul was trapped in that rock. But then the stone giant smashed through the wall behind Alina and Roland as they sprinted. And right away he grabbed Jin and barked that they had to bolt. Reiko shot up in outrage, claiming it was her duty, but An fired back that whoever got it first became the master. Then Jin cut the argument short, screaming that this wasn't the moment, and the guys tore off running at full speed. Racco and Anne sprinted toward the door to slam it shut, but it wouldn't budge. Then Jin screamed, "Get down!" as chunks of door and stone exploded through the air. Reiko snapped back that he was just big, and blasted Gigas with a flaming shot. Jin couldn't stop it in time, and the hit slammed through him so hard it looked like it nearly split him in half. Jin screamed, "What if it's explosive gas?" And before he could finish, Reiko gasped and blurted out an apology. Roland snapped that Rakul was still trapped in there, Alina tore into Reiko as a fool, and Jin insisted they had to help right now. Then Anne shouted, "It's not over!" Gigas was still moving, and Jin and Roland spun around in shocked silence. Anne said it would keep slurping ether from the rocks, the flock, and the soil, regenerating again and again until the one trapped at the core finally died. Gigas had regenerated, and by the time the guys even blinked, he was back, bigger than ever. Jin yelled, asking what kind of weapon that was, spat that it was disgusting, and Reiko snapped her katana out. The maid golems shot to Jin's side at once, blasting Gigas with wind and earth magic, hammering at him, trying to break him down from the inside. Bloodied and still swinging, he kept charging. Then Ranger Golem slammed into him on the spot. The Golem Ranger's sword jammed straight into Gigas' head, and when Gigas snapped back to attack, all three of them bolted to escape. Golem Ranger shouted that they couldn't do it, and one maid came sprinting, head over heels, straight for Racco, while Jin demanded what they should do next. The maids admitted they were running low on mana, so Racco asked, "Can I?" And Jin ordered her to buy time, but Reinhardt snapped that they'd hit a dead end. Since Gigas moves like a slug, he can't land a hit on the golems or Reika, but you can't just blast him with big magic either, because Rukul is still trapped inside. Even weak spells won't stick. Gigas shrugs them off and regenerates. And the ether in the ruins is so thick and packed that it can't stop Gigas from reaching it. Jin also figured this whole setup was meant to trap the Gigas inside, like the door that drinks magic and those metal frame columns were built to stop him from ever regenerating. But Anne shot back that it wouldn't work, so Jin pressed her on how they even sealed him, and when she said they simply waited for the captured person to die, Jin snapped that it was vile, using a person as an ether converter. Still, Alina insisted it was effective, so the only real answer was one cruel challenge. Survive your fight with the demon and come back alive. Then Alina leaned in and asked Jin what he thought about cranking out a ton of those expensive mana converters. Then she cut straight to the point. Trying to slap the process onto a battered combat weapon was a death wish, because the risk was insane. But if you used people as converters, you'd still need a mana driver and a magic substrate, and in the end, your average life was cheap compared to the magic level value of the weapon they were chasing. Then Alina snapped that the demon-hunting weapon was actually wiping people out. She smirked like it was laughable, and Jin just stared, wondering how something that deadly was ever even made. As Roland strode toward Alina, Jin's mind started spinning. Magic converters, mana drivers, stone piling, power release, then that sudden surge in size, like a relic from 300 years ago when people obsessed over efficiency and absorption. Then Jin locked eyes with Alina and shot out a wild idea. Maybe Gigas was built from a magic device used to treat magic hyperplasia. Alina stared at Jin in shock, like she couldn't believe he just hit the nail on the head. When Alina pressed him on why he believed that, Jin shot back that he had zero proof, but if Gigas really was just a machine made for destruction, then it should move quicker, hit harder, and show way stronger firepower with every magic attack. And the reason its regeneration is so insane, in his mind, is simple. It chose to keep the person inside alive for as long as possible, and once he figured out that why, he realized it was built to do exactly that. Jin threw in another thought. If the magic craftsman who built Gigas was anything like him, then yeah, he'd like to believe that, but he still doesn't think a setup like that is normal. And Alina just stayed silent until she finally said it. It all comes down to where Rukul is locked up, because that's where the magic flow gets focused. So if you try digging magic, maybe that's how you crack it. Jin instantly pushed the idea, and Roland, who'd been watching, suddenly winced, snapped her name out like it hurt. Roland rushed over to Jean and said they'd check on Elsa just to be safe. Jean thanked them, but then Elsa called out to Roland and he snapped back, "Leave it to us." This place was way too dangerous. They couldn't stick around, because no matter who won, they'd already accomplished the mission. Reinhardt demanded what they should do, so someone suggested using the dig magic Alina swore by, but Jin shut it down because they can't pinpoint anything, especially since Magical Descendants' interference has muddled where Rukul is. If they guess wrong on the depth, they'll blast straight into him, and even if they make the hole, they still don't know what comes after, because Jin's already set on remaking the Schwarzrider spear. Jin said he wanted to build an excavator, and when Reinhard pressed him, Jin talked about that golem in the mine. Maybe the shape would be different, but he'd craft a magic tool that could bite into the earth. Reinhard just asked how he'd pull it off with only a spear, and Jin shrugged, grinning that they had more than enough materials, even if they were 300 years old. Reinhard nodded and told Schwarzritter to hand the spear to the genie and keep Jin safe. Jin then pushed Anne to sprint, grabbed the parts from the smashed golems and the machine gun, and only after that she told Reiko, "Hold on a little longer." Reiko agreed, then snapped to Ran, "Break Gigas' leg." With the explosion roaring and his vibration sword humming, Ran charged straight at Gigas and launched the attack. With a single strike, he ripped Geki's leg apart, and then he landed yards away. Topaz and Peridot commanded Reika to stop Gigas, and the three of them teamed up with magic, sweeping Gigas off his feet, while Anne had already hauled the parts over to Jin. While Jin was lost in thought, he realized Gigas can gulp mana, but it can't swallow magic at all, so it needs a barrier-like trap to stop the drill from regenerating. The hole also has to be wide enough for Reiko to slip in and touch Gigas' core once he channels his power into her. And right after that, Jin snapped, "It's ready!" Then Reiko spun around. Schwartz shoved the drill spear into her hands and slammed it toward Reiko, and Jin yelled, "You've got it! Catch it!" Reiko froze for a heartbeat, then Jin screamed, "Hold the lever and crank the handle with everything you've got!" Reiko grabbed the lever and spun the Gigas up. Reiko yanked the lever and clamped onto the handle, then twisted it with everything she had, fast, hard, relentless. With the drill leveled at Gigas, Reiko drove it in and the first hit landed hard, and Jin snapped that it was time to strike back.